this March 23rd meeting of the Tallahassee City Commission to order. I need to indicate, first of all, that our mayor is going to be participating by telephone. He's out of town, and so I will be handling the agenda this afternoon. And so, commissioners, what I need is a motion to allow the mayor to participate and be able to vote by telephone. Do we have him hooked up already?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any discussion, any questions? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. There are none. It passes unanimously. Let's get the mayor hooked up and get him.
Thank you, everybody. I certainly appreciate it. And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for running the meeting today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. We'll go ahead and go through our agenda then. First on the agenda is our invocation, which will be given by Pastor Matt Freeze of Use Tallahassee. Pastor Freeze, welcome. Thank you all so much for joining us this afternoon. And if everyone would stand for the invocation and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards.
First, let me say thank you for the invitation to be here today. As I was speaking with a fellow Presbyterian pastor friend of mine, she reminded me of John Calvin's views on local elected officials. Civil magistrates, as Calvin referred to your office, were not just holy and lawful, but that your call was sacred and the most honorable of all callings, even above pastors such as myself. This high view of your calling is because you are entrusted with the well-being of our society, the people of this community, and you are called to serve as an image of divine providence, protection, goodness, benevolence, and justice. And so in gratitude for your service, your leadership, and the work that is before you today, I offer my thanks and invite us now into a time of prayer. Let us pray. Holy God, we pause this moment to settle our bodies, to still our minds, and to open our spirits to you. We give you thanks for the wonder of this day, for the rain that falls and has come to mark the beginning of spring, for the wonders of nature blooming all around us, for this community, for the possibility of meaningful work, for love of neighbor, for our very breath. We give you thanks for the leaders you have called to this commission. Move within each of them in their efforts to guide this city to be a place of flourishing for all. Open their ears so they may hear one another and those they serve. Stir their hearts and minds so they may discern what is just, right, and true in their work. Fill all here with patience and imagination, so we may see beyond words on pages, numbers on spreadsheets, and the petitions raised in this meeting, the vast possibilities and creative opportunities that will lift up all of your children. Inspire the efforts of those here today to work towards the beloved community for all, where justice is sought, defense of the oppressed is valued, the hungry fed, the thirsty given drink, and the naked clothed, where there is a willingness to bear the cause of the orphaned, and the work of comfort to those who grieve is inspired. Create and bless opportunities for growth, not just growth in economic terms, but within our beings, that kindness, compassion, mercy, joy, and love take root, grow, and flourish, and come to define the character of our city. We also give you thanks and pray your blessing upon this city of Tallahassee, for its natural beauty, for all who call it home, for all who live and work within its limits, for the students who come here to grow and develop both their intellect and their very being. And so now finally, Holy and Benevolent One, grant us all a sense of humility and a willingness to work together, and in so doing, embody, if only briefly in our finite beings, your deep and abiding peace. And now we bind these prayers together and ask your blessing upon this session in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, that flag is to my right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Freeze, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, for those kind words and that wonderful inspirational prayer. Thank you. All righty. Mr. City Manager, are there any agenda modifications?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We have one modification. Attachment 4 to item 15.02 has been updated to reflect the public comments received as of 5 p.m. yesterday.
Okay. And Commissioners, if you don't mind, I know this is last minute, and if you aren't comfortable with doing it, let me know. But I did have a request to move items, well, actually, item 1504 after item 1501, since 02 and 03 are likely to be lengthy discussions and hearings that we dispose of, or I won't say dispose of, take care of items number 1501 and 1504 during the public hearing portion, so that those persons won't have to sit through lengthy hearings. Would you all be okay with that? Okay. Okay. I don't think, do we need a motion?
1501
And 1504.
Well, 1501 is already at the top, so we'd move
Okay.
1504
Okay.
to come after 1501. Do we need a motion?
Oh, go ahead and do a motion. Do a motion to move.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
The motion is made by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Without any discussion, let's recognize that motion as being passed unanimously. All right. Do we have any presentations, Mr. City Manager?
No, sir, we do not.
Any announcements?
No, sir.
All right, we will hear citizens to be heard as those agenda items come up. Any appearances by city commission boards or committees?
No, sir.
All right, we're moving through this agenda. See what happens when the mayor's not here?
Oh, but he is here.
I was waiting for that, Curtis. I was waiting for that.
We love you, Mayor. All right, we're on item 9, item of, anything pulled from the consent item?
No, sir.
All right, is there a motion for
Move
consent?
acceptance of consent items.
There's a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded
Second.
by Commissioner Porter to approve the items of consent. Hearing no opposition, we'll consider item number 9 passed unanimously. Item number 11, Mr.
No, sir.
City Manager, no?
No items in
Okay.
section 11.
All right, any introduction of ordinances?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we have no ordinances to be introduced.
All right, thank you, Madam Attorney. So that brings us to item number 13, policy formation and direction. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Let me invite Gene Amison and Ben Ojatayo forward for this presentation. I'll introduce it. This item seeks the City Commission's approval to reserve an additional $227,853 for the Orange Avenue redevelopment project. As you know, this is a priority area expressed by the City Commission in one that is nearing closing so that development can occur. The development was short as it nears its closing with current run-up in costs and things of this nature, and has asked for Leon County government as well as the City of Tallahassee to help close that gap of approximately $1.3 million. The county at its meeting, I think it was a week and a half ago, authorized an additional $1 million. That leaves the $227,000 gap to be filled, and we're recommending approval to do that by you tonight.
Okay.
Brenda Williams, the director of the Tallahassee Housing Authority, is also with us to answer questions and support this item. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Gene and Brenda for appropriate comments and background on this.
Let me ask first, Mr. Cook, do we have any speakers?
Not on this item, no, sir.
Okay, all right. Ladies?
All right. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for letting us bring this to your attention today. The redevelopment of the Orange Avenue complex is a major component of the purpose-built communities revitalization model that is being implemented in South City via the South City Foundation. And your support of this project over the last few years and the overall purpose-built model aligns with the city's strategic plan on the impact on poverty from the 2024 strategic plan, and continues your commitment to support the development of affordable housing. So the purpose-built model has enjoyed national success and has often used the redevelopment of public housing facilities as a springboard for other projects. So the redevelopment of the Orange Avenue project, go forward one, has actually, you can see the timeline. This has been going on for some time, so we've had this commitment for a while, and these things do take time. So the redevelopment of Orange Avenue will take place in 3 phases, and it's this phase 1 that is shovel-ready, and it is getting ready to close on its financing. And it will, the whole project will produce 390 units, up from 200 of both, voucher-based public housing, I always have to get this right, low-income rentals and market rate units, so it will be a mix. Phase 1 is ready to move forward. Relocation is nearly complete and demolition is soon to start. The developer is financing or finalizing the financing structure for the anticipated closing next month on the bonds, and at which time work will begin this summer. The first units will be coming online in the summer of or late 2023. So, but even with the forward movement that we've seen to date with phase 1, from conceptual design to public engagement and the financing, this all happened during a pandemic, so you can imagine what that has done, and it caused material and labor cost increases. So during underwriting, there was a gap of about $1.2 million, but through our continued partnership with the county on this project as well, the County Commission on March 8th approved just over $1 million of that gap, leaving the remaining $227,000 that is asked for today. So staff recommends that you approve reserving the additional amount necessary for this financial closing that you've allocated to affordable housing from the ARP funding to ensure a successful closing next month. So again, thank you for letting us be here today. I'm free to answer any questions. Brenda can answer, or Benna, and we'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you all so much. And Ms. Williams, I want to thank you for the leadership that you have shown on this project. This has been a long time coming, and we are really anxious to see it happen. Those of us who, of course, live on the south side of town know that this is going to be transformative for our community, and especially for the south side of Tallahassee. So we're really looking forward to it and the leadership that you've provided to make this happen. Are there any questions? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Just a few quick questions for whoever feels they can answer. I assume you're comfortable with the reductions in the development budget that are listed here, and that seems to be standard based on the SMG reduced the development budget. Those are all, we're comfortable with those being based on sound assumptions?
Yes.
Okay. And what would happen if we were to not approve the funding?
That would be a real challenge at this point.
It would be challenging.
That would be a real challenge. Right now,
Could you speak into the microphone, Brenda?
yes, right now, that would be a real challenge for us if it were not approved.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. City Manager.
May I add to that just a little bit? And Brenda, you can correct me. I believe this financing is within a couple weeks of closing.
Yes.
And the significance of having all of the financing lined up is, I don't believe they can close without that. And so I think specifically, and Brenda, I want you to correct me if
Yes,
I'm saying
sir.
it wrong, that they can't close in the absence of approved financing that totals the project's needs. And so there is some timing element to it as well.
That's correct. The Florida Housing Finance Corporation is scheduled to meet next month in April, and we need a commitment from the city in order to close.
And I'm going to support the motion. I just always ask that question because it's important for me to know, what are the consequences if we don't move, and I think it's important for the public to know that as well, because I understand the stakes are high, and there is a pressing deadline upcoming. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to move option number 1.
Okay, we got a motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
Aye.
unanimously. Oh, sorry about that,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, item number 13.02. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Let me invite Adam Jacobs forward, and he'll make this presentation and be available for questions. I'm looking at Abena to make sure I'm calling the right person. I see Adam. You'll recall that in 2019, the city launched the City Farm TLH project to address food insecurity and spur micro enterprises. The original pilot was supported through a grant from the Knight Foundation and includes a working farm established in our Bond neighborhood, as well as an urban farming and entrepreneurial training program in partnership with TCC's Wakulla Environmental Institute and several local farmers. It has been very successful, and because of that, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services has awarded the city a $48,000 grant. We're seeking your approval to accept that grant tonight, and I'd like Adam to offer any additional background and comment on this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, for the opportunity to provide an update on City Farm TLH and the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services grant opportunity. And thank you for your continued support of City Farm TLH project, which seeks to provide economic opportunity while also providing fresh fruits and vegetables to surrounding neighborhoods. We're excited to announce that a third cohort for City Farm launched on March 4th, continuing our partnership with TCC's Wakulla Environmental Institute, who facilitates the training. And we're especially excited to announce that the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Service has awarded the city a $48,000 grant through their Florida Urban and Community Farming Pilot Program. Since its launch, City Farms graduated 2 cohorts in its urban farming and entrepreneurship training program. The 23 participants learned valuable urban farming techniques as well as skills to run a small business. And 11 of the program graduates went on to participate in paid apprenticeships with local farmers. The FDAX grant would help us continue urban farm training for 60 participants, and it also would fund an additional 20 paid apprenticeships for aspiring urban farmers who complete the training program. Thank you again for the chance to present this update on City Farm, and staff recommends that you accept the FDAX grant in furtherance of the City Farm program. And I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Okay. Mr. Cook, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Move acceptance of option 2, receive that free money.
Second.
We love it. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you all so much. And we certainly want to thank Commissioner Freed and her staff over at DAX for their participation and assistance in helping us continue to grow this program. And Abena, thank you for the leadership that you've shown in this as well. I want to recognize you for that. All right, we're on item number 13.03. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 13.03 seeks your approval to establish a partnership between the Office of the Public Defender, the Second Judicial Circuit, and the City of Tallahassee's Tempo program. I'd like to acknowledge our Public Defender, Jessica Yeary. She's in attendance tonight with one of her lieutenants. If you'll come forward, just in case, Ms. Yeary, I think we certainly appreciate the opportunity for the partnership. And Commissioners, you know we've talked a lot about our Tempo program, and it really has achieved a lot of success engaging late teens and young adults. This is just another good way to utilize that program, and I'd like Dr. Thomas to describe how it would work.
Good afternoon to everyone. Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, Mayor Daley, who's listening in, respective commissioners. City Manager Goode, and all our listening audience. This particular initiative gives us an opportunity to change the trajectory of many of our 18 to 24-year-olds in our community with respect to a court diversion program, giving them opportunity for educational, employment, and workforce training opportunities through the Public Defender's Office. And by all honesty, it was Public Defender Yuri's outreach to us that really started the initiation of this. I'm glad she's here. We're looking forward to this partnership and doing more for youth and young adults in this community. I'd like to give her some opportunity to have some comments, and she brought staff member Victor Williams with her. Our youth development coordinator, Mr. James, could not be here. He's a bit under the weather, no pun intended, and but he'll be working in tandem with Mr. Williams on this project as well. So Public Defender Yuri.
Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. And this is our disposition specialist, Victor Williams. He's our in-house social worker, our in-house miracle worker is what I call him. So our opportunity that we have here is to look through our clients and see if we're at a position where we need to resolve their case with some sort of sentencing outcome, how we can set them up to succeed in a way that we have an alternative to incarceration, first and foremost, and in a way that doesn't define their future by a conviction. So we are hopeful that we're going to have a strong partnership here. We have solidified the agreement between the program and our office as far as who we meet with, the clients that we will refer to the program. My hope is that we will open up the eligibility a little bit on who may qualify. As you all know, I represent direct filed children. So I represent personally children in our community who are charged as adults in the criminal justice system. And we have an incredible opportunity to impact their lives and their future here. I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you for the support.
Thank you. Okay.
And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Any questions of Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Not a question, just kudos. And as you were talking, Attorney Yuri, I was thinking about what's happening right now in the nation's capital, where we have a Supreme Court justice who's being persecuted and for what she has done to try to help people get back on their feet. And so I see this, she was a public defender as well. I see that, see this as being another way of helping people return to society and have an opportunity for success. And if you ever find yourself being interviewed for Supreme Court justice, and they pull this record, I want to make sure that they say what you said and not make any implications. So congratulations on this work that we're doing together to help save our youth.
Commissioner Porter. And then
Thank you. I too just want to say I'm really excited about this. I think it's a great partnership, and having worked at the Office of Regional Conflict and Civil Counsel for 2 years as a legal assistant, sometimes I say the public defender's office, and I heard that people who actually work at the public defender's office really don't like that, but it's just easier that way. Anyway, but you know, it's really, really difficult work, and I felt so often so helpless and hopeless. And so often you see the patterns of crime, like we all know, and think if there were just an alternative, if there were just another way that would be more efficient for our tax dollars and just better for the community and the client. So I hope that this is the beginning of other partnerships and other ways that we can work together as a community to address our crime issue and to, you know, uplift our community. So thank you so much. I'm really excited.
Wonderful remarks. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks for bringing this forward. You know, I think Tempo and the Public Defender's Office work every day to impact the lives of young people. So what a great partnership to continue to work together to do what I think is on the top of all of our minds and improve the quality of life for our young people and create opportunities. So thank you again, and I'll make the motion for approval.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you do have a speaker.
Okay, we do have a speaker, and I wanted to ask the mayor if he wanted to make any remarks, but let's hear our speaker first.
Okay. Our speaker is Stanley Sims.
Okay. You waving in support? Yeah. All right. Good man. Mayor, did you have any comments? Mayor?
It's a great great partnership, great program, and I fully support it.
All right. I too want to commend you all for this new partnership and the alternatives that we're providing for young people in our community. I heard that segment also, Commissioner Williams-Cox, in the interview of Judge Jackson this morning, and it was just so strange that she would be questioned on her efforts to provide alternatives, for those individuals facing incarceration or just coming out of, the prison system. It was really amazing that she was grilled the way that she was. But of course, she handled it very well, and we're looking forward to her service on the United States Supreme Court. But Public Defender Yuri, we want to thank you for your efforts as well. And Victor, thank you for being here representing the office. And we look forward to this partnership. And Dr. Thomas, I can't say enough about you and what you've done with this Tempo program. For those of you who may not know or don't know, this started out as a one-man operation. Dr. Kimball Thomas himself walking neighborhoods and interacting with young people in our community and showing them that there are alternatives to crime and that they are deserving of a second chance in life. And look where we are today. And I hope I don't jinx us with this bill being in the governor's office, because he hadn't signed it yet, but we're likely to get, is it $500,000 this year, and an appropriation from the state of Florida to assist us in continuing to build and grow this Tempo program that will be a model not only for the state of Florida, but this entire nation. So thank you all for what you're doing for residents here in Tallahassee and Leon County. Thank you very much. And so did I carry the motion?
No, we had I'll move approval now that we've had the public comment.
All right. Mr. Sims has had his opportunity. So there's a motion by, I almost said senator. There's a motion by
I'll take it.
There's a motion by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox, that we accept staff recommendation on item number 13.03. There being no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mayor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. All right, Mr. City Manager, we're on item number 13.04.
Moving right along, sir. This is an update on the Sheriff's Council on the status of men and boys. You'll recall you've talked about this a couple times back in February when you authorized the city's support of this. We indicated that the county was going to discuss it again in March, and we'd bring back a subsequent update, and that's what we're doing today. So there has been some progress on this. The county commission in March voted to approve 2 tranches of $70,000, one from the sheriff's budget, one from the county's budget. And then even yesterday, the Leon County School Board indicated its support and commitment, and I believe they're bringing that back for a vote in April to finalize the startup dollars that have been requested of about $350,000. In addition, the sheriff has informed us that he has posted the job opportunity for the executive director, so that's in motion. I don't have a timeline on that, but we're trying to move fast to make sure the organization is stood up. Dr. Kimball Thomas will be the city's point of contact. As you know, it was discussed that myself would sit on the executive committee, so I'll do that, but we'll also staff it appropriately. And Dr. Thomas is here to answer any additional questions you may have, but this is an update item.
Okay. Any questions?
Move acceptance of the update.
Okay. We got a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. All in favor of the motion
Mr. Mayor Pro
signify by...
Tem.
Public speaker.
Oh, we do have a speaker?
We do have one speaker, Stanley
You gotta
Sims.
get in there quick. Get in there quick.
Come on, join us.
What, you got to hand me up now? I'm Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. I just wanted to say this, that our sheriff, Walt McNeil, has been very proactive in engaging our community and keeping us abreast as the status of how this process through. This past Saturday, he had a meeting at the detention center with about 25, 30 of local men. Last night, we're in the final stages of planning a community engagement at
Jack McLean.
Thank you so much. Jack McLean there. So we're engaged. We're very much engaged in this process. We want to thank this municipality for your support and making it happen. Also, it's the various levels of this. But Mayor Pro Tem, I want to say this also. I love the way that the sheriff is leading this because he's not only holding government officials accountable, he's also holding citizens accountable. The dialogue that was exchanged in that meeting, our sheriff let us know he's here for us, but we're not with the games. It's put up or shut up. Not about complaining. We're about solutions. Mayor Pro Tem, as we're doing these series of engaging our people in our community, we're not asking for just gripe sessions. Ms. Perkins is driven these sessions as solution-driven. We want to hear your gripe, but we also want to hear what is your solution to resolve these matters. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to please come out to these meetings. The sheriff is going to be there. His presentation is only going to be 15 minutes, and the rest will be in the hands of our youth. They will be moderating, censoring the questions. We're going to talk about solutions. I'm in charge of the refreshments.
30 seconds.
I'm in charge of the refreshment. That's a good place to end. So please come out. Thank you for this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sims. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. All right. We are on, that brings us to item number 13.05, the Southside Transit.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, did you take the vote on that item? You had the motion in the second. I think I interrupted you at that point for.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for reminding me of that. Are there any other questions for Dr. Thomas? And the motion was?
To accept the update.
Yeah. That was by you, Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mayor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Item number 1305, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, sir. This item is an informational update regarding the efforts to develop the Southside Transit Center. As you know, Star Metro has been working to take the site, which today is a park, and make it a transit center. This would be a change in our process for Star Metro. Previously, we've operated a spoke and hub system that the nucleus of which is CK Steel. This will change that. And I think it will really enhance the service we're providing our riders. There has been ongoing customer outreach and community engagement, and as you know, this Saturday we have an event to get customer and rider feedback. The particular Southside Transit Center is at 30% conceptual design, so you can start to see how big it'll be and start to get an idea of how it'll work. Our director of Star Metro, Angela Baldwin, has led that charge, and I'd like her to share a few comments on this project for your benefit and the public's as well.
Yeah, Ms. Baldwin, before you get started, I want to say this can't happen fast enough, really. I was by there this morning, and it looked like there was probably a half dozen or more mattresses lined up on, and it's you know, I see that all the time when I pass there, and so I am really looking forward to this addition, again, to the south side of Tallahassee and what it's going to do for the citizens in that part of our community. But I just wanted to share that because it was just unbelievable.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. On behalf of the Star Metro team and our consultants, George & Associates, we're excited to be here today to share progress. I believe our consultants, George & Associates, are here. We want to recognize them and Christine Henry for their efforts. As many of you know, we haven't built a transit center in Tallahassee since CK Steel was built in the 1980s. And here's a quick summary of where we are, including our work with the various governmental entities who help regulate a project of this magnitude. Building a transit center from the ground up will be a multi-year coordinated effort aligning with the city's strategic plan and led by the City of Tallahassee Star Metro under the purview of the FDOT and FTA. And we're working with other city departments such as Electric, UUPI, TPD, and Facilities Management, and our local partners. Here's a look at our 30% conceptual site plan, used mostly only to model out the scope and just layout of the lot. These inclusions are based on our needs assessment, and some of the parameters are having 8 bus bays, which will all have continuous coverage, a pull-off area on the north side for our dial-a-ride vehicles and circulator vehicles, standard ticket booth, office space, storage for maintenance, and a break area for our operators. All areas, especially the public restrooms and other public areas, will be designed for family-friendly, universal design, ADA compliance, and safety. Also to note, all 8 bus bays will have electric chargers for the buses, and there will be light-duty parking spots for Star Metro and other City of Tallahassee vehicles. Public charging parking spots will be located at the Blueprint Park across the street, and we're appreciative of their partnership. Other amenities we've discussed with the community and our consultants are multimodal transportation services, such as areas for bike and scooter storage, meeting space, all the latest technology, including real-time arrival departure signs, and more. Lastly, we're coordinating with other developments in the area and will have renderings at the 60% point that will reflect a look and feel that is consistent with the overall area and Orange Avenue placemaking plan. The community engagement and design portion of this project is broken into 4 phases. Phase 1, held last fall, was an introduction to the project and its phases. This helped with our consultants' 30% design rendering for early compliance submissions. Phase 2, where we are today, is when we introduce and discuss the 30% conceptual design and meet with more segmented groups, such as our students who make up the majority of our ridership. These discussions have been more of an update and to solicit feedback on the operational, community needs, and expectations. Phase 3, projected for late spring, early summer, will present and refine the 60% design submission and scope of work with input from stakeholders and community members. Phase 4, projected to be this fall, is the 60 to 100% design phase where we get into detailed discussions about design, form, and function before the final submittal. As you can see, the team has been very busy. By the end of Phase 2, we'll have hosted or participated in over 24 community engagement opportunities. We've worked to meet a cross-section of stakeholders, community and neighborhood advocates, business and school groups, and many more through in-person and virtual meetings. We also have a vibrant interactive website page with surveys for riders, non-riders, parents and students, videos of past presentations, calendar of events, and more. Plus, with the assistance from our communications department, we regularly engage with the community through social media and blast emails. Next steps, we're working on refining the design and bringing back feedback from our weekly community sessions to the architects and engineers in weekly project meetings. And later this summer, we'll kick off the survey of the Southside routes funded through the HOPE grant. The findings from the surveys, combined with our comprehensive operational analysis presented to you later this spring, will form the basis of our route structure to and from the Southside Transit Center. So no, we don't know yet what routes will be going to the center, and that's on purpose. Community input and route analysis from our consultants will help to form that decision. And lastly, we're working to identify funding, which will be critical as we move forward. To conclude, as mentioned earlier, we would like to formally invite you and the whole community to join us on Saturday, March 26th from 10 to 1 p.m. at our first on-site community engagement event. We'll have information tables, music, food, and we're expecting a lot of area residents to stop by and talk about the future of the Southside Transit Center. With that, I thank you for your support, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for our director? And I can tell you, if you missed DJ Dapp, you missed it.
You missed
So be there.
You know, DJ Dapp was my neighbor when he was in college.
Is that right?
Yeah, so we know it's going to be a good time. You should be there.
But this is exciting, and we are really looking forward to it. Angela, with the leadership that you've provided in making this happen. I also want to recognize Allie. Allie has been a tremendous staff for this project as well. I've been to several of the community meetings, both in person and Zoom, and Ally has been there and accommodated us and directed those sessions. And so we want to thank you all for the work that you've done, and we're certainly looking forward to its completion and what it's going to provide for our community.
Thank you.
Is there, Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you so much for the presentation. One question is in the agenda. I just want to make sure that for me, and I refresh my page, it still says under attachments, presentation to be provided. So just for future reference, if we want to make sure that that's uploaded. I am really excited about this. I talk about walkability in transit a lot, and so I'm really excited for this. And I just have 2 comments, and I will follow up with you. I understand we're not really at this stage, but since they came to mind, one is that you mentioned the bike and scooter storage, if at all possible, if that could be covered and not all open air, especially for scooters. Sometimes they can't be exposed to the elements. And then I don't know if there are any plans for this or if there's capacity, but I always like there to be food everywhere. And if there is, any place to have like a little, local business or food truck or just, people who are coming and going sometimes from work, they need food. It's not just a luxury. And so if you can keep that in the back of your head, if that can be accommodated, I think that would be good. Thank you so much. I'm really excited.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Porter, there will be spaces for food trucks in the park across the street.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's in the
Part of it. Okay. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? We do have a speaker, Mr. Cook.
Speaker Stanley Sims.
I should have known. Welcome.
Let me take it from here.
Mr. Sims. Name and address, 3 minutes.
My wife still lets me be at 1320 Avondale Way.
All right.
There's 2 more. I want to give hats off to Christique Henry and Ally as well. And I don't want to do too much shouting out because there are 3 other issues that we've already talked about, but I want to highlight these issues for you all. And one is the securing that building. Me and Ally are really sure that that's not going to look like Alcatraz when it's not in use. We've got some environmental security things that's going to make that look nice, but have it secure. The second thing, Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, is I am concerned with traffic cutting across that major street. And in the last presentation, their primary focus is up by Meridian to the back of that building. And I'm only using this for an example. I love FAMU and I'm trying to love FSU too, but I'm just using this for an example. If you look at Tennessee Street up there by Woodward, and with that high volume, you see that barrier that they got, that fencing in the medium that deters people that's going to say, because I see someone trying to catch a bus coming out of that housing complex, running across that street, trying to catch a bus. Well, let me take that back. I see me coming out of that, trying to run across that street. I see me at one of those food trucks trying to get a hot dog before I go to work because my bus, and I'm trying to shoot cross, not going to the light. So we have to really channel that behavior. The other last thing that I talked about, and I spoke with Ally. I don't know where she went. There you are. There you go, girl. It's my home girl. Is myths. There's been a distortion, and I get them. And Commissioner Cox, I also told them about that mitigating factor of that roundabout that's on the opposite end. And you know from experience that sometimes there's a backup. And so when that traffic comes down, we just need to be cognizant. And the distortion about building this here site is going to make the bus routes go up. That's not true.
30 seconds.
That's not true. That's not true. One has nothing to do with the other. Again, I just want to thank Ms. Angela. We worked together out at the gate. And there go Christine. I didn't want her to hear me and see me give her a compliment. I just wanted y'all to tell her. But I just want to tell Miss Angela Baldwin, we worked together at the gas department, Curtis. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. I love Tallahassee, and Tallahassee, you love me.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Any other questions for Ms. Baldwin? This item is just for information purposes, so we don't have to take any formal action on it. All right, Mr. City Manager, that brings us to item 13.06. And Commissioners, as you can see, after this presentation, we're still probably going to have a couple of hours before our public hearing is scheduled at 6. So if it's your will or wish, we can do our speakers on unagended items and commission wrap-up or issues brought by commissioners, if you'd like, after we hear this last report.
So moved.
Okay. There's a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by Commissioner Porter.
I will second that. My only comment is, will we give opportunity to unagended speakers again? I mean, I'm just worried about people who are planning to come after 6 p.m. Can we do a second call?
We can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. That
Thank
would
you.
not be a problem at all.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Mayor?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Mr. City Manager, item 13.06.
Thank you, sir. This item also is an informational item. I'll ask Veronica McCracken, our Procurement Services Manager, to come forward and make the presentation. You'll recall at your last meeting, you asked for information regarding our procurement practices and policies, in particular related to piggyback contracts. And we've got a full update agenda item for your benefit that runs down through all of the procurement levels and authorizations. And Mrs. McCracken's got a presentation to share.
Thank you. I first want to reflect on the fact that our policy as a city is based on-time acquisition, competitive quality, and doing so in an ethical manner. There are, as my father says, many roads that lead to the city, so there are many ways to procure goods and services on behalf of the city. What you'll see is, on the next slide, the basis or the underpinning of our procurement is based on the policy 242, which was amended in September of 2020. We also, at that time, addressed the prohibited communications as it relates to the cone of silence. And then it's also an underpinning of the Chapter 112 as well as 287. So those governing documents or regulations or statutes or ordinances are what underpins the efforts as it relates to procurement. Next slide. So like I said, multiple procurement methods. So non-competitive, what are we talking about when we talk about those things? Anything that is $3,000 or less, services that are provided by the government or a university, services that have been specifically exempted by statute, medical services, legal services, and things under the CCNA 287.055. If you need an architect, an engineer, landscaper, those type of professional services, so long as it's below $35,000, you do not have to do a competitive process. Anything between $3,000 and $50,000, we request that department staff get quotes. Go out, seek. 3 quotes is what we ask for. And so long, and the expectation is that we will get the best value. You will support why it is that you are selecting that particular vendor, and is usually at the lowest cost. Alternate contract sources. So this is another tool in our toolkit where These cooperatives, piggybacks, state term contracts, these have all been competitively let already in one form or another. Cooperatives that we have usually include Sourcewell, Omnia Partners, other nonprofit corporations that will solicit on a much more massive scale, on a national scale. Piggybacks are oftentimes something that we leverage amongst other governmental entities. So we may leverage a contract from Leon County, just like Leon County may leverage a contract from us. What is critical about piggybacking is that, one, it's typically another governmental entity. The second thing is that when that contract was solicited, it was solicited with language that says, hey, other public agencies can use this contract. We may not know the exact amount, but other public agencies are able to buy off this contract for whatever we may need. You'll see that throughout many municipalities, counties, you name it. It's not something that's just unique to us. State term contracts with the Florida Department of Management Services, they have a laundry list of contracts that they have procured that are open to state agencies and also what are called eligible users. We are considered an eligible user, so we're able to leverage those contracts. And then lastly, there's the federal government. So they have a mammoth list. The city is able to access what's called Schedule 70 and Schedule 84. Schedule 70 is related to the technology, T&I. So we leverage a lot of vendors from that particular schedule. Schedule 84 is emergency, first responders, fire department, that information. Those services, those vendors are likewise vendors that we access. Whenever there's an emergency, hurricane, you name it, usually the federal government will open up the entire schedule. So whatever we may need on an emergent basis, so that we can have quick access and delivery, we do. And then lastly, there is the competitive solicitation. So anytime there is something that is $50,000 or more, or in terms of the CCNA, it's going to exceed $35,000, it's expected to be competitive solicitation. So with the next slide, you'll see that there are 3 primary solicitation types that we use. One is the invitation to bid. Its award is strictly based on price, and it's typically restricted to commodities. So I usually have a very succinct, clear product that I want, and it's really comparing apples to apples in most cases, and the best price that is provided will typically win. On average, it takes the department about 52 days from release to award to get that done. Next is request for proposals. A little different shade on this one. This price isn't the sole criteria for award. It can include different criteria, past performance, quality of your service, your staff, your resumes. On average for us, it takes us about 76 days, but it involves an evaluation committee. That committee is trained on the Sunshine Law, on public records, and on our bid platform, and they score, and the committee makes a recommendation. Typically, the highest score wins. So it isn't just strictly related to price. And then lastly, it's the request for qualification, which is typically a multiple award. It is really based on the qualifications of typically professional services. So that gives you a flavor for the type of solicitations that we issue as it relates to competitive solicitations. So moving on to the next screen. So with that said, so a state term contract, I wanted to give you an example. So anytime we rent a car, we are actually leveraging the DMS state term contract. They were the ones who put that solicitation out, and it is leveraged statewide. So anytime anybody, any public official, any governmental entity, that is the contract more likely than not that you are using anytime you rent a car and it's from DMS. Cooperative procurement program, like I said, we use Sourcewell, Omnia Partners, NASBO. There are certain professional organizations that we are members of where they also have a procurement arm that they solicit services for electric. Sometimes they do wire, pipe, conduit. In all of those instances, it is an aggregated pooling of resources with the understanding that it is going to be leveraged by a lot of folks, whether that's a regional, whether that's state, whether that's national. It is something that all procurement shops take advantage of. It's not something that is strictly unique to the city of Tallahassee. And then lastly, like I said, our piggyback contracts, those really speak to other governmental entities where we're leveraging each other's contracts. And at the underpinning of that is it saves time, right? I'm not having to duplicate work. Someone else has already, to a general degree, already done the heavy lifting. Next screen. So a lot of what drives this is the thresholds. Like I said, $3,000 or less, no competition is required, $3,000 to $50,000, 3 quotes, and then $50,000 and above, a competitive solicitation. And then the same thing for professional services, that is governed by 287.055. Next slide. And this is just kind of a repeat of that same information. This is the general guidance that we give to everyone and to all of the departments. Next slide. So back to that cone of silence, I wanted to speak to that.
That's well smart.
Yes, I'm going old school, definitely, dating myself on this one. Next slide. The important thing as it relates to the cone of silence is on that competitive solicitation aspect. There was also a change to that as well. As you know, previously it didn't take place until responses came in. We've now moved that cone of silence to once the solicitation is released, you have awareness that this is now something that should not be discussed, and any discussion about that particular solicitation should be done in the open, in the sunshine, amongst that evaluation committee. So that's kind of Procurement 101 in a nutshell, so I'll be glad to address any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you for that explanation. I know just enough to be dangerous. I actually worked on, at the state of Florida, I worked for the state purchasing department, in that I worked to help create the system that predated Marketplace, the state purchasing system, SPURS. So I'm very familiar with 287, Florida Statute 287. One thing that I did not see was single source. Could you talk to us a little bit about single source?
Yeah. So single source is something that is, typically you'll see it in technology where it is very unique. It is usually like there's only one, vendor in the world or somebody who can find it. We sometimes also leverage it in terms of protection of warranties, where we have a lot of machinery, mechanisms, where parts, and in order to maintain that warranty, I've got to have the original equipment manufacturer. So there are things sometimes beyond just being one unique vendor. That's a very hard measure to come by. So we do utilize that single source sometimes in instances to protect our warranties and protect our equipment.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Matlub.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for the presentation. I think it'll definitely was informative and will help us as we move forward in developing policy. I'm not going to speak long because I think Mayor Pro Tem Richardson may oversee the quickest city commission meeting I've ever experienced, and I don't want to break his record. So I yield my time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for Ms. McCracken? Wonderful presentation. Have been enlightened here this afternoon, and as they say, I'm the dean of the commission and have not had this kind of briefing on our procurement practices since I've been here. So I've learned a lot myself this afternoon, and thank you for the tremendous work that you do for the city of Tallahassee and our citizens. It's an informational item, so we are, unless there are other questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bracken. That brings us then, Mr. Cook, to speakers on unagenda items, if we have any.
We do, Mayor. We have 3 at this time.
Okay,
and
we'll hear them.
We'll take the first will be Mark Schlackman. As with our agenda items, speakers will have 3 minutes for comments, and if you'll give a name and address for the record, I will give you a heads up when you're about 30 seconds away.
Great, thank you. Mark Schlackman, Special Director at the FSU Center for the Advancement of Human Rights. I appear today, and Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, it's been a privilege over the 30 years we've interacted together. I appear today at Mayor Daley's suggestion after consultation with Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. A very brief overview as to the mayor's announcing that he's going to move forward with a local human rights initiative characterized as all human rights are local, based upon actually a treaty that's been ratified by the U.S. government. It's a treaty based upon the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Under the U.S. Constitution, when a treaty is ratified, it's accorded the weight of U.S. law, federal law. And this treaty is interesting. The acronym is ICCPR, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It's, again, based upon the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Interestingly, President Jimmy Carter signed this treaty, but also, as interestingly, President George H.W. Bush signed the instrument of ratification. Bipartisan support isn't necessary, but this has it. So, and why this at a local level? Well, all human rights are local, actually, from Geneva, based where the United Nations oversees this process to raise awareness and promote accountability. Essentially, the mayor, arising out of discussions with the mayor and his chief of staff, Thomas Whitley, the intent was to ultimately inculcate human rights frameworks by leveraging them and ensuring to the greatest reasonable extent that human rights considerations are incorporated into the day-to-day. And that could mean a range of things. That could mean reaching back through the framework for best practices on a wide array of issues. So within keeping with the 3 minutes today, just really a quick pulse. And again, Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, Commissioner Williams-Cox, look forward to continuing the conversations. The mayor absolutely encouraged me to reach out at your discretion, Commissioners Porter and Matlow, to have a conversation just to get into more of the background and how this could be useful at the local level. This, if Florida's capital community is extraordinarily well positioned to play a meaningful role in this effort to incorporate human rights at home, and more importantly,
You are close to your 3 minutes.
thank you. More importantly, for the residents of the city of Tallahassee and the surrounding community, this could be really something meaningful. So thank you for the time, the opportunity. I look forward to following up with you individually.
Okay. Mark, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you coming out, sir.
Next
Our
speaker.
next speaker.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Trish Brown, and then Natalie Kudrashova.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon.
Can we get your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Trish Brown, and that's 1316 Livy Avenue.
Okay.
And I want to say thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak.
You can bring that, yeah, there you go.
Again, I'm Trish Brown of Power Up People, and my pronouns are she, her. And I belong to Florida Rising, Poor People's Campaign, and Dream Defenders, and several other organizations. And I've said this before, Florida is in a state of emergency, everybody. Florida and Tallahassee still lags far behind in not keeping up with the ever-increasing cost of living. For millions of us, this isn't news. Long before the pandemic and poverty impacted and working class people in all our communities throughout Florida have been struggling to stay afloat while we desperately try to keep food on the table, clothes on our back, and a roof over our heads. Floridians have struggled the entire duration of the pandemic, and the economic stimulus was inefficient And Floridians found themselves deeper in debt, facing evictions and possibility of joining our vastly growing numbers of youth, adults, and families experiencing homelessness. Governor DeSantis and the legislators could have created bills to end the rent property gouging that would have penalized slumlords. They could have pushed for rights and protection for renters and home buyers while preventing the greed that plagues our communities. We know that Florida is a landlord-friendly state and that renters don't have a whole lot of power. People are not being pushed out of their homes just because they can't afford the rent, but they are also being pushed out because slumlords and capitalist landlords refuse to take the resources that renters have been approved of and accepted while preventing the greed. So the thing is that we have an issue with landlords that are also turning down folks with resources. And they're told to vacate, even though they've given them money. We are not in a situation where we can actually find another place to stay due to the fact that the gouging that's happening in our community. So raising the rent on people with fixed incomes the reason why they're doing this is because they want to raise the rent on people with fixed incomes just to get students.
You have about 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. So they can gouge for more money. I see this happening as we speak, and homeless transitioning programs are ending. So I know there's apartment complexes around the community that are part of the transitioning program, and they're being shut down. So folks are right now on the verge of being homeless, or they have been kicked out already right now as we speak. People getting sick, increasing trauma, depression, and high blood pressure is another issue, and it's due to eviction. So housing isn't just a human right, it's a healthcare thing too. So housing is healthcare as well. We're not protected.
Ms. Brown, if you could start wrapping up your comments. You're beyond your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Just wrap up.
But what I want to say is that I'm asking the City Commission to declare housing as a state of emergency. Because right now, even though we're working on a lot of the things in our community, it's not enough time for the people that are being evicted. So we need to get on Governor DeSantis' case and tell him to reinstate the eviction moratoriums and the utility moratoriums. Because I know we're working this out, or we're trying to work these things out, but like I said, we don't have time. People are being out there in the streets right now. And I know an apartment complex right now that is literally looking at folks being kicked out as we speak.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
So please, let's work on that.
Thank you so much.
Let's protect our folks in our community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cook?
Our next speaker is Natalie Kudrashova. And this is the last speaker we have at this time.
Okay. Good afternoon, Natalie. Hey, if we could get your name and address for the record, please. And
I hope everybody is doing well. It's good to see you. Good to meet you. So I had a creative project in mind, actually, for a while. I do beautiful embroidery, and as a walk lover, I walk every day. I take long walks along the city. I walk everywhere. So what I notice during the day, like today, for example, rain or sun, hot, and I observe many people like me cross the street or walk or just take the rest. So in a day like this, in a severe weather, the people are not able to take a seat, for example, take a rest or just enjoy. So what I noticed that many places across the street, like benches, in downtown, everywhere, bus stops, the benches, some places they are open. And what I thought to create that some kind of cover, let's say, similar to awning or some canopy. So I do beautiful embroidery, and I had in mind, for example, to create some kind of a canopy over the benches. And here's, for example, the embroidery that I made. So it's just like flowers, but it's different ones. So what I've been thinking, we can use different products in the market today for the outside projects. For example, this material is made originally from some kind of plastic, and it's very durable, and it can stand outside weather, any weather, and it's designed for outside, for indoor and outdoor places, and it's not expensive. So what I was thinking, that there is also some other kinds of product on the market that, for example, special fabric that can be used for outside project. So I was thinking to create some embroidery, different patterns, and cover some benches, bus stops, and I believe that will expand activities of the residents and bring more joy and more outdoor activities. And of course, it's going to be a beautiful look added to the city and streets, because I also observed that the city launches more and more landscaping projects, and so I believe it's going to be a
just
good
a few seconds remaining.
combination, a good blend, and it will also expand activities of people of Tallahassee, as I mentioned.
Okay. Natalie, could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
I'm sorry?
Could you give us your full name and address for the record?
Did I give what? I can...
Your name, your full name, and your address.
Yes, I fill out the form.
But could you give us that for the record here, for the microphone?
Okay, where do I do this?
Right there,
I fill
where
out
you
the form there? Should I fill out right here?
No, ma'am, if you could just give us your name as you're speaking, into the microphone.
My name is Natalie Kudryashova.
Okay.
I live in the south part of the city in Bond Community, 702 North Street.
Thank you, Natalie. And Natalie, Mr. City Manager, I see Ms. Baldwin is still in the back. I think you have an excellent idea there. And our Director of Star Metro, our bus system, is still here. If you could get with her and maybe talk with her about what you're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, she's right in the back of the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. That was our last speaker?
Correct.
Okay, Commissioners, so we're done until our 6 o'clock public hearing. We will, Commissioner Porter, ask if there are any unagendaed speakers at that point after the public hearing. So we will, without objection, we'll recess the meeting until 6 p.m. We'll see you back then. We're going to reconvene the March 23rd, 2000. We're going to reconvene the March 23rd, 2002 City Commission meeting, and we will start with our public hearing as has been advertised at 6 p.m. And so what we've agreed is that if you weren't here earlier to hear the decision that the commission made, we are going to hear items 1501 as is agended, and then item 1504, because we don't anticipate that those items will require as much time to complete. And then we'll continue with the agenda with items 1502 and 1503. All right, so with that, we will get started. And Madam Attorney, I'm going to turn it over. No, I'm sorry. We're going to start with 1501, the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 220-05. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 15.01, the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 22-0-05. An ordinance of the City of Tallahassee updating the capital improvements element of the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, adopt ordinance number 22-0-05, thereby adopting the FY22 through FY26 update to the 5-year capital improvement schedule related to the capital improvements element of the Tallahassee-Leon County 2030 Comprehensive Plan.
Okay, members, is there any discussion, any questions? Is there a motion?
Any comment?
Oh, we do have speakers.
We do not have speakers on
On 1501? Okay.
You're
No
correct.
speakers on 1501.
Move acceptance.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by Commissioner Porter. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Mr. Mayor, all right, the motion carries 5-0. That then brings us to item 15.04. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 15.04 is the first of 2 public hearings on the development agreement for Cawthon property between the City of Tallahassee and Golden Oak Land Group, LLC. The second and final public hearing will be held on April 20th, 2022. Recommended action is option 1, conduct the first public hearing on the development agreement for the Cawthon property and schedule the second and final public hearing for April 20th, 2022 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Okay. And Mr. Cook, we have speakers?
We do have one speaker on this item. Now, Gary Hunter, I'm assuming here to answer questions, but certainly can take the time for 3 minutes if you'd like.
Okay. Any questions? No questions? Is there a motion?
Move acceptance of option 1.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox to accept staff recommendation on option number 1, seconded by Commissioner Porter. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. For those who weren't here earlier in the meeting, that's the mayor participating by telephone. He had a meeting out of town that he had to be there for, and so he requested that he be allowed to participate by telephone. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. We don't have any in-person on 1504, but we do have a virtual speaker. Mr. Cook?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
That's okay.
Missed that when we reassigned the order. On item 1504, we do have one speaker connected via WebEx. That is Stephen Martin. Mr. Martin?
Okay. Stephen? Are you muted, Stephen?
All right.
Okay, you could give us your name and address for the record, Mr. Martin, and then you'll have 3 minutes to make your presentation.
I forgot to. For time. Martin.
We're having a problem hearing you.
Okay, my name's twice up there. I don't know if that's part of this. I don't know what to do with. Can you hear me now normally?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, now we can.
I don't know. I'm a Luddite, I guess. I don't know.
Stay in that
You hear
spot.
me? Okay.
Right now, we can hear you, but when you put your hand
All right,
up,
let me-
I think it might have had something to do with your hand. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
As
we
I
can hear
said,
you
I'm
now.
a Luddite.
Yes.
Okay, I can speak. All right, last month I forgot my name and address each time I spoke, so let me do it again tonight. And Martin, 2625 Stonegate Drive. Reiterate, Stephen Martin, 2625 Stonegate Drive. All right. Mr. Hunter's client with this particular item is the developer of Canopy, what I've closely followed for some time and as many known has had encountered problems with and drawn significant public scrutiny. This, like Canopy and other developments of this developer, they follow a similar track. They purchase land beyond the city limits. They then annex it They get it rezoned and are able to develop it far more intensively than would have been permitted before they got started. In 2018, Planning Commission meeting and the County Commission met with this item. In March, the Planning Commission, one of you voted in support of this, despite a vote in opposition to it that you referred to as being subjective. Well, different perspectives result in different interpretations. I would say both were subjective. And votes on major comprehensive issues with multiple variables to consider are going to be hypothetical and involve subjectivity. I don't think he was any more subjective than you were in your vote. Well, they were different. At the county commission meeting in July, one of you, which I was happy to hear, but both of you at the meetings heard public outcry about this, especially at the county commission meeting. And Mr. Hunter argued that those parties' concerns aren't within your criteria. That commissioners should not consider those when making your decision. Really? Do you agree that concerns of to be impacted parties should be ignored by decision makers serving their interest as public? It was at one of these meetings that Mr. Hunter asked you to do what's right and follow your conscience. What he said was follow the comp. Well, I couldn't agree more with him about following your conscience. But I don't know about you, but my conscience is not guided by a comp plan. It's guided by something far less tangible and far more comprehensive than some mere document. Public concerns and conscience aren't based solely on comp plan, and neither should your decision for the public well-being. Developments tend to impact different people in different ways. Costs and benefits are experienced differently. Wouldn't it be nice if the developers were held accountable?
Mr. Martin, could you begin to wrap up your comments?
I was just going to say, I wish developers could compensate all of the parties who experienced costs from their development. If they had to think about that in advance, I think we'd all be better off. Thank you for letting me go on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Any other questions? We have a motion.
Mayor, you actually, Mayor Pro Tem, you actually had a motion second and took an action. Okay. And then I gave you the speaker, but I confirmed with the city attorney, this is the first of 2 public hearings. Right. So nothing lost in that process. Okay. And there will be opportunity for individuals to speak at the next public hearing as well.
All righty. Okay, so then that brings us to item 15.02, which is the remanded public hearing on ordinance number 21Z11AA. Proposed amendment to the official zoning map to change the zoning classification from the office residential OR2 zoning district to general commercial C2 zoning district. For Madam Attorney, I'll let you take it from there. And the Madam Attorney will walk us through the process for this quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item number 15.02, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating and including additional territory as and in general commercial C2 from office residential to on the official zoning map for 2.47 acres located at northeast corner of the intersection of Miccosukee Road and North Blairstone Road, providing for conflicts and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, adopt ordinance 21-Z-11AA, thereby amending the official zoning map from office residential -2 OR2 zoning district to the general commercial C2 zoning district based upon the competent substantial evidence, findings of fact, and conclusions of law provided by the court order, staff report and recommendations, planning commission recommendations, and any additional competent and substantial evidence submitted at this hearing. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board docs system. The application proposes to change the zoning of 2.47 acres at the northeast corner of the intersection of North Blairstone and Miccosukee Roads from Office Residential Zoning District to General Commercial Zoning District. The applicant for the proposed rezoning is PTI LLC, whose agent is Stearns Weaver Miller, PA. The ordinance was introduced on April 21st, 2021. Public hearing was held on May 12th, 2021, and the ordinance was denied by the City Commission. The owner of the property, PTI LLC, appealed the rezoning denial, and the Second Judicial Circuit Court in and for Leon County, Florida, case number 2021-AP-11, granted the petition for writ of certiorari and entered an order quashing the rezoning denial, making the following findings. The Commission improperly denied the rezoning request. Number 2, the rezoning denial is not supported by competent substantial evidence, departs from the essential requirements of the law, and fails to afford the petitioner with due process. Number 3, mobility policy 1.8 does not apply to and cannot be used to deny the rezoning request. Number 4, land use goal 1 and land use objective 1.1 do not apply to and cannot be used to deny the zoning request. Number 5, the city cannot rely upon citizen recommendations nor any other portion of the uncodified 1995 citizen report to deny the rezoning request. And number 6, the city cannot rely upon unsubstantiated and generalized citizen opposition, particularly opposition made through ex parte communications, to deny the zoning request. And number 7, competent substantial evidence supports granting the rezoning with respect to each factor that must be considered pursuant to Tallahassee Land Development Code, Section 10-5-1. Based on the review of staff and the Planning Commission, there is no competent substantial evidence to support the denial of the rezoning. As I discussed with each of you in briefings, I will present the order of the proceeding. A brief outline of that proceeding is that we will have some preliminary matters first, which have to be decided. Then we will have presentations by city staff, as well as the applicant will have public comment, each for 3 minutes. The applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal, and then commission deliberations and a vote. So to begin, we'll begin with a couple of preliminary matters that have been raised by the applicant through the applicant's counsel. The applicant is PTI LLC. The first issue to be discussed is a couple of requests regarding recusal. And I would ask that counsel for the applicant come forward and present those requests.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Reggie Boutier, 106 East College Avenue, Stearns Weaver Miller, on behalf of the applicant. We have 2 pending requests for recusal. We filed one on Monday and one today. I'd like to cover the first request that we filed on Monday. The first request is to recuse Commissioner Matlow from this matter. I want to go back to the point of the city attorney's summary of the court order. One of the major issues decided by the court was a determination that the applicant's procedural due process rights were violated. Part of that was specifically related to a number of issues, including ex parte communications. In this case, the request for recusal is somewhat different. In this case, it's fairly unique. We have an applicant that is here before you, and each of the commissioners are acting as judges in a quasi-judicial matter. In this particular case, it just so happens that Commissioner Matlow is in a political campaign running against Dr. David Bellamy, who is a member of the applicant and has a stake in this proceeding. So we are requesting that on that basis, it is impossible, given that circumstance, for Commissioner Matlow to be an impartial judge in this matter in that he's in a direct political campaign against the applicant. The standards that we provided to the city attorney's office as it relates to that are very common. So if we were to go and, you were before a judge in the circuit court, there's no way a judge would take on a matter in which their political opponent is coming before them. They would recuse themselves. So all we're asking respectfully is that Commissioner Matlow recuse himself from proceeding in light of that conflict of interest, and that will allow my client, the applicant, to have a fair hearing in which their due process rights will not be violated again. So that's the first request on behalf of the applicant. The second request is somewhat different. We're requesting that Commissioner Porter recuse herself. We had filed several public records requests leading up to the hearing, and we were monitoring the ex parte communication box that the city provides in the normal course. And we discovered through our review of the public records responses and the information that was put in that ex parte communication box, that leading up to this hearing, which is interesting because in the prior go-around, the judge found that Commissioner Porter also had violations that violate our due process rights by having ex parte communications that weren't reported, and so that was actually part of the judicial proceeding in which the court reached their particular order. In this case, it's even more egregious because the commissioner not only had ex parte communications, but actually organized organized the opposition, the same opposition from before of the neighbors, in a specific Zoom meeting of almost 20 people. And so this goes well beyond violations in that regard. This is actually a sitting judge who's supposed to be an impartial decision maker organizing with the opposition in a Zoom meeting in anticipation of a quasi-judicial hearing. It's illegal. It's an illegal activity. So based on that, it's the position of our clients, position of Stearns Weaver Miller, that this particular situation would not allow this commissioner to be able to be a judge on this matter and perform an impartial decision based on the evidence that's been presented, including the court order. So respectfully, we are also requesting the recusal of Commissioner Porter. Those are the two pending requests. I'm available for any questions or follow-up from the city attorney or the commissioner or anyone else. Thank you.
Mr. Matlow, would you like to make any comment?
Thank you, Madam Attorney. First, I'd like to consult your legal opinion on a duty to recuse in this matter.
In my research regarding having an opponent who has a matter before you, I think it's very clear if you read the case law that a mere political bias or an adverse political philosophy, if one exists, is not sufficient to invalidate a quasi-judicial proceeding or disqualify members of the city commission. So on that basis, I would say, it is my opinion, you do not have a conflict of interest. Additionally, any commissioner generally has a legal obligation to vote and participate in proceedings unless there is a voting conflict. It is my understanding that you do not have a voting conflict because you do not have an economic or financial interest that will be impacted by this vote on the rezoning.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, and I agree. I do think there's a legal duty to vote. I know that I can review the facts objectively and without bias, so I will participate in the hearing.
Commissioner Porter, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would like to ask your opinion on whether or not I should recuse myself.
My understanding of the facts, and you may want to lay those facts out, but based on that, as they have been represented to me, what you stated was constituents made contact with your office. After making that contact, you sent an email out to anyone who made that contact, organizing a meeting, a Zoom meeting, if there was a desire to participate and provide you information. Based on my research, I see nothing in the case law that indicates you need to recuse yourself when you disclose your contacts, based on that, just the meeting with constituents is no basis for which to recuse yourself in this proceeding.
Thank you. I do want to clarify my position on the illegal activity. Meeting with people about city business is my job. It's what I was elected to do. And it is not bias. Speaking to residents is not bias. I sent an email invitation to every single person who sent me an email about this item, including people who were opposed to the item. And I sent it without knowing their position. It's an efficient way to meet with residents. I've done it before. I might get 50 emails on a topic. I'll say, let's have a Zoom meeting. Let's talk about this together. And in fact, there were people in support of the item on that meeting. Had you requested a meeting, I would have gladly met with you. The ex parte form was filed before the meeting. There was an opportunity to address it, and you can address it now if you would like.
Based on that, I think the meeting can proceed and the hearing can proceed. The next preliminary matter is the request for party status. There was a request by Terrell Arline on behalf of Aaron Solajatoa and others similarly situated for party status. Is Mr. Terrell Arline present?
Thank you, Attorney Jackson. My name's Terrell Arline. I'm a local attorney. 40 years of experience in land use law. I live in Indian Head and familiar with the site. And I represent Aaron Solagastoa, who lives at 1616 Coolacre Drive, which is less than a quarter mile of the site of the proposed commercial rezoning. I also represent some citizens who live in the surrounding neighborhoods. And on their behalf, on March 14th, I requested through the city attorney's office a letter submitted that my clients be given party status in the quasi-judicial proceeding that the applicant is holding. On Monday, March 21st, I received an email from Ms. Jackson that said I needed to discuss this with Mr. Norville, who was out of town. And I spoke to Mr. Norville yesterday. We talked about the process, and he sort of explained to me that it was a decision that you guys were going to have to make. And so I'll present my materials to you. On March 22nd, I received a letter from Stearns Weaver, attorney for the applicant, opposing the request that my clients be given party status. And in that letter, the attorney implies that neighbors living next to or adjacent to a site of rezoning don't have standing to be parties, or somehow it's difficult to determine. The law is that in a quasi-judicial proceeding, when granting rezonings, persons who can demonstrate that they will suffer an adverse impact that is different in degree, not kind, but different in degree, from that suffered from the rest of the community, have standing and sufficient injury to be involved in legal proceedings involving the rezoning and in the quasi-judicial proceeding here today. That law goes back over 50 years where parties were given, neighbors were given standing in court over rezonings, and I believe it applies also in quasi-judicial proceedings like this, in which it's your constituents that are coming before you. That's the law, but your own code provides that that the neighbors have standing. I'm going to read to you, I was going to hand it out, Section 2-134. I don't know. Section 2-134 of your code deals with that part of your code deals with quasi-judicial proceedings. And there's a provision in there called standing to initiate quasi-judicial proceedings, and it states quasi-judicial proceedings may be initiated by the applicant, the local government with jurisdiction, or by persons who will suffer an adverse effect to an interest protected or furthered by the comprehensive plan or this code, including interests related to health and safety, police and fire protection service systems, densities or intensities of development, transportation facilities, healthcare facilities, equipment or service, or environmental natural resources, period. The alleged adverse effects to an interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but shall exceed in degree the general interest in the community good suffered by all persons. My clients live in the adjacent neighborhoods to this site, and I think can demonstrate under the established case law and your own code that they will suffer an adverse impact on those items addressed under your comp plan and your codes that exceeds in degree the general interest in community good shared by all persons. So it's not a real high hurdle, and I would ask that that you give them party status. Let me just say that if you are inclined not to give them party status, I would what's called proffer our evidence in the record of the quasi-judicial proceeding, which is attached. It's included in an envelope that I gave to the clerk. This is essentially the letter from Aaron and a report of our expert witness, Suzanne Woodcock, emails from Rick Hall, professional engineer on the issue, my correspondence, and some others. So just to cover my bases, if you decide not to give us party status, at least that will be in the record as what we would propose to present. And we're still going to, if we have to go forward and not have party status, we'll do it in the public comment period. I have tried to organize my clients to make their presentation in 3-minute increments, so we avoid duplication and everything will be presented hopefully in 3 minutes. I have a list of my speakers that we have for that if we speak at the public comment, and I'll pass out a copy of that now. Can I give a copy of it to the mayor, because I think you would be
To the clerk. Thank you.
All I'm saying is that if in fact you deny the party status, I'm asking that we be called in a sort of a block and public comment so that we're all presenting at one time. And we've organized our presentation, like I said. We do have a couple of witnesses, Ms. Woodcock and I believe Rick Hall will be here, and we'd ask that you give them a little bit more time if they need to present their expert testimony. But other than that, that's all I have. I'm available for questions if you have.
Thank you. Does the attorney for the applicant have a response?
Yes, thank you. First, let me say that we have no objection. Anything that we've done in opposition to the request is not intended at all to limit public comment from anyone. Everyone is entitled to come to the dais here and speak on a matter, including Mr. Arline's clients and the neighbors and the surrounding neighborhood. So we fully support that. And I have no objection to his proposal to do the block, as he suggests, or even give his experts a little bit more time to talk. But unfortunately, in contradiction to what he's saying, the First District Court of Appeal in our correspondence of March 22nd, we attached the opinion of the First District Court of Appeal. Case law is very clear in a quasi-judicial proceeding that the applicant and the city are the parties, okay? Mr. Arline, his clients, anyone else that comes up, they're participants. The applicant is given certain rights, as we've set forth in the proceeding, to put on their presentation, have rebuttal, even cross-examine. But the First District Court of Appeal in Caroline Residential v. Seminole County, which is in the letter that I submitted, makes it clear that members of the public, no matter if they had standing later to file an action in court, are still participants. They don't have a right to cross-examine. They don't have a right any more than anyone else. So we're just asking that the City Commission conform to the law the way it is for quasi-judicial proceedings. Again, we have no opposition to the residents coming up to the podium in the normal course and speaking. That's not what this is about. But one thing I'd point out about this court decision that I provided is they pointed out a really sort of practical reason why it's that way. I'll quote it. In fact, courts have held that recognizing a right to party status on behalf of all neighboring property owners would create a cumbersome, unwieldy procedural nightmare for local government bodies. So you'd be effectively letting everyone come up here from the public and demand they can cross-examine anyone. Just doesn't make any sense. So that's the reason why we sent our letter in, to provide that case law. Again, no objection here to the residents speaking in the normal course, but they are not a party. They should not be given party status, and we respectfully request that you deny that request. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I'll give you a legal opinion regarding this matter.
Okay.
The determination of whether Ms. Solojaya-Toy is entitled to party status or those similarly situated is based on an evaluation of the function of the proceeding, here a consideration of a rezoning of private property, and the nature of the interest affected. Ms. Solojaya's interest is that of a participant, not a party. She has no direct interest in this proceeding, or rather an interest shared by many other surrounding property owners. She is entitled to the opportunity to be heard as a member of the public, but not as a party. She is not if you look at our code, she is not within the range of notification under our code, which is 1,000 feet. Ms. Solojaya's counsel represented that she was 1,500 feet. Unlike the applicant, she does not have a direct interest. Additionally, the courts have said that the government interest is substantial and is not according party status to those only surrounding property owners, as it would create a cumbersome, unwieldy process. In my opinion, she is not a party, or should not be a party, but is able to be a participant if she is interested in doing so.
Hey, Commissioners, you have heard the you've heard the testimony from the attorneys and the opinion from our city attorney. What is your pleasure?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Commissioner Matlow?
Just had one follow-up question for the attorney and for counsel maybe as well. It was stated that the client had specific adverse implications based on this that were not the same as the community at large, and I wanted to know if it was possible to elaborate on that point.
The evidence will be, if they are granted party status, their testimony will be that they're adversely affected, different in degree from that of the general public, and that would be they live near it, drive near it, they can hear the sounds from the area, they can smell they walk on the area. So they will testify that they have specific impacts and injuries that are different than that shared by the rest of the community, based on their living near the site.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Madam Attorney, or Attorney, what advantage or would the requester of being a party, what advantage point are we trying to achieve there?
Commissioner, if you have party status, you're entitled to a more extended presentation. You're entitled to cross-examine witnesses. You're entitled to rebuttal. So it is an elevated status, and based on the law, general participants, people who live in the area, surrounding area, are not entitled to those type of rights in these type of proceedings.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
Based on guidance of our city attorney, I'll move that we don't grant party status.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0, and party status is denied for Ms. Solo Distoa in this quasi-judicial hearing. Madam Attorney.
And of course, if it's desired, they certainly can be speakers, and I think accommodate the block speaking that was requested.
Yeah, we will accommodate that.
At this time is the opportunity for presentations. The treasurer clerk will swear in any witness that are desired to be sworn in by the applicant. Does the applicant desire that witnesses be sworn?
Yes.
Thank you. The first presentation will be by city staff, after which there will be a legal presentation by Lou Norvell, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and then the presentation of the applicant, which will include, as I understand it, expert witness testimony.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll give you a quick intro to the item.
Treasurer Clerk.
Yes. Prior to beginning your presentation, let me have you sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record, and then you may begin.
Russell Snyder. I am with the Planning Department. And the item you have tonight is a well-traveled application for a rezoning on a roughly 2.5-acre parcel on the northeast corner of Blairstone and Miccosukee Roads. The request is to go from the office residential 2 zoning district to the general commercial C2 district. In a nutshell, the difference between those two districts is that C2 will allow more retail commercial uses. And this is a map of the subject site with the surrounding zoning. The circle you see represents the mailing notice area, and I'll get into some more details on that with a later slide. I can walk you through the high points of the zoning history of the property. In 2001, this was originally part of the county's Leon County Operations Center PUD. It was never utilized for that, so in 2005, the county amended the PUD to allow an emergency operations center or perhaps the county coroner's office to be built on the site, but likewise, that never materialized, and the county decided to sell the property. In order to do that, though, they needed to get out of the government operational future land use category, and so in 2016, they applied for a comprehensive plan map amendment to take it to the suburban future land use category, and that was approved with a rezoning of C2. A year later, in 2017, the Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic looked at the site as a potential for their office complex. However, in order to build what they needed, the C2 district did not have enough intensity to allow what they were looking for. So they applied for rezoning to OR2, which did give them the added intensity. However, again, that project was built elsewhere, and the property remains vacant up to tonight, to the application before you. So these are the review criteria set forth in the Land Development Code to be weighed on any rezoning application. The details for the staff analysis are in your agenda materials. I won't repeat that, but I will say that based on that criteria, the Planning Commission last year found the application consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended to you that the rezoning be approved. And so I will end then with the staff's recommendation, which is to adopt the ordinance before you and amend and approve the rezoning back to C2 based on the findings of the Planning Commission and any substantial competent evidence you find in the staff report, the record, the order of remand, and testimony that you hear tonight. And I am accompanied by multiple staff from various disciplines to answer any questions you have throughout the hearing in the evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Lou Norvell with the City Attorney's Office. Just a brief recap of how we got here. As has previously been mentioned, this property was before the Commission last year on May the 12th, and at that time the request to rezone the property was denied. The decision was appealed to state court, and the court reversed the decision. This matter has come back to you for a do-over or for reconsideration, and the issue presented is whether the property should be rezoned to the requested zoning designation of general commercial or C2. The Land Development Code guides your determination. As Russell just mentioned, the factors which guide your decision are set out in Section 1051 of the Land Development Code, which are whether the rezoning is consistent with a comprehensive plan, whether the rezoning complies with the Land Development Code, whether conditions have changed since the time the zoning designation was placed on the property, whether the rezoning is compatible with surrounding properties, whether there are school considerations, which would principally be for residential property, as these considerations include school capacity and a catch-all criteria. The court has also provided some guidance concerning this matter. The court ruled that a 1995 report, which was accepted by the then commission, was not a basis to deny the rezoning. The 1995 report was not adopted as policy or regulation and was not incorporated into the zoning. Consequently, the 1995 report was not grounds to deny the rezoning. The court also ruled that generalized citizen complaints were insufficient to deny the rezoning. The requirement is that in a quasi-judicial matter, a local government decision must comply with the essential requirements of law, that is, we must apply the criteria in our code, and that any decision must be supported by competent substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is that which provides a substantial basis for the decision. Competent evidence is sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the basis for decision. So in this matter, planning staff have reviewed this rezoning request and determined that the applicant has met its initial burden and shown that it is entitled to the rezoning. The Planning Commission has reviewed this request and also determined that the rezoning request should be approved. So at this point, neither staff nor the Planning Commission have identified a basis to deny the request. At this public hearing, citizens will offer additional evidence concerning this proposed rezoning. The question will then become whether there is evidence presented at this hearing which identifies a legitimate governmental interest which would be served by denial of the request, and whether there is substantial competent evidence introduced in the record to support such a decision. To the extent that there are issues raised during the hearing that present a question concerning planning principles or interests protected by the comprehensive plan or the land development regulations, staff will be available to address such questions. Thank you.
Mr. Boudier.
Good evening, Reggie Boudier back on behalf of the applicant. The applicant has prepared a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation this evening that is intended to summarize the various submittals that we've made leading up to this hearing tonight. So with me, I just, would like to introduce Erin Tilton. She's my partner over here, left with Stearns Weaver Miller. Kelby Tardy, who's the CFO of Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic. We have Vincent Spar with Kenley Horn, Kelsey Riley with Kenley Horn, Ken Metcalf, Stearns Weaver Miller. In terms of this presentation, I'm going to cover a little bit about the applicant, and then I'm going to move forward to introduce the experts that are going to summarize findings they've made in this matter. So one of the things I just want to come out and say, I think on the first go-around, and I wasn't, our firm wasn't involved in the first go-around, but I think one of the things that people were super focused on is the fact that this was going to be developed as a Tom Thumb, gas station. And that really became the focus of the matter. But really, the site is owned by essentially the Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic. And as was mentioned in the staff report, they attempted to develop what is now, as many of you know, their surgery center on Fleshman Road and Wilani Boulevard. They went through that process of having to purchase the site, have it rezoned because of what was mentioned earlier, that at the time the C2 zoning did not allow the intensity that they needed on the site, so the city required them to rezone it to OR2. And for regulatory and site constraints, they couldn't do what they've done already now on Wilani and Fleshman Road. So wanted to talk a little bit about Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic, because I think a lot of the focus, and we have complete respect for the residents around the area, but Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic was founded in 1974, been here almost 50 years. We have 30 doctors and over 300 employees. Many people here have probably gone to Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic, including myself. But the services, as we outline, include joint reconstruction, sports medicine, regenerative medicine, diagnostic imaging, pain management, and so on. And they are here in North Florida and South Georgia, and they're the official team physicians for Florida State University, Florida A&M, and TCC. So this slide gives you a little bit about the significant numbers of what they're doing in our community in terms of all the surgeries, all the different services they're providing our community. So TOC is a proud partner with Florida State and other universities here and TCC, and so I've mentioned that. And TOC also is a major community. They provide and give back to our community as noted in this slide. The point is that I think over time, we forget that this applicant is a real applicant. They've been in this community for almost 50 years. And unfortunately, the first time around, they were not treated right or fairly. And they had to spend money, they had to hire our firm to go appeal the last decision. And that's unfortunate. We're hoping tonight that we don't have to repeat that scenario again. So the rezoning application, we've already gone over. I won't repeat that. But the litigation, we've talked a little bit about. City Commission previously denied the application. We had to file a petition for writ of certiorari in the circuit court. Court entered the order and remanded it back here, which is why we're here tonight. The applicant and our firm does not view this as a complicated matter. The court has already issued an order. They've declared there is ample, competent, substantial evidence to support it. Your staff, the Planning Commission, have all provided that. And since the time the court was entered the order and all the neighbors' objections that we've reviewed to date, all of the experts that are being presented to you tonight, we've reviewed all of that thoroughly. We've presented to our experts. We're going to go over that. And essentially, there's really nothing new that's being added any differently than has already been presented. And so I just wanted to sort of emphasize that there's a doctrine, a judicial doctrine called law of the case, and we submitted a case called Parker Family Trust. And this case really is interesting because it's very similar to the situation here, because in that case, the city denied the rezoning. It went up, it got remanded. City Commission in that case did not obey the order, and so they had to challenge it again. And then the court sent it back again to the City Commission to actually follow the order. So I think the bottom line is that the court has issued an order, and we're just asking that you follow the order and you grant the rezoning. The city attorney earlier went through all the different components of the order, so I won't repeat that. And I'd like to, at this point, introduce the two experts that we're going to present tonight. First expert is Ken Metcalf. He's an expert planner, AICP. He has over 30 years of experience in planning and transportation. He's been accepted as an expert in well over 100 proceedings, both judicial and otherwise. Vincent Spar is a licensed engineer who's been practicing in transportation and traffic engineering for nearly a decade. He's represented both public sector and private sector clients in Tallahassee, as well as throughout the Panhandle and North Central Florida. I'd like to, at this time, ask that Ken Metcalf come to the podium and be sworn in as a witness. Thank you.
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Ken Metcalf. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services with Stearns Weaver Miller here in town.
Thank you.
Before I start my presentation, I wanted to hand out a couple of documents to each of you. We caught a few typos in a couple of our documents. We just wanted to enter this into the record to correct those.
Mr. Norvell will hand those to me.
The first document that you received includes some corrections to some typos that were included within my report. My report is titled Consistency Evaluation, and I walk through in that report how the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the code, and I address the criteria that we're going to talk about this evening. The second document also had a few typos, and I apologize for that. And that is a document that we prepared, excuse me, that I prepared that provides rebuttal to Ms. Woodcock's report. And so I've given you the replacement pages, and you will see that I've shown the changes in strike through and underline in red to call your attention to those minor edits. I should say there's no other changes to those documents. So with that, I'll go ahead and start. Again, and you heard from Mr. Snyder, the criteria that apply in addressing a rezoning. So there are 6 criteria, and I'd like to quickly walk through them since you've already heard. So first, and probably most importantly, consistency with the comprehensive plan, whether the proposal is consistent with all applicable policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. Secondly, conformance with the land development code. And I'm going to review each of these provisions throughout my presentation. Changed conditions, whether the situation has changed since the effective date of the previous regulations. I don't have a slide for that, but I will just say the only really maybe perhaps significant change that occurred was an office building was built to the southwest of this property. And that provides additional demand for commercial services from those employees. Next, land use compatibility, really important topic. I know a lot of folks here in the audience and from the neighborhoods are probably concerned about land use compatibility just from what I've read in some of the emails, and I hope we can allay some of those concerns tonight. And then school considerations. This really won't be addressed until such time as an actual project is proposed for this property. And then finally, other matters where the City Commission may consider other criteria if they've actually adopted a resolution to do that, and I don't believe that you have. So let's start and take a look at what I think is one of the more important policies of the comprehensive plan. Policy 1.4.10 states that land development regulations shall provide for zoning districts which shall indicate which land uses are allowed, prohibited or conditional with specified constraints, and I want to call your attention to the underlying language, consistent with the criteria set forth in the narrative intent of the applicable land use category. That's really important language for us because the land use category is really the primary focus when we consider a rezoning. How does the comprehensive plan, how does the land use category direct how future rezoning should occur? Pretty straightforward concept. The subject property, as you've heard, is designated with the suburban future land use category, and that's described by policy 2.25. I'm going to go through that in some detail, and some of these are pretty wordy slides that I'm going to walk through, but the words are important. We need to understand exactly what the comprehensive plan says about the suburban land use category and what its intent is, because that should guide your decision on this rezoning. The C2 zoning, as you'll hear more about, is consistent with the intent of the suburban land use category, and it's consistent as well with its detailed development standards. I wish maybe the audience could see this a little bit better, but this is a reproduction of your future land use map. It shows that the property is designated suburban. You can see that to the north, to the north and east, it's also designated suburban. To the south, it's government operations. To the southwest, it's suburban. And to the west, it's government operations. I want you to take a hard look at that aerial. This is a intensely developed area. There's just no question about that. There are a lot of offices, a lot of government facilities that employ a lot of folks that can use commercial services, commercial goods and services. That's all this rezoning is about, is really providing the opportunity for neighbors and for the workers to have a convenient location where they can pick up milk, where they can attend to their basic needs. As I'll talk about more, this rezoning will really allow what we would call a neighborhood shopping center or neighborhood scale development. So let's focus on what the suburban land use category states. Policy 2.25 states that the category is intended to create an environment for economic investment. That should be important to the city, or reinvestment through the mutually advantageous placement of employment. And of course, I've highlighted the most important part for this rezoning, shopping opportunities with convenient access to low to medium residential land uses. That's exactly what the C2 zoning case is all about. Now, I want to emphasize that it's calling for this convenient access to the residential neighborhoods. It's inherently expecting and directing that we would have commercial zoning near the neighborhoods. So let's continue to look at how Policy 2.25 addresses this issue. To complement the residential aspects of this development pattern, commercial goods and services should be located nearby. So think about that. Your policy is stating to the community that we believe commercial goods and services complement the residential neighborhoods. They're not incompatible with residential neighborhoods. The whole point of having this policy is to make sure that we have a mixed-use situation, whether that's mixed use in a single site or what we might call horizontal mixed use, where you have a mix of commercial, office, residential on different sites within the same general area. That's exactly what is occurring out there. And today, you just don't have really any localized commercial opportunities. And I want to call your attention to the final highlighted language that the suburban category actually calls for larger scale commercial development. Think about that. Your policy is directing that we're going to have larger scale commercial development adjacent to residential neighborhoods. And all it calls for to make sure that that's compatible is buffering. Continuing on, so your comprehensive plan doesn't define what larger commercial development really means. But I would just say, if you look at the C2, it allows 20,000 square feet per acre. That's floor area, 20,000 square feet of floor area per acre, up to a cap of 50,000 square feet. C2 zoning caps the commercial at 50,000 square feet for a particular development site. Now contrast that against your OR2. There's no cap. Let me repeat that. There's no cap in the OR2, meaning that if someone aggregated land with this project, with this acreage, I should say, or if there was a redevelopment proposal in the future, you could have a lot more square footage than what would be capped by the C2. So that's an important concept to keep in mind. Next, and as I previously mentioned, the larger scale commercial should be buffered. Well, that's exactly what happens with this property. You have existing offices to the north, east, south, and southwest that function as a buffer to the neighborhoods. I mean, that's an important consideration. These neighborhoods are over 700 feet away, and you have intervening land uses. Also, to the west, we have the Leon County Fleet Maintenance Facility, a very intensive use. They maintain all of the county's fleet there. It's over 87,000 square feet, according to the Leon County Property Appraiser, much larger than the C2. So that's another consideration. We have to think about what the land use patterns look like on the ground today and what the zoning pattern looks like. So continuing on with, and I'm spending a lot of time on policy 2.25 because I think it should guide your decision. So what does it say in this sentence? It says that we should consider the unique land use patterns, the character, and the availability of infrastructure. Let me deal with character and infrastructure. This is a scarified piece of property. It's completely clear. There are no environmental issues. Miccosukee, as you'll hear later, Miccosukee Road and Blairstone Road have plenty of capacity. There's no constraint there. There's water and sewer. So all that's left is for us to then think about, well, what's the land use pattern here? Is it unique? Is it different than other areas? What makes sense for this site based on the criteria of your comprehensive plan? Really important to think about the fact that you have this intensive fleet maintenance facility to the west. If you think about it just from a transition of land use, we would go from then a very high intensity use maintenance facility and proceeding east, this property, C2 zoning, proceeding farther to the east, office, existing office, and it's designated OR2, I believe, and then the residential neighborhood. So that's your classic zoning step down. It's the first thing we kind of get taught in planning school when we're looking at segregated land uses, the idea of trying to create transitions. That's exactly what the C2 zoning does. So let's talk about for a moment, and this is my last, I think this is my last slide on the suburban land use category. And this slide focuses on the suburban corridor development pattern. So one of the interesting things about your comprehensive plan, and I've looked at hundreds of them all over the state, is that in your policies, you define what you describe as development patterns. And so for the suburban land use category, table 4 in your comprehensive plan lists those patterns. I think there's 9 or 10 of them. The suburban corridor pattern is important here because it's the only one that recognizes and allows for heavy infrastructure. And that heavy infrastructure is defined in your comprehensive plan to include the fleet maintenance facility to the west. So when we look at, well, which corridor, or excuse me, which pattern is appropriate at this location, it's certainly the suburban corridor development pattern. Why is that important? Because that's the corridor that allows residential, office, commercial, community services, heavy infrastructure, and some other uses I didn't list. So it's a very mixed category. And why is that appropriate here? Think about that first slide, that first map I showed you. It's a very intensively developed area. So now I'm going to move to the rezoning, the second criteria as to whether the rezoning is consistent with the Land Development Code. So I want you to think about the idea of what I call vertical consistency. What is that? It's a planner's term. It sounds kind of nerdy, but what it really means is that your comprehensive plan should be vertically consistent with your Land Development Code. That is, your Land Development Code should implement your comprehensive plan. Your zoning districts should implement the land use category that they apply to, that they implement. Now, that's actually a requirement in Florida statutes in section 163.3194 that requires that your code and your zoning district be consistent and implement your comprehensive plan. So the C2 district, and the reason that's so important is the same policymakers, this body, that crafted the suburban land use category also adopted the C2 zoning. So you've already said yourself that the C2 zoning district is intended to be located in areas designated suburban on the future land use map. This is really straightforward. And the other criteria also track the idea of the suburban land use category, that it would apply at areas with direct access to major collectors or arterial roadways with convenient travel distance to several neighborhoods. That's exactly what's happening here. and then ultimately to provide goods and services that people frequently use in close proximity to their homes. So just to wrap up on the code, this property is located at the intersection of Blairstone Road and Miccosukee Road, two arterials. The principal arterial, the Blairstone Road, that's the highest arterial classification. It's meant for intensive use. We're in close proximity to several neighborhoods, and the C2 zoning district permits 20,000 square feet, exactly as directed by the Suburban land use category. The C2 zoning district also, as I mentioned, has this 50,000 square foot cap. At 20,000 square feet per acre on 2.47 acres, this property would potentially, in theory, allow 49,400 square feet. Now, in reality, would it build at that level? No. And the reason is that by the time you account for parking, stormwater, setbacks, buffers, all of the regulatory requirements, we're not going to fit 49,000 square feet on the property. I've done an estimate, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. It'd come in maybe at 36,000 would be the upper end. So let's turn to compatibility, because I know that's so important to the audience here. So I want to go back again to the policy 2.25 that emphasizes that commercial development complements residential development. That's the end of the inquiry. It's compatible. It couldn't be any clearer. And it's also important to recognize that, again, larger scale commercial development requires buffers. As I say, this project I don't think would be necessarily considered larger scale, but it's well buffered by the offices around it. That was a point I brought up earlier, and it's absolutely important to recognize that in considering compatibility. And again, I apologize, this map just isn't at the resolution that where people can read it easily, but I'll just help you out. So what we've done is impose the distances on this map, and I think I've got 739 feet to the east between the property and the closest residential home, and I believe 779, something like that, to the west. And if you notice, the neighborhoods to the west are actually already buffered. If you look at the green area between those neighborhoods and the pink buildings, which are the fleet, the maintenance fleet area, that buffer is about 140 feet wide. So the map clearly shows that those residential neighborhoods are well buffered. If they're going to experience impacts, it's going to be from the fleet maintenance operation, not the C2 zoning. Is there a conversation going on here? Finally, school considerations. As I say, we'll come back and address this at the end of. Really at the point at which a development order would be filed for the property. So finally, I want to respond to the neighborhoods experts. Ms. Woodcock submitted a report. I'm never fond of having to call out errors in other consultants' reports, but this is an extremely important issue. We're having a quasi-judicial hearing. We need to make sure the facts are clear. We need to make sure the policies are clear as we consider them. So she has cited policies 2.11 and 2.23, asserting that those policies would mean that the C2 zoning district would be inconsistent with the residential preservation land use category. That is just on its face incorrect. These policies don't apply to this property, and they don't apply to this C2 zoning. The residential preservation category, and these policies are, the idea of these policies is to protect residential neighborhoods. As a planner, I think that's really important. But what your comprehensive plan says about that is that these policies apply where commercial development adjoins residential neighborhoods. Adjoins means abutting. That's how it's defined in your own comprehensive plan. So this policy doesn't apply here. Our property, the C2 zoning, does not adjoin any residential neighborhoods. This policy does not apply. But I do want to point out that even if it did apply, it doesn't prohibit commercial even adjoining residential neighborhoods. What does it do? It calls for transitional land use designs. So if you had a commercial project that was immediately abutting a residential neighborhood, this policy would say, okay, Mr. Developer, you've got 20 acres that you're going to build a commercial project on. You need to transition the design within that 20 acres to make sure that you scale down the project as you approach the neighborhood. Well, that's exactly what our project does. That's exactly what the C2 does because it's buffered by the offices. So that was the first mistake in that report. The second mistake in the Woodcock report is that it incorrectly assumes that the commercial site location standards that are set forth in your comprehensive plan apply to the property. That's simply not correct. Policy 1.1, 11.4 states that those commercial classifications don't apply to the suburban land use category. The third area is that she cites that minor commercial development should be the only type of development that could, excuse me, that could be allowed at this location if it were to go forward. That's not correct. So the commercial classifications in your comprehensive plan are set forth in policy 3.1.2, and that policy makes clear that minor commercial uses are those that are under 2 acres. Well, this site is 2.47 acres. It's not minor. And it also says that minor commercial uses are less than 20,000 square feet. Again, your own suburban category allows 20,000 square feet per acre. So this is not a minor project. It's a neighborhood type commercial development. But again, this policy doesn't apply, but I'm just simply making the point that your comprehensive plan doesn't expect to have a very tiny little project on this property. The reality is, and we read the language together earlier, it calls for larger commercial development. The fourth error, she asserts that policy 2.226 applies to the subject property. This is, you may have, I was almost going to bring it just to sort of hold it up, but you may have noticed this in your plan. It's a very detailed matrix, and you use the matrix to follow across with a proposed land use, and it determines whether that use can be developed at a given location. This policy doesn't apply. The language in the policy says straight out it doesn't apply to the suburban land use category. But even if it did apply, this project would be allowed at this location. Why? Because we have direct access to arterials. We have adjoining office uses to the north and east. The property is in a scarified, cleared condition, and we have utilities available. The next area, she asserts that this rezoning would constitute spot zoning. That's not consistent with the applicable case law. Town of Juno Beach versus McLeod simply holds that if a rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, it's not spot zoning. Sixth error, she asserts that the C2 zoning would be inconsistent with adjacent medical offices. This doesn't make any sense. The suburban category calls for a mix of medical and other types of office with commercial. It even promotes mixed use where they would be on the same site. So I don't see how they can be inconsistent or incompatible with each other. Finally, she asserts that the C2 zoning would allow greater intensity than the OR2 zoning, and that it would result in, quote, significantly more traffic, unquote. That's also incorrect. The intensity, well, first off, your comprehensive plan defines the term intensity. It defines it focusing on two items. One is the floor area ratio, and then the second is the measure of demand on public facilities. Well, the intensity is the same for both C2 and OR2. They allow 20,000 square feet per acre, but the C2 is actually a little bit less intense because it's subject to that 50,000 square foot cap. It's not otherwise required for the OR2 zoning district. Continuing on, you'll have to make a determination of how much weight you would give to Ms. Woodcock's comments about traffic engineering. I would submit to you she's not an expert in traffic engineering or transportation planning, simply based on her resume. We're going to show you that based on my analysis as well as Kimley Horn's memorandum, that in fact the C2 zoning district won't result in higher trip generation as compared to the OR2. And that goes back to the point that Mr. Snyder made in his presentation, that one of the differences is, C2 allows some additional commercial uses, but your OR2 allows many different commercial uses itself, and it allows mixed use. And so Emily Horn, Vincent will talk about that in greater detail. And finally, my friend Rick Hall, again, never fond of raising concerns with consultants' reports. In his defense, I suppose, I think he just shot off a pretty quick email, but his email doesn't, I think it presents his own personal perspective about land use. It doesn't cite any comprehensive plan policies. He raises some of the same arguments that were rejected explicitly by the circuit court order. He draws this distinction between what he terms autocentric uses and non-autocentric, and I'm sure you'll hear from him about what that means from his perspective. The most important point is your comprehensive plan, your suburban category, doesn't draw those distinctions. With that, I'll turn it over to Vincent. Thank you.
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and you may begin.
Good evening. Vincent Spar with Kimley Horn, 2619 Centennial Boulevard. I'll try to be pretty quick and to the point here because really at this stage and the process we're going through right now, something really important is that we don't have a planned development, right? We're determining what the zoning can be on this property and what can be allowable within that zoning. So the first slide I've got here for you is kind of a breakdown of what we would anticipate based on the latest industry standards in terms of trip generation for various uses that are allowed under the OR2 zoning and under the C2 zoning. You can see there's a lot of fluctuation. In some cases you have high AM and low PM and vice versa. Pardon me. But something to note is that there are certainly, with some of these office uses, medical office in particular, you see a pretty high PM peak hour trip generation rate. And, but much, in commercial, the strip retail plaza might have a little bit higher rate in the PM, but you see the AM kind of has a much lower rate. And this is just to kind of give you an example of how much variation there is in this stage that we're in before we get to the point where we do have development. And I'll get a little bit into this later, but that process of getting through and developing a site does require traffic analysis that we'll get into more exact measurements and estimations. You'll also notice on here some of these developments are allowed under both zoning districts, the OR2 and C2. So for instance, you have a daycare or you have a drive-in bank. And as I mentioned, none of these here are actually the highest trip generator we would expect on the property and that would be allowed on the property. but I'll get to that in a moment. Another really important factor in trip generation is what we call pass-by traffic. So pass-by traffic, it's kind of instinctive in its name, but it's generally the traffic that's already on the roadway network that would stop in and, get gas, or stop in and get groceries, or stop in on their way home. Basically, it's your typical commuters. We've all been the pass-by traffic, right, on our way home or on our way into work. So you can see some of these uses, and just as a reminder, the daycare and drive-in bank were part of the two uses that could have been for either OR2 or C2 zoning. But you can see kind of the focus on this slide is to see that the general office and the medical dental office uses, which would be kind of those highest generators on the under the OR2 zoning, have zero pass-by trips, because as you can kind of instinctively understand, people don't stop by an office, right? You're going to work or you're going home from work. And so all of the trips generated to or from those types of uses are going to or from those types of uses. And in general, they're coming from somewhere else, right? So those are new trips to the area. Whereas in contrast, you could see general retail has a 34% pass-by rate, or a 44% daycare pass-by rate. These types of uses, or the convenience store, those especially have very high pass-by rates, because people generally aren't going out of their way, coming to a different area of town to go to those types of developments. So just something to keep in mind when we hear about the different types of developments that could be potentially accommodated within the OR2 zoning or within the C2 zoning, is that not every trip generator is created the same way, right? Some generate trips from outside, and some just take the ones that are already there. The maximum development intensity trip generator, as Ken alluded to, would actually involve a type of development that would be allowable in either of these two zoning districts. And this is really the crux of why traffic really shouldn't be a deciding factor in this case. So under the OR2 zoning, you are actually permitted to do a mixed-use development, which would include commercial development on the first floor and office uses or residential uses above that. And so by sort of conglomerating a couple of different uses, some with drive-throughs, some fast food, which you can imagine are pretty big generators around evening, dinner time on your way home. By conglomerating all these things, that's what would ultimately represent the highest trip generator. But to reiterate, this would be possible under either of these two zonings. So that 229 AM peak hour total trips and the 161 PM peak hour total trips were higher than any of the other numbers that I showed you on that other slide. And that's representative, including what we call internal capture, which is people using multiple of these uses. So if you have an office in a building that has fast food or coffee, you may get coffee on your way to the office. That doesn't count as two trips. We count that as one. So there's a little bit of reduction in there, but it's not terribly significant in the overall total numbers there. But you can also see that pass-by traffic that I mentioned earlier is also on the bottom here. So those are not new trips to the area. Those are folks who are already on Blairstone Road, who are already on Miccosukee, and who pass by and would utilize this development. But again, I can't reiterate this enough. This development is possible with the OR2 zoning we have today. And basically without, slapping a random number of square feet that wouldn't be possible with all the open space requirements and the parking requirements on the site, we can't generate more trips than what this would do on that site. So kind of wrapping up, as I mentioned, the proposed rezoning will have net neutral impacts, since the maximum development intensity is the same with either OR2 or C2 zoning. The commercial uses in general would generate similar or less new traffic than we would expect from the office uses that would be possible or desirable in this context. There is available capacity, according to the latest available data from the CRTPA and the Department of Transportation, on both Miccosukee Road and Blairstone Road, that we or whatever traffic engineer is employed at the later stages of this development, when they do have plans and have an actual development to evaluate, those things would be more comprehensively evaluated. We would take a look at intersection operations. We would make sure that the proposed site will be safe and have access that accommodates all the turns that need to come into or out of the development. And so that's that last point, is that a comprehensive traffic impact analysis will be completed at a later date when a development plan is going through the site review process, as required by the Land Development Code to fulfill all the requirements to have a development approved. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Boutier to close us out.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Vincent. So thank you for allowing the applicant to present this to you this evening. I'm only going to take maybe 30 seconds to a minute to wrap up, and then we can move on to the next part of the program. But I just want to reiterate that, there's a doctrinal law of the case. We gave you the Parker decision. You have a court order. We've gone over that. There's no development plan, and I know you keep hearing that at this stage of the process. And when the development plan is presented in the future, the neighbors will clearly have the ability to come out and comment and be able to provide input on that development plan. We just don't have one. And I just want to reiterate that TOC has been a great community partner for almost 50 years and really deserves to be treated fairly in this process. And we appreciate the City Commission being here this evening to be able to treat this applicant with fairness and reasonableness. We will reserve to come back, as the city attorney had mentioned earlier. But before I step down, I just want to make sure that some of the documents that we've submitted are becoming part of the record this evening, if that's okay. I'd like to confirm that the record includes our full application that we submitted. We've submitted 4 letters that are dated 3/21/22, 3/22/22, and 2 on 3/22, and then 1 today. We also, earlier, Mr. Metcalf presented some of his correction sheets, and we have our PowerPoint and all the ex parte disclosures. I'm sure that, obviously with the staff report and all those other things, are already part of the record. I just wanted to make sure those particular items are becoming part of this evening's quasi-judicial proceeding record.
It's my understanding those matters have been filed, but we will certainly confirm that they have been filed.
Thank you.
This time, we'll have time for the public to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'll begin calling those speakers. The first is Terrell Arline. And as was indicated, you'll have 3 minutes. There is a light there just in front of the Mayor Pro Tem that will be green. It'll turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining. I'll also give you a heads up when you get to that point. If you'd give your name and address for the record, I would appreciate it.
Okay, my name's Terrell Arline. A land use attorney with over 40 years experience. I live in Indian Head, familiar with the site, travel it all the time. I represent Aaron Soligastoa, who resides at 1616 Cool Acre Drive, less than a quarter mile away. And I also represent several residents from the surrounding neighborhoods, and they will all speak tonight in opposition to commercial rezoning. We will also provide the testimony of Suzanne Woodcock, who's an expert land use planner and familiar with the site. I asked that she be given, time to make her presentation. And we have Rick Hall here tonight. I had originally thought that, I confirmed that he'd be here, but he will testify, and as an expert, and I would like the same consideration. He'd be given the time to complete. We're going to try to present our case within 3-minute increments for each of our clients, and so I've given you a list of the folks that we want to call in particular order. It makes our presentation easier to do. Let me just address a couple of legal issues. The lawyer said you got to follow the order. The city planner said it's an order of remand. Both of those are wrong. You on an order on a writ of certiorari, all it does is quash the final decision. It is not a remand order. There's no remand in it. There's no instruction that you take any particular action. There's no instruction that is not evidence. It doesn't mean anything here today except the general thing that you got to have substantial evidence to support your position. That order is not controlling on you. And for them to make that argument is just wrong. It's not substantial evidence. You're free to make any decision on the rezoning as long as it's based on substantial evidence. It's not controlled by your staff's opinion or the court order. My clients, their own experts, and your own personal knowledge about the area can form the basis for a decision. That can be substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is evidence that a reasonable mind would accept as sufficient to support a conclusion. Second, a citizen's testimony and statements at the rezoning hearings are not meaningless. They're not legally meaningless, as it was argued by counsel for the applicant. Courts have long held that a neighbor's comments in opposition to a rezoning may be relied upon a local government if they're based on factual assertions. In the recent 2020 case of Lake Santa development, the court held citizen testimony in a zoning matter is perfectly permissible and constitutes substantial competent evidence so long as it's fact-based. That's the law. Denying a rezoning must accomplish a legitimate public purpose. That's what the Supreme Court says. You have the authority to deny the rezoning if you determine that it accomplishes a legitimate public purpose, which the Supreme Court says can include general public health, safety, welfare, traffic, safety issues, neighborhood compatibility, burdens on infrastructure, impacts to the environment, or violations of the comp plan and LDC policies.
You have about 30 seconds.
So to conclude, thank you for allowing my clients and their witnesses the opportunity to explain why you should deny the rezoning request. Let it stay at office residential, which is a valid use. There's office residential around it, and certainly that's a market that I think is available to the developer. We ask you to deny the rezoning. And just, I want to make sure that when you call our list of witnesses, you add Rick Hall at the end. I didn't have that on my list. Thank you.
I have your list, and I do have a separate form for Mr. Hall, and he'll immediately follow the ones that have been provided.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker, Ms. Cook.
Next speaker is Aaron Soligaistoa, and then followed by Sunshine Valdez.
Hi, Erin Soligaistoa, 1616 Cool Acre Drive. I've lived there for 18 years. I am adversely affected by this proposed rezoning, different in degree from that suffered by the rest of the city. The northeast sector of Tallahassee has grown rapidly and continues to grow rapidly. The Wilani development alone is going to have over 10,000 people living there, according to the comprehensive plan. Blairstone is designated by the Florida Department of Transportation as a principal arterial, and that is a route providing service which is relatively continuous and of relatively high traffic volume, long average trip length, high operating speed, and high mobility importance. And high mobility importance means access is controlled or limited, which allows for high traffic volumes and speeds. Capitol Circle is also designated as a principal arterial. However, Capitol Circle has 6 lanes plus turn lanes. Blairstone only has 4 lanes with no turn lanes on them. So the speakers who follow me are going to talk about our concerns about transportation and mobility, conservation, the environment, and the greenways, incompatible land uses, and quality of life. We understand that there's no development plan at this time. However, rezoning this property would open the door to all kinds of things that would not be compatible with our neighborhood, which my subsequent speakers are going to talk about. If we want to buy milk, we've got a Publix in every direction. We've got one 2 miles to the south, and we've got one less than a mile to the north. We've also got convenience stores in every direction, 1/4 of a mile to 1/2 a mile. So that is not an issue. We don't need a store to buy milk. Rezoning a single parcel like this is in the interest of the property owner at the expense of the neighborhood. and it does not set a good precedent for future development for our city. It's not about the size. I keep hearing about the size. That's not the issue here. It's about the people coming and going all the time at all hours of the night. It's very quiet at this time, and it would change dramatically. The county facility, somebody mentioned that. It's fine. There's no issues with the county facility. 1 hour in the morning, they gas up, we smell a little diesel. If this were to become a gas station, we would be smelling that diesel 24/7. So there's no comparison between a convenience store and a gas station, which is allowed under this, and the county facility.
You have about 15 seconds.
I think I pretty much made the points that I want to make. I thank you so much for listening to the citizens. It's unfortunate that the order minimizes our input so much, and I hope that Terrell made the point that our testimony can also be considered competent, substantial evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Cook.
Next is Sunshine Valdez, followed by Shug Nielsen.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Sunshine Valdez. I reside at 2013 Ermine Drive, which is Melody Hills, the neighborhood directly behind the parcel in question. I am adversely impacted by this parcel rezoning. I just want to make sure that you see the face to all the people that are in here. We are impacted. I'm going to continue on with a little bit about the transportation aspects, and I'm going to cite the comprehensive plan that has been quoted here before. Tallahassee's overall mobility goal, as listed in the Tallahassee-Leon County 2030 Comprehensive Plan, is establish a safe, energy-efficient, multimodal transportation system that provides mobility for pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, motorized vehicle users, users of rail and aviation facilities, supports public health through active living, and is sensitive to the cultural and environmental amenities, of Tallahassee and Leon County. Additionally, the mobility goal 1 is to establish and maintain a safe, convenient, energy efficient, and environmentally sound automobile, transit, bicycle, and pedestrian transportation system capable of moving people of all ages and abilities, as well as goods and services. Rezoning is contrary to Tallahassee's overall mobility goal, as well as goal 1 that I just cited. Causing congestion on a major thoroughfare is gonna not benefit the citizens of Tallahassee. In the same plan, Objective 1.3M of the mobility goal is environmental and neighborhood protection, requiring the city to evaluate and to minimize impacts of transportation projects on natural environment and neighborhood integrity by using transportation demand reduction strategies to maximize existing roadways capacity, reduce the need for new roadway construction or expansion, reduce peak time traffic, reduce vehicle miles traveled, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other environmentally damaging pollutants. Additionally, under Objective 1.3 is the Mobility Policy 1.3.7M, which states aesthetically enhance and provide added environmental protection to existing and new transportation corridors by incorporating for new or for existing corridors the number of green or open spaces and pedestrian-oriented areas. Due to these objectives and what has been stated previously before, there's been no precedent to make commercial development on Blairstone except for Park Avenue, which was grandfathered in.
You're at about 15 seconds.
This city has done an amazing job protecting everybody, and just letting you know, I grew up in South Florida. I do not want to see that here in Tallahassee. Please protect what we have here now. There's plenty of places that they can develop. We do not need to do it at this location. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Shug Nielsen.
Correct, and then, or I think that's correct. That's right. And then Angie Hannon will be following this speaker.
Ms. Nielsen, if you'd give us your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Shugmore Nielsen, and for 33 years I have resided at 1606 Cool Acre Drive. I am adversely affected by this proposed rezoning that's different in degree from that suffered by the rest of the city. Miccosukee Road is a primary thoroughfare essential to move traffic east to west in Tallahassee. To rezone this property would disrupt the smooth east-west flow of traffic. The property lies directly on Miccosukee Road and between two main hospitals. These hospitals not only serve Tallahassee, but serve the surrounding counties. And to commercialize this property would increase traffic on Miccosukee Road. More traffic would impede the ability of personal vehicles, rescue vehicles, and ambulances and their ability to reach the critical hospital emergency centers. The existing medical offices and related establishments are and always have been compatible in keeping the surrounding area, helping to preserve the quiet, safe nature of our residential areas. The residents along Miccosukee are already finding it increasingly hazardous to exit our neighborhood streets onto Miccosukee Road due to speeding cars. Rezoning the property for commercial use would cause this problem to become even worse. Because we have 4 schools, a main hospital, specialty hospitals, clinics, doctor's offices located directly along Miccosukee Road, there's a high volume of pedestrian traffic made up primarily of school kids and work staff as they navigate the sidewalks arriving and leaving school and work. Increased traffic on Miccosukee Road will significantly increase the danger to these pedestrians. I know we're all aware that commercial businesses are going to be built, but neighborhoods are not the place for them. Please keep the commercial properties out on Capitol Circle. Thank you, Commissioners, for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Angie Hannon, to be followed by Linda Stokes.
My name is Angie Hannon. I live at 1803 Dumar Drive with my husband, Mark. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the City Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my opposition to the rezoning at the corner of Blairstone and Miccosukee Road from OR to commercial. We will be adversely affected by this proposed rezoning. 2 main concerns are traffic congestion and more traffic on Dumar Drive, and safety issues. My husband, Mark, and I have owned and lived in our house at 1803 Dumar Drive since 1973. Our home is the second house on the left as you turn onto Dumar Drive. From our front door, we have seen all the effects of construction and changes that bring more traffic onto Dumar Drive. When drivers want to avoid congestion at Blairstone and Miccosukee intersection or gridlock on Mahan Drive, they turn right from Riggins Road and then onto Dumar Drive to get to Centerville Road, or turn left on Leone and then right to Centerville Road south. Dumar Drive is a residential throughway for single-family homes. It is not meant to be a major roadway. Traffic congestion will only get worse on Miccosukee when a business is open and cars want to enter or exit the property. Where are the entrances and exits for this property? Will cars going east do a U-turn at the light at Riggins to get in on the entrance? There is a driveway cut right next to the property line for the digestive disease clinic, and a driveway cut on Blairstone cutting across Blairstone Trail. Is this allowed? Most offices in this area are open 8 to 5 weekdays and closed on weekends. If a commercial business is allowed to be open with longer hours or more days, this will put more traffic on Dumar Drive and on Miccosukee Road late at night. This will bring noise and pollution and the area will degrade, and it will degrade the quality of life for the residents of Melody Hills. Safety. Pedestrian safety will be affected by a commercial establishment that is open for more days than hours. Families with strollers, runners, walkers with dogs, cyclists use the Blairstone walkway, which has just been repaved,
You're about
for
15
exercise
seconds.
and greeting friends. Pedestrians on the trail will be at risk from cars exiting or entering this business. If people want to go and use the Goose Pond Trail, they will have to go across the street at Miccosukee, cross Miccosukee Road, and go down the road to get onto Goose Pond Trail.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you for denying the rezoning last year, and we hope that you will do the same thing for us this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then our next speaker is Linda Stokes.
Mayor Pro Tem, she'll be followed by Sarah Davis.
Stokes, if you would give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
My name is Linda Stokes. I reside at 2124 Ted Hines Drive. I am adversely affected by this proposed rezoning, different in degree from that suffered by the rest of the city. I have lived in Melody Hills for nearly 20 years. Excuse me. But since I bought my home from a friend, I have been familiar with the neighborhood for nearly 30 years. There are 4 ways to exit Melody Hills, 2 onto Miccosukee, 1 onto Blairstone, and 1 onto Centerville Road. It's already difficult to exit Melody Hills during peak travel times because of the traffic. It has increased significantly over the past years, degrading our quality of life. Rezoning would make it worse. On several occasions, traffic was so heavy on Centerville, Blairstone, and Miccosukee that I was unable to exit Melody Hills, thus missing a meeting. Now, in order to get to my destination timely, I leave my home well before traffic gets heavy. Other times, I just stay home. That's not fair to me. I don't like to be locked into my home. Traffic noise in the neighborhood has increased significantly on Capitol Circle. We don't want the same thing to happen on Blairstone and Miccosukee, and I am referring to the noise after regular business hours. My great-grandchildren visit me often and love to be outdoors. I am concerned about the safety of the girls, especially since one of them is deaf. Even though parents teaching children road safety, children do not always obey. We have many vehicles traveling that appears to be over the speed limit up Ted Hines Drive to the end looking for a cut-through. My neighbor mentioned that it's Dumar. It's not just Dumar that people are trying to cut through. I know this because the drivers tell me that is what they are doing when I motion the slow down. I am petrified of the traffic and the potential increase of rezoning were to happen. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Welcome. Our next speaker is Sarah Davis, and then we'll hear from Bob Mackey or McKee.
Good afternoon, Commission, and thank you for listening to my comments today. My name is Sarah Davis. I'm a homeowner at 1914 Dumar Drive, about 1,500 feet as the crow flies from the parcel. I'm adversely affected by this proposed rezoning, different in degree from that suffered by the rest of the city. I was born and raised in Tallahassee and have lived here for over 40 years. Almost daily, I walk my dog down the shared use portions of Goose Pond Trail along Blairstone and between Miccosukee and Mahan. The city's comprehensive plan very intentionally lays out several goals and objectives that would be undermined by rezoning this parcel to commercial. The proximity of the parcel to the Greenways network, which is a big focus of the comp plan and the Greenways master plan, means that any commercial development at that location would go against the comp plan's emphasis on connecting neighborhoods and reducing automobile dependency. Goal 1 within the conservation element is to preserve, protect, and conserve the ecological value and diversity of natural resources in Tallahassee and Leon County. Policy 1.1.2 describes that environmental features are broken into two categories, conservation and preservation. Based on data publicly available from the city, it seems that this parcel is indicated to be regulated as conservation areas due to the presence of significant grade areas. The city has made it a goal to acquire and preserve green spaces to reduce dependence on cars and increase safety and attractiveness for pedestrians and bikers. Objective 6.1 within the conservation element says, local government shall implement a county-wide greenways network. It shall be the intent of the greenways network to provide for integrated natural resources management and protection, resource-based recreation, educational and historical interpretive opportunities, and increased opportunities for alternative modes of transportation with an emphasis on connectivity among these resources. Policy 6.1.1 states the Greenways Network shall attempt to interconnect existing dedicated open space areas and be comprised primarily of preservation and conservation features. Floodplains and natural drainage ways shall receive particular emphasis for inclusion in the network. In relation to those goals, objectives, and policies, I urge the Commission to consider that the site is adjacent to the Goose Pond Shared Use Path, project number 20 in the city's Greenways Master Plan, Dumar Reserve, also designated as a greenway on the Greenways Master Plan, and a floodplain that connects to Lake Lafayette and attracts many migratory birds. The site is also 2.3 miles from Governor's Park, which the Greenways Master Plan identifies as a hub of the city's greenway system. The FEMA flood insurance rate map also identifies this parcel as within the special flood hazard area.
You have about 20 seconds.
Finally, the parcel is also within the Lake Lafayette drainage basin that is impaired for bacteria, chlorophyll A, and total phosphorus, and for which the city has submitted documentation of ongoing restoration activities. Allowing intensification of land use or zoning within the drainage basin will only exacerbate the existing issues. Thank you for considering my comments.
Our next speaker will be Bob McKee, followed by Mike Famey.
Thank you. My name is Bob McKee. I live at 2024 Ermine Drive in Melody Hills. Next month, I will have owned my home and resided there for 25 years. I'm going to touch on some of the things we just mentioned, a little bit more on the Goose Pond Trail. It's the multi-use greenway that runs from Hermitage Boulevard to Mahan, and the ancillary trail that runs from Miccosukee Road to Governor's Park. It provides a alternative mode of transportation for pedestrians, for bicyclists, and others to travel through that part of the city. It is a jewel that makes our neighborhood special. When the extension was put in, only 2 existing parcels were allowed to have access points that crossed the multi-use trail. The Church of Nazarene, just south of Mahan, and what is now TMH Physicians Partners Complex on the banks of Goose Pond. All additional new development since has been required to access in a manner that does not cross either the sidewalk side or the multi-use trail side of the Blairstone extension north of the railroad bridge. Anyone who rides a bike knows that one of the greatest threats are cars turning in and out of businesses located along a roadway. Commercial development of this parcel could result in thousands of right turns across the multi-use trail where today there are none. Pedestrian and bicycle traffic on multi-use trail moves in both directions, and right turns are the most dangerous when crossing such a trail, as most drivers only look towards the oncoming traffic when making the turn. They do not look the other direction for people coming the opposite way down the trail. So for public safety purposes, this causes a hazard. And as someone who walks that trail frequently and bikes that trail, I'm adversely affected. One of the issues that makes today's conversation difficult for longtime residents of the area like me is the parcel in question was owned by the county at the time the Blairstone was constructed and was publicly owned until 2018. For the first few years we lived in Melody Hills, there was a baseball field there. When you talk about the quality of life that was there, it was a baseball field. My young daughter and I would walk down and play kickball there. When we consider impact to our neighborhoods of this proposed roadway, the fact that all of the access would either be limited by walling the road from the neighborhood or be owned by the public gave us comfort. With today's discussion of the zoning change, we now face the possibility of auto repair shops, fueling stations, convenience stores, and other similar commercial businesses' possible uses, something never considered a possibility when the roadway was proposed and under development. These types of businesses are not compatible with the greenway or the adjacent residential preservation areas, as they will release harmful chemicals into the air and water, such as diesel fumes, carbon monoxide, motor oil, and other chemicals used in conducting such businesses. A part of what makes our neighborhood special is that Dumar Reserve and the nearby Goose Pond that attracts numerous migrating birds. A few years ago, my home, along with another home in our neighborhood,
You're right at 3 minutes.
were both host homes for the Audubon Bird Friendly Tour. These businesses will diminish that area, particularly as it's adjacent to the flood lane. Don't diminish the Goose Pond Trail. Don't put pedestrians and bicyclists at risk. Don't ruin our greenway by allowing a speedway.
Mike Famey, and then Kirsten Olson will follow.
Thank you all very much. My name is Mike Famey. I reside at 2028 Ermine Drive in Melody Hills, and I am adversely affected by this proposed rezoning, different in degree from that suffered by the rest of the city. I want to focus on two things. The first is staff's flawed justification when declaring this change consistent with the 2016 change to this property. In an informational meeting with Mrs. Denny, Mr. Snyder, and Attorney Norvell, who I thank for their time, staff stated that a key or critical justification for considering this consistent with 2016 was that there was a lack of public opposition to that change. But as we all saw in last year's hearing, there was a major communication breakdown between ourselves and the city. At your suggestion, we've worked with neighborhood outreach. We've addressed that successfully. And I think you see today, there's plenty of opposition to it. So I think that shows that that justification should not be considered in declaring this consistent. Secondly, I want to talk about incompatibility. The introduction to the comprehensive plan acknowledges that unwise land use decisions and premature non-residential development in established residential areas can seriously and permanently alter the character of a neighborhood. Florida statutes define compatibility as the condition in which land use can coexist in relative proximity without unduly negatively impacting each other. The comprehensive plan states that the primary function of residential preservation, like my neighborhood, is to protect existing stable and viable residential areas from intrusions from incompatible land uses. We reside in a well-established residential preservation neighborhood that is quiet and peaceful, especially after office hours. With this change, only a thin strip of OR2 buffers that property from our neighborhood. And if we're wondering what C2 could become, we just have to look around the city to see what's used today. Capital America Plazas on Thomasville Road are C2. There's a Home Depot that's C2. 24-hour McDonald's, a 24-hour Planet Fitness, 2 24-hour Circle K's, 2 low-end Sunoco gas stations. Taco Bell's open till 1 in the morning. Wendy's open till 1 in the morning. ASAP's Smoke Shop open till 11 at night. I swear it's not a commercial. Captain D's open till 11 p.m. and Hungry Howie's open till 11 p.m. Late night, weekend businesses that will adversely affect our way of life. So I ask you if that sounds like businesses that are aesthetically compatible with our neighborhood. Lastly, I just want to point out that in the traffic study that they showed earlier, they listed kind of per use what traffic would generate, but they also stated that they want multiple uses at the facility and potentially dividing that parcel into multiple different buildings to get there. So, the math adds up on that. Don't just consider every single line of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Next is Kirsten Olson, followed by Ann Clear.
Thank you, commissioners, for listening to our input. I really appreciate it. My name is Kirsten Olson. I live in Greater Brand Hills at 1225 Talbot Avenue. My home, the one my husband grew up in, and where we're raising our son, is less than a mile from this property we're talking about. When my husband was a teenager, the Blairstone Road extension we were discussing didn't even exist. It was woods. He told me since the extension has gone in, the traffic has tripled, the traffic noise has skyrocketed, and more people and cars cut through our neighborhoods. We realize property will be developed as Tallahassee grows, but some kinds of development are more compatible with families and neighborhoods than others. Commercial, too, is not compatible with neighborhoods. As this month's City of Tallahassee Insight magazine puts it, the city's network of neighborhoods sets us apart from any other community. Neighborhood leadership, neighborhood safety, neighborhood beautification. If it has to do with neighborhoods, the City of Tallahassee is engaged. With neighborhoods in mind, I wanted to talk nuts and bolts of city zoning laws. The Tallahassee Land Development Code Section 10-51 outlines a procedure for official zoning map amendment. Section O, considerations for the review of zoning map amendment application states, with the exception of plan unit development or development of regional impact applications, which are set forth in sections 10-165 and 10-166, in their review of zoning map amendment applications, the City County Planning Commission and City Commission shall include consideration of the factors listed below. 1, comprehensive plan. This is only one element, not the end-all, that developers might like you to think it is. Any change should also accomplish a legitimate public purpose, such as safety, preserving the environment, or reducing traffic. 2, changed conditions. Whether the extent of which land use and development conditions have changed since the effective date of the existing zoning district regulations involved, which are relevant to the property. No significant changes have taken place other than the opening of a cancer center with office residential zoning at the intersection. This is not and should not be a commercial area. 6, other matters. Any other matters which they may deem relevant and appropriate. The City Commission may adopt by resolution additional rezoning criteria that are applicable to one or more zoning districts. The fact that the parcel was previously zoned commercial 2 is just not justification for returning it to that designation. It never should have been zoned commercial 2 to begin with. Only 3 residents were present at the Leon Planning Commission meeting where the decision was made to recommend rezoning, which is not sufficient input. A lot of us hadn't even heard about it. Changing the zoning for a single parcel to commercial constitutes spot zoning and sets a bad precedent for future growth in the city. Please deny this rezoning for the sake of our neighborhoods. I thank you for your time.
Ann Clear, and then Suzanne Woodcock.
Good evening, Commissioners. My pleasure to be here for the second time on the same issue. Okay. My name is Ann Clear, and I live at 1806 Dumar Drive. I think you should deny this motion, and these are my reasons why. Most of my reasons have already been addressed, okay? So I'm not going to go into those. I'll make it short for you. One thing that really hit me tonight, though, was someone made the statement that traffic is not a deciding element in this case. Have you heard anything different tonight? I bought my house on Dumar Drive before the Blairstone. And I can tell you the traffic is completely different today. And I also know when Dumar Drive was a thoroughfare for that whole community. And it was just a speedway. That's not compatible with a residential neighborhood. And driving in tonight, the Hammonds and I drove together. The traffic on Miccosukee at 5:15, 5:20 was backed up to Dumar Drive. And what do you think is going to happen if we put in all this commercial? And someone's already addressed the fact that we already have all the commercial in a mile or two. One person stood up and addressed all of it. The other thing that I would like to say is it says that you have to have competent, substantial evidence that can include evidence from residents if it is based on fact, not conjecture or opinion. Well, I would like to state that I have been an active, licensed realtor in the state of Florida for 49 years. I think I have as much fact on the value of my property as anyone in here or the neighborhood, and I am convinced that this will devalue these neighborhoods. There are two other statements I'd like to make. You, being your commissioners, you only have to show that your decision is fair, unbiased, and all parties had an opportunity to be heard. Well, goodness knows, you've done that last year, and you've done it again tonight. The other thing I would like to say, the law gives you, 5 of you, a lot of leeway to interpret and assign meaning to our testimony as you are seeing fit. We really appreciate this opportunity to come before you again. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, our next speaker is Suzanne Woodcock. She is the last of the names that were provided to me in the block of names. We do have Rick Hall, who I believe was also mentioned, and then one other speaker in person. Just for information, from there we will have about 5 speakers who are connected via WebEx, and we'll take them after the last in-person speaker. Suzanne Woodcock.
Good evening, commissioners and public. I thank you first that the attorney for the applicant said that I could have longer than the 3 minutes. And I appreciate it.
I'll mark the 3 minutes, and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want me to just notify you maybe at 5 minutes? Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. I've submitted a written report to all of you along with my resume, and I'm going to try to highlight the issues in the report. I agree with most of the comments that have been made by the neighborhood people, so I would just say incorporate those into my comments. I'm not going to respond in detail to the testimony and the presentation by the applicant's land use planner, except to say that I did not have a copy of that, so I could not respond to it, and I don't have a copy of that. However, there were things and policies and things that he cited that I did not cite in my report, so you have my report so you could compare the two if you need to. Just a little bit of background quickly. In June 2018, Leon County deeded this subject parcel to the current owner and who was the applicant. Prior to that, in December 2017, the applicant applied for and was granted a rezoning request to change the parcel to OR2 from C2 General Commercial, as they said, to accommodate construction of their facility. This property has been zoned approximately 5 different times prior to this current request. What is zoning? Zoning classifies land according to restrictions on use and development. The purpose of zoning is to create a well-balanced community, to abide by the community needs, taking into consideration population density and growth trends. Spot zoning gets its name from small spots of different zoning districts on a zoning map. The questions that you look at to determine if something is spot zoning: is it a small area compared to the districts surrounding the parcel in question? Does the zoning district allow land uses inconsistent with those allowed in the vicinity? And would a spot zone confer a special benefit on the individual property owner not commonly enjoyed by owners of similar property? My recommendation, based on the report that I submitted to you and the comments I'm going to make now, are to deny the current zoning request for the following reasons. The City of Tallahassee Land Development Code, Section 10-51, and I want to point out that in my report I had Section 10-56, I believe, and that was incorrect. It requires consideration of the following for rezoning applications, and I know you've heard this several times tonight. Is it consistent with the applicable policy of the adopted comprehensive plan? And is it consistent with all applicable policy of the adopted comprehensive plan, not just some of the ones that have been cited tonight and the planning department staff report did. It's all, you must look at all of the policies in the comprehensive plan. The conservation element, the flood hazard issues that were just recently raised, and all of those policies. The C2 rezoning is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, all of the applicable policies, and I'm just going to cite a few. The future land use policy 1.4.2C says all zoning decisions are to be made based on a finding of furthering and consistency with the intent of the comprehensive plan. Future land use policy 1.4.5C states any request for a change in zoning use classification of specific zoning district mapping shall be evaluated for consistency with the adopted goals, objectives, and policies of the plan. as well as consistency with and furtherance of the intent of the future land use category in which is located. And I have not seen in any of the reports that this has been done. Therefore, there's no determination that it is consistent, no legitimate determination. Future land use policy 2.1.1 is to protect existing residential areas from encroachment of incompatible uses that is destructive to the character and integrity of the residential environment. Future land use objective 2.2 and policy 2.2.3, residential preservation, has been discussed tonight. Has primary function is to protect existing stable and viable residential areas from incompatible land use intensities and density intrusions. The comprehensive plan land use development matrix states only minor commercial uses are allowed adjacent to low density residential areas, and C2 zoning is not minor commercial. Mr. Metcalf talked about neighborhood commercial, and I was a little confused in that and talked about mixed use commercial, but just to give you a visual, if the C2 zoning allows 50,000 square feet, that would be equivalent. The average family dollar is about 7,000 square feet, so that would be equivalent to 5 or 7 family dollar stores, get up to the 50,000 square feet. But the land use compatibility, the extent to which the proposal would result in incompatible land uses considering the type and location of the uses involved. The Land Development Code, Section 10-256, limits location of the C2 zoning district to locations with direct access to major collectors' arterial. This property is located at the intersection of 2 arterial roadways. However, the proposed rezoning application is not consistent with the adopted land use element, including the above-cited policies, because the project site is adjacent to low-density residential preservation areas, long-established, stable, and viable residential areas.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that's about 5 minutes.
If you could start to wrap up.
Okay. Many of the commercial uses listed in the comprehensive plan are not minor commercial uses. As stated, they will operate in the evening. The future land use policy requires future arterial roads be planned, and Blairstone is a principal arterial road. To spot zone the subject property at this intersection for higher intensity commercial uses will negate the purpose of Blairstone Road to direct traffic from the adjacent arterial and collector roads through day and evening hours. The change conditions, the extent of changes there, this property is adjacent to, as shown by the applicant, PUDs and OR2. This current zoning will allow for incompatible uses. The Blairstone, I won't go to that. The commercial C2 commercial designation is located near 2 hospitals in an area with high concentration of medical offices. The OR-2 allowing these uses. As further stated in the planning staff report, the subject parcel is adjacent to existing offices to the north and east and across the street from existing offices. Therefore, to change the zoning to C2 would also create inconsistency with the existing zoning and create spot zoning. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woodcock.
Our next speaker is Rick Hall, followed by Matt Wilson, who is the last speaker we have here in the commission chambers.
Okay.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Rick Hall. I live at 8701 Spring Shore Trail, which is nowhere near this intersection. My wife wanted to live way out in the suburbs, and I followed her out there, and that's why I've been married for 53 years. But I'm very concerned about Benton Road and Miccosukee. I was privileged to be on a team that helped design this facility the way it is today. And when we started the design, the first thought was, let's take it from down near Governor Square and Cross Park and cross the railroad and take it over to Benton Road. Let's make another circle, follow the Capitol Circle. And our team was the first one that said, you don't want to go there. We wanted, and so we ended up with a Blairstone project that came north, crossed the railroad, which is critical, and then moved to Capitol Circle and connected that way. There was far less opposition to going in that direction. So in other words, we were creating a facility that was the first north-south road between Magnolia and Capitol Circle, about 4 miles. The railroad was blocking any north-south connection in the grid. So this new road connecting the grid was a great addition to the mobility network for Tallahassee. And I know there are a lot of details about the zoning that I don't deal with daily. I know about zoning, but my major practice is in transportation planning and thoroughfare design. And I've been working for 50 years in that field. And so I'm interested in seeing the capacity that was created at Blairstone and Benton to be preserved for a good mobility system within Capitol Circle for the city of Tallahassee. And the main concern I have is that Blairstone Road, if you allow zoning that looks like Capitol Circle, then you're likely to have more and more zoning that looks like Capitol Circle occur up and down Benton Road. And I think we all know what we're talking about when we say we don't want Capitol Circle type businesses moving further east in the city. And be whatever that may in the zoning categories. We don't need day and night automobile service oriented business to move over to Benton Road. And that's the main concern that I have, that to preserve the good project that we gave you 25 years ago for mobility for that internal part of the city. Thank you very much.
Next is Matt Wilson. And then we'll go to our speakers who are connected virtually. The first of those will be Sarah Gerard, just to give a heads up to those folks. Thank you. Give your name and address. You may begin.
Hey, thanks everybody. My name is Matt Wilson. I live at 2100 Corinne Street, and I'm adversely affected, or I would be if you approve this land use change. Thanks to all my neighbors and everybody else who did such a great job with the facts and all the statistics. I'm really busy. I don't have time to do that, but I do live in the neighborhood, and I can say, you know, obviously we're adversely affected, or we wouldn't be here otherwise. It's a really beautiful night out in Tallahassee. You know, somebody said, you know, there's 5 places to get milk nearby. I had that written down already. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't want that. This seems like a classic case of, you know, the powerful just trying to overrun the rest of us, and they're blustering and collaborating right now. That's fine. But so, you know, some of their statistics I didn't necessarily agree with. Like they said things like, you know, on the one hand, the county center, the refueling station. On one slide, he said, well, this is an adverse impact. It justifies the change in land use. And on the very next slide, he comes back and says, oh, but it's a buffer, so it's okay. Well, which is it? You know, he said both. And, you know, I mean, they said that this area is already intensively developed a minute ago. No, it's not. Everybody knows that it's not. I live there. It's very quiet there. I run there. I walk there with my kids all the time. We, you know, ride our bikes through there. I walk by there almost every single day. And the concern about the Goose Pond Trail is absolutely one of the biggest things there. If you want a green, walkable city, that's your hub right there for the connection to everything. Right by the drain to Lake Lafayette, the conservation easement there behind Dumar Drive. This change would absolutely change the character. I know there's not like an actual development yet, but we all know what the issue is. There's safety issues. It's just incompatible with the trail and the creek. I mean, they're talking about trips, you know, in daycare centers and things like that. I mean, who goes to the bank anymore? The numbers, I mean, I think, you know, you tell me the dentist's office is going to be more chaotic than a grocery store or like, you know, convenience store or whatever. I mean, look at those numbers. You can come up with whatever numbers you want, but it's a distorted view of reality. And I think everybody can see that for what it is. So, you know, of course, in congestion, we all remember when Blairstone Road was developed, or a lot of us do. Yes, it was supposed to be a thoroughfare where you go through town, very easy to ease traffic. Well, you know, this is going to undo that if you do that. Great job. You know, please don't do that. Okay. You know, the congestion is going to block everything up. People are going to start cutting through our neighborhood in Melody Hills. You know, it's just one thing after another. So, yeah, I think that was pretty much all I had to say. It was just, you know, we walk through there every day. It's quiet there. Yes, another thing was like the square foot thing. You know, like, oh, well, we can do like 50,000 square feet here versus 20 there. But like, you know, these are offices, you know? I mean, yeah, those people come in the morning. We live there, and it's very quiet for most of the day.
You have about 15
FDLE,
seconds.
you know, you have I mean, the other things around there are totally different than what this commercial stuff is being proposed there. And I mean, it's even quiet during the daytime there other than rush hour. And it's just going to, rezoning is just not compatible with what we have. Thank you.
Okay. We'll start the virtual.
Go to virtual, we'll have Sarah Gerard and then Stephen Martin. So Sarah Gerard.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Sarah Gerard. I live at 1729 Belvedere Street, which is close to the Blairstone-Miccosukee intersection. I join with my neighbors in requesting that this rezoning request be denied. I heard tonight the representatives for the petitioners mention that Tallahassee Orthopedic Clinic is a good citizen in Tallahassee and they deserve fair treatment. I would respectfully request that that same fair treatment and consideration be given to everybody who took their time to come here tonight to discuss how this would adversely impact the area. I can't add anything new to all of the things that have been shared tonight, but I strongly agree that traffic considerations, quiet neighborhoods, safe passage, all of the issues that have been brought forth tonight, I think are very valid concerns, and I hope that you will consider the neighbors' request to deny this petition.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Martin. And Mayor, I had looked at the wrong item when I counted. He's the last speaker that we have.
Oh, okay. All right. Stephen, are you there?
You can hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you this time.
Martin, 26 Gate Drive.
We're having the same problem again, Stephen. You're going in and out.
Still, and I'm as much of a Luddite as I was before. And I don't know.
Stephen, our technician suggests that you turn off your video. That might help us hear your audio. Give it a try. Okay, now you're muted, Stephen. There you go. Let's try it now.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right. Good. Technology works. All right. Last year, you heard constituents, many of whom I saw tonight, who came and appealed to you, and you listened to them. Subsequent to that, the owner, who was last time represented by Mr. Hunter, this time it's Mr. Boutier, apparently they subsequently appealed your decision. Well, as I told you earlier concerning Mr. Hunter, he's appealed to you to go by your conscience. And I completely agree, as I said before. Something else that came out at the meeting last year was the word that was given by prior commissions that they would only allow commercial development along Blairstone at Park Avenue and Blairstone. And that word should matter, whether it was legally binding or not. So I ask you, let your conscience guide you. And if you think breaking your word makes it okay to go ahead and support this, you think differently than I do. Again, I think you should ultimately be guided by your conscience and intangibles, which you don't find in comp plans or legal documents that these people were appealing to you to be the basis of your decision. I'll simply appeal to you to give some respect and show some conviction for the commission that you have, I guess, inherited your seat on, and to have it keep its word from before. It's the same commission. I'd like to have more reason to respect you than not. And breaking your word is not a reason to respect you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that's the last speaker we have on this particular item.
Okay, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. At this time, I'd ask the attorney for the applicant if they have any rebuttal.
Thank you. We do have a rebuttal. I would appreciate being able to call back Vincent Spar, our transportation expert, to make a few comments, and then I'd like to come and follow him and conclude with our rebuttal.
What is the total time you think you'll need?
2 to 3 minutes for him, 2 to 3 minutes for me.
6 minutes? Separate.
You can hold me to that.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to reiterate that the maximum trip generation potential we showed up there on the table that had 269 AM peak hour trips and 161 PM peak hour trips is the maximum allowable trip generation with today's zoning. That is by no means a plans for the property. That was a conglomeration of a lot of high generators just to illustrate how much could be out there today with it as it currently is. And that would have ground floor commercial with offices on the second floor. The only other thing that's come up a lot that I just want to reiterate again is that the access conditions for the development, when we do get to that stage, will be fully vetted out. There will be conversations with city engineering to make sure that everything is done in an appropriate way and accommodates traffic under those build-out conditions. Thank you.
So earlier, Attorney Arline made a comment that I took as that the court order doesn't really matter. So I just wanted to respond to that. The court order not only matters, but you're bound by it. I had cited a case by the name of Parker Family Trust. I submitted it in our materials, and I just want to read some quotes from this case. It says, under the law of the case doctrine, a trial court is bound to follow prior rulings of appellate court as long as the facts on which such a decision are based continue to be the facts of the case. Here, the doctrine applies to the circuit court's first order because the city council's action was quasi-judicial and the circuit court's review was appellate in nature. So this case basically remanded it back because the city council did not follow the court's order. Okay? So the applicant is asking the city commission to follow the court's order. The city commission is required to follow the court's order. And having the opportunity to have listened to all the neighbors and their experts, what I think we've heard is everything that they've presented tonight, with all due respect, is pretty much what's already been presented before. And the court has already rejected that. I'll give you a few examples because I know I'm limited on time now. But I know I heard some things about the greenway and the environment, and just wanted to read a quote from the court order. The court basically considered that before and rejected that entirely. So if you go through not just the points at the end of the order and actually read the order in its totality, all the things that have been raised tonight have already been heard and rejected. And to the extent that new items have been brought up, citing comp plan policies or the like, Mr. Metcalf went through in grandiose detail showing how all of those things don't apply. So on behalf of the applicant, I respectfully request the City Commission grant the rezoning, follow the court order, and conclude the proceeding in that manner. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, now is the time for the commission deliberations and discussion and any motions.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation for us, Madam Chair?
My recommendation would simply be to base your decision on competent substantial evidence that you have heard tonight and to base it based on matters that have already been determined by the court to be those upon which you cannot rely.
Okay, commissioners? Discussion?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
let me just say that The last time we had this discussion, we wholeheartedly sided with the residents. And we tried. That's what I can say. We've tried. But given what the courts have said, I'm not sure how we overcome that. And that, to me, weighs very heavy. I do understand my neighbors. I understand what they're saying, but we've got to follow the law. And to go back to court, to have it appealed again, and for us to have to come back and do this again, I'm just not interested in doing that. But I would like to ask Mr. Boudier a question.
Are you amenable to a question from Commissioner Williams-Cox?
You stated that there's no development plan currently, but we know that previously there had been an opportunity to sell, and they had made some plans to put a convenience station there with gas. You've also stated that going forward, before there's development, you will allow community input. You will allow the neighbors to provide input. Is that what I understood?
Yes. What I was saying is that the next step after the rezoning process would be a site plan, for example. And we don't even have a developer that is currently proposing anything. But when that time comes, they would be required to present a site plan for any one or more uses. And at that time, the neighbors would have an opportunity to be able to review and comment on the site plan.
So I know you've heard everything I've heard tonight. There seems to be great concern about having a gas station or even a convenience store there. And I know that if this zoning passed, those are, permissible uses. Is there any opportunity to consider something more neighborhood friendly to exist there?
So TOC is not going to develop this site, right? Mm-hmm. So they're going to move forward at some point in the future, and depending on what buyers present themselves and what they propose is yet to be determined. So really, they're not in a position to be able to have that crystal ball, but when that time comes and there is a buyer, the buyer wants to propose something, the buyer will propose something, and the community will have an opportunity to review it, comment, provide input.
So regardless of what we do tonight, when a buyer presents themselves and they want to build whatever they want to build there, they will be able to do so.
I'm sorry, I'm not following that.
I'm basically saying that if it stays zoned the way it is currently zoned, which it was when another opportunity presented itself, and they wanted to build something that the neighbors did not want, they were still going to be able to do that and went to court to appeal so that they could.
So to just make sure that I confirm this point, TOC never wanted to change it from C2 to OR2. They were perfectly fine with C2. But when they went to propose their project, the zone did not allow for the same intensity as OR2. In other words, what the testimony you've heard from the experts is that the OR2 zone and actually have more square footage and be more intense. So at that time, the city required my client to rezone it from C2 to OR2 in order to accommodate more intensity. Now we're just asking to put it back to the same zone it was when TOC purchased the property that they wanted to begin with, which is C2. So it wasn't something that, you know, TOC has a sort of masterminded plan. That doesn't exist. It was just what happened as a result of the progression of them trying to actually develop the site.
The other thing is that there was, when we considered it before, we looked at an agreement that had been made between the neighbors and city or someone at that time, that there would be some concessions. And Madam Attorney, it's my understanding that that was an agreement, but it was never adopted and cannot be considered as law or a part of our decision.
That is correct. The court said there was not an adopted policy, there was not an ordinance that indicated that was the law for that property. So it cannot be relied on. It was just a report that was received.
So we've inherited some words on paper that basically meant nothing at the time and means nothing now because it's not legally binding.
Do not have the force of law, correct.
That really pains me to no end, but we can't resolve this by emotion. And so with a heavy, heavy heart, we have to follow the law. And having served on the Planning Commission before, I understand. I feel like I did when I was on the Planning Commission. All we can do is make sure that it is commensurate with the comp plan. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I just want to address a couple points to keep us separate from what happened last year. It was stated by both the applicant that we should consider the good TOC does in our community, as well as our neighborhoods and their personal feelings. I think neither of those can be considered in our decision tonight. It has to be based on the facts and the evidence that's been entered into the record. Whether we like somebody, we like the applicant, or we like a neighborhood has no bearing on the decision that we make today. I do think, looking at the court order, I agree with the applicants on what is not allowed to be considered, which is the 1995 agreement, as well as some of the statements that were put into the record at the last meeting. But I do think on our third hour of this hearing, we have heard a whole new body of evidence that wasn't presented in the previous meeting that we should consider. First, the second part of that, I know we had some ex parte communication issues in our last meeting. I just want to confirm everything that's been submitted is on the record. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we have a process in place whereby as soon as those ex parte items are added to our system, they immediately become available to the public, and so we've provided that link to anyone who asks for it. We've also responded to public records requests, so we are not aware of anything that would not have been included. If someone identifies something, they can bring it to our attention, but that has not happened to this point.
Okay. And the applicants have had access to everything that's published on the website? Okay. So on to the matters of the case, I just had a couple questions. Is Mr. Snyder still here? Can you just give us a broad overview or many of what is allowed in CU2 versus the current OR2, the types of uses?
Comparing the two?
Yes.
Mostly the C2 allows a whole lot of different retail. OR2 is obviously heavily office centered, but it also allows some retail. but it's usually limited to a business park. And OR2 is in fact one of only 2 zoning districts that allow a business park. So we don't see that very often because that needs to be one big plot of land that has multiple offices or office and commercial combined together. But the main difference is that it's much more retail.
On point, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Porter?
I happen to have made a list of the uses that are allowed under C2 that are currently not allowed, if it's helpful. Automotive service and repair, bait and tackle shop, camera store, cocktail lounge, indoor amusement and theater, gas station. I didn't write every type of retail, but non-store retailers, party supplies, and then a bunch of different kinds of retail.
Okay.
Thank you. As a follow-up to that, would the OR2 designation be considered more compatible of a use next to residential preservation?
Well, not according to the comp plan and the code. They're both, the C2 and the OR2 both implement the suburban future land use category, and they both implement the suburban corridor land use pattern. And as has been pointed out, the OR2 is actually more intensive if you count intensity by square footage.
So a change to CU2 would be lowering the intensity of the site?
Lowering, there are different ways to define intensity, but generally it's a square footage ratio. So yes, it would.
And of the surrounding parcels, or really the whole corridor from Miccosukee from Magnolia to Capitol Circle, is there CU2 zoning in that general vicinity?
Don't remember off the top of my head, but I don't believe so.
And the question was raised of whether this would be considered spot zoning. What would permit this small acreage to be zoned separately from the surrounding area?
So that's a good question. Normally, in my mind, would be spot zoning, except C2 is unique in that it's designed to be nodal in nature. You put it down at intersections generally, or in small one parcel, 2 parcels. If you start to accumulate commercial parcels, it becomes a linear development pattern, and then you have commercial parkway. So we often get C2s as development grows and it becomes able to support commercial. We will get one parcel request for C2. It's unique in that sense.
Okay. So with what we're understanding today of the reason to make this CU2, based on the facts that were presented today, there wouldn't be any. What would be the reason to deny the entire corridor from becoming CU2? Or are we saying that the zoning essentially doesn't matter because everyone would have the right to go to CU2 along that corridor?
Well, I'm not sure what the future land use category is along the whole corridor, but again, if it was a linear pattern of commercial, C2 would not be appropriate.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask, that's all for today. I wanted to ask Mr. Hall a couple questions if he's still present.
Mr. Hall.
Yeah, Pro Tem, while he comes forward, can we ask that the map be put back up that shows the zoning?
As that comes up, Mr. Hall, I thank you for your participation today. Can you state again what your professional experience is?
I'm a transportation engineer. I've been that for 50 years. I worked for DOT and then consulting after 10 years.
Okay.
I'm registered in 23 states, so I do this all over the country.
Okay. Do you believe your experience could help you opine on the mobility aspects of this rezoning along the corridor, as well as any safety aspects for cyclists and pedestrians?
Yes.
Okay. Many of the neighbors raised concerns, particularly pointing to the conservation element to reduce the dependence on cars and increase safety and attractiveness for pedestrians and bikers. They also pointed to the mobility goals to have a safe and convenient system for pedestrians. My question is, the Blairstone corridor largely serves to move people from one end of the city to another. I think it's unique in the fact that it doesn't have as many cuts, and it allows the free flow of traffic, as well as it has the bicycle pedestrian infrastructure along the safe of it, which is probably one of the safer pedestrian accesses that currently exists. We saw this conversation when we looked at Thomasville Road and adding a bike lane next to it, and the impacts of gas stations and curb cuts and safety issues along that. Do you believe that this rezoning would negatively or create safety issues for pedestrians and cyclists?
I believe it could.
Yeah. And
it would depend on the the site plan that is brought forward, but to the extent that the zoning allows it to stay more like the character of the existing development around the intersection now, as opposed to just over on Capitol Circle, where there's much more automotive-related development pattern, you'd be better off with the current pattern instead of the Capitol Circle pattern.
Okay. And if this were to redevelop into a gas station or automotive center, knowing the needs for access to that, do you think it would impact the ability for traffic to? Would it reduce the throughput of traffic to have an entrance of that sort going in and out?
Yes, I believe so, because the gas station and convenience store trip generation is not just there at the peak hour. It's there late into the evening and many hours of the day. My esteemed professional from Kimberly Horn is very correct in stating the peak hour loads that may happen with different land use types, but the profile of what happens throughout the day is much more important to the residents that live there and use the corridor as a pedestrian and bicycle facility. You're better off if there is a more intense peak hour and then it goes away when everybody's having dinner at home.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you. I appreciate you. Give me 1 second, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Those are the the three issues that I'm a bit grappling with, and number one among them is safety of pedestrian and cyclists being one of our guiding principles. And Blairstone Road particularly being such a gem that Blueprint created to allow for the mobility and safety of pedestrians and cyclists and the type of communities we're looking to build. When I look at the current zoning of our OR2, it actually allows for a greater intensity as well as uses that are more compatible, I believe, with neighborhoods. If we're saying OR2 and CU2 have the same amount of compatibility with neighborhoods, I think we would agree that a mixed-use development would be a lot more compatible for walkability and cyclists and the infrastructure the city's already invested to put into place in that area. And it was also said, have any significant changes been taking place in the area since the last rezoning? And it doesn't seem to be so. It seems to be we're in a yo-yo of going back and forth between zonings without any real proposal. So it seems a little premature. I look at the testimony given today, particularly about safety and the sound and diesel smells that were cited that could create public nuisances. Over the last couple of years, we've dealt with this type of infrastructure that does border our neighborhoods and have dealt with numerous public nuisances that were created by them. So overall, from the safety standpoint and from what appears to me not really compatible for that entire corridor and a real break from the pattern of development we've already seen, I can't support the application. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Order, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I have a few general questions. One is, and given all the comment that's been made, these probably seem a little silly, and I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and participating in this process. I personally am always trying to make our agendas more user-friendly. I think that it would be helpful in the future to include some information about the applicant in the item itself, especially when the name is kind of obscure, like PT1 or PTL. I mean, even for the sake of knowing whether you have a conflict of interest, if you have no idea who the applicants are. There were a few things that had come up in emails from folks about, and I think I know the answer to this, but when staff see the 1,000 notification boundary like we see here, do they have the discretion to go beyond that if they deem that reasonable? Or it's just an automatic process, 1,000, or you're either in or you're out?
Planning take.
Yes, if any portion of a parcel is within the 1,000 feet, they'll get a notice. If there is a different neighborhood association that's close, we'll go ahead and notice the neighborhood association, but not necessarily the parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we do have some discretion.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question, Madam Attorney, because there's been some debate about the meaning of the court order. In your opinion, did the court order us or require us to approve this zoning request?
No, the court did not order you to approve the zoning request. It basically provided guidance and told you what you could not rely on, and it quashed the order. It quashed your denial.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay. Well, this is a very difficult.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I could jump in too whenever you're ready, I would love to provide comment too.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Well, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I do think it's important for all of you in chambers to have the opportunity to speak first. I will be more than happy to speak after you, or I'll go right now, whatever you would like.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, all of our friends to testify. I know that this is a concerning issue moving forward. And again, I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me to participate, and I wish I was with you in person, but here we are. So this is not a normal city commission situation. This is not just a straight up and down vote. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, hence the reason why we swear in the experts to testify when they did. And this has been a very interesting journey. I have been a part of this journey from the beginning as a member of the county commission and now as a member of the city commission as well. And we were all there. We heard your concerns, 5-0 to deny the application. My interpretation from the order is that, yes, the order was quashed. Yes, we have to take it into reconsideration. And one of the largest merits of reconsideration is new information that's brought forth. That could change our opinion or to sustain our opinion. Everything that has been mentioned tonight and everything that had been mentioned last year is extremely important. Health, safety, welfare, transportation corridors, the patterns, the development, how that property is going to be used. Absolutely. I don't think any of our opinions have changed, that we need to make sure that we do the best job we can to protect the quality of life of the neighborhoods and our dear friends that live in the neighborhoods as well. But at the same time, I'm looking at the opinion of the Planning Commission, staff, and the court. And today I am going to support the application if that motion is made to be able to move forward. The next step, we have a responsibility, not only as a commission, but as citizens, to make sure that as a development order does come in, that we all work together to make sure that we can accomplish our goals, address these concerns, and hopefully be able to create a win-win situation. I can appreciate the concerns of the citizens and the neighbors. I hope that the neighborhood and the citizens can appreciate the position that we are in as well. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Attorney, I have a question before comments. If we were to not approve the rezoning, what would be the next step in this process if we didn't approve it tonight?
Well, if you would be denying the rezoning, and so the current zoning would be on the property, but I presume other steps might be taken by the applicant.
Okay, and what could those steps be?
I think I'd best let the applicant say what steps.
Mr. Applicant, representative, if you could address that for us, please.
That would be an unfortunate situation because that would place the applicant in the position to have to yet go back and challenge the city commission's decision again. I will say that we will take a different approach this time, especially based on the precedent of the Parker case, first DCA, where it's very similar to this situation. If you were to deny, it went back up, the court sent it back down. In that case, though, they didn't just file a petition for writ of certiorari, they filed a motion to enforce, and we would do that as well. So I think that City Commission denies tonight, we'll go back to the same court and ask for relief as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you for that. I hope that we all heard that, and that provides some clarification on where we are. And, in addition to that, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to give my remarks, because I'm also looking at it from a physical perspective as well for the city. Because when we have to defend ourselves against challenges like this, which we already know what the court has told us, then that's because we have to devote staff to defending the city's position in that case. So there is a physical impact to the city. I don't know exactly what that is or what it could be, but we need to keep that in mind as well, especially when we're at a point where we're likely to have a budget deficit for the fiscal year. And so we have to always, in any circumstance, be concerned about the fiscal impact to the city, because that is an impact on every tax-paying citizen in this community. And so we have to keep that into consideration. But for me, this is almost a deja vu, y'all. 26 years ago, when my wife and I built our house, the month that we moved in, we live off of Orange Avenue in the Tuskegee neighborhood. A month after we moved into our house, we found out that a developer had bought property that abutted our neighbors' properties. I mean, would be built directly behind their homes, and they were proposing student housing along Orange Avenue. Well, you can imagine how we felt that we had just moved into our dream home, had just been married a few months, or would be married a few months later, and now we're being told that there's going to be a commercial development that abutted our neighborhood. Student apartments, right on Orange Avenue, on either side of Orange Avenue, in the block bound by Wanish Way and Pasco Court. So you can imagine how we felt and the impact that that was going to have on our neighborhood. And so we were able to, that forced us to develop to establish a neighborhood association, which we have in place even today. And we met with the city and the proposed developer, and we came up with an agreement that my neighbors, that the developer would not do the development or proceed with the development if my neighbors would purchase the property that abutted their property, And there were some other lots available that another neighbor in the neighborhood purchased and developed himself, he and his wife at the time. So that was the agreement that we came to with the proposed developer, and it was a win-win for everybody. And our neighborhood remained intact, and we didn't have that kind of intrusion and disruption in our neighborhood. And at the time, we had lots of small kids in the neighborhood, and eventually my wife and I would have kids of our own and that grew up in the neighborhood. So, you know, we were pleased that we were able to come. So I say that to say this: I certainly understand where the neighborhood is coming from and the issues and concerns that you are bringing forth. But I don't know that in the end, it's going to be in the city's benefit to continue to defend ourselves and you all against this if we know where the court has already ruled, and we're simply delaying the inevitable, if you will. I think the issues that have been raised are all legitimate issues because they're the kind of issues that we raised, you know, the lighting, the noise, the increased traffic on that two-lane stretch of Orange Avenue, the environmental protection, because there were trees that would have to be destroyed. So I understand all of that and can appreciate all of that from my own personal experience. But as Commissioner Williams-Cox said, we're in a very difficult position. And I guess some of the things that are still unknowns is the whole issue of the site plan and what that would look like. You know, we're going through that process now with the Northwood Center, the property that we purchased there, and what that site will look like, and the ingress and egress from the thoroughfares that serve that neighborhood, Tharp Street and Martin Luther King. You know, the issue of transportation, and there has yet to be a transportation study done, and apparently won't be until there is something proposed for development, which leads to another question. If we don't know what's going to be proposed for development, everything else is conjecture. We can talk about worst case scenarios if it were a Tom Thumb or a wrecker company facility or something similar to what the county has along that corridor. We can speculate about that, but we really don't know because the property hasn't been sold. There hasn't been a developer identified, and so we don't know. We don't have a site plan. We don't have the transportation study, and none of that can be done unless and until we settle this issue. And I think the plaintiff who owns the property, you know, would like to be able to develop their property, and I think the mayor is right. If we do approve this, then we would want to certainly continue to be involved in making sure that whatever is proposed is compatible, as we've heard it can be, is compatible with the adjacent neighborhoods. And that certainly would be an interest of mine and something that I would advocate for, and I'm sure my colleagues on the commission would agree with that. So I guess I say all of that to say this, that I could agree with approving the rezoning this evening, and we continue to work with the neighborhood and the future developer to make sure that these issues are addressed when that time comes. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Something that you said triggered a thought in that if the neighbors could possibly be interested in purchasing a look. Okay, never mind, scratch that.
Ours didn't cost that much.
Scratch. We're scratch that. Okay. Okay, well, having tried a number of things and having been told that we either do it now or we're gonna do it later, I move that we approve the applicant, the zoning for the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by the mayor. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, like sign.
Nay.
Nay.
The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Matlow and Porter voting against. All right. Thank you all so much for coming out tonight. This has not been easy for any of us. And
Not at all.
all right.
Don't know how disappointed he is with us. I don't even know who he is.
I don't even know him.
Next, me either. Next item. Next item, let's go.
You're right. Okay, if we could get you all to lower your conversation as you exit the room. We do have one additional item to complete on the agenda. Okay, where my agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like for me to proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 15.03, continuation of first and only public hearing on ordinance number 21-Z-27AA, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the English Property Plan Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on 744 acres on both sides of Blairstone Road, generally south of Orange Avenue, north of Tram Road, east of Rickards High School, and west of Capitol Circle, southeast on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Recommended action is option 1, adopt ordinance 21-Z-27AA, thereby amending the English Property PUD concept plan based on the findings and conclusions of the Planning Commission and for additional conditions recommended by staff. Information contained in this agenda item and the evidence presented at this hearing hereon, and approve the concurrency and right-of-way donation agreement. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board docs system.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if you would like, Artie White, our planning director, can provide a brief presentation with background information.
All right, Artie?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to provide some information on this item. First, a little bit of history and background. It provides some good context. As you know, the comprehensive plan, the Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, was adopted in 1990. In that original version of the comprehensive plan that was adopted then, it identified what were called priority planning areas. Specifically, it looked at large properties, specifically 200 acres or more, that were inside the urban service area at the time under single ownership, and said that before development happens on those, that comprehensive development plans must be done for those areas. It also went on to say that the priority planning areas, the top priority was going to be Southwood, the second priority was going to be Welaunee. Kind of fast forwarding to the comp plan we have now, I guess actually going back a little bit, prior to that 1990 comp plan, the Collin English property was zoned A2, which was primarily an agricultural zoning district. Following the adoption of that comprehensive plan in 1990, this area was designated mixed use B. That's a category that allowed a combination of office and residential and retail and commercial, among other uses, kind of exactly what it sounds like. It was a mixed-use land use category. Consistent with what was called for with those priority planning areas, the Southeast Sector Plan was adopted in 1996. This plan replaced those priority planning areas. The objective 10.1 that has that in there specifically says that the Southeast Sector Plan was to further the Southside Action Plan area. And the comp plan referenced the Southern Strategy area. Thankfully, we've changed the name of that. It also identified how this area would have a mixture of uses. It identified implementing districts, transportation guidelines, open space and greenway requirements. With that Southeast Sector Plan in place, the area was then designated critical planning area in 1997, so the following year. And then in 2007, the future land use category, kind of following a effort called comp plan reform in 2006, the planned development land use category was created and applied to this property. The Southeast Sector Plan does allow for the continued use of agriculture and silviculture on the Colin English property until site plan and subdivision occurs, and specifies that this Southeast Sector Plan would be implemented through the PUD process. The initial PUD for the Southeast Sector Plan area, specifically for the Colin English area, Southwood was kind of separate, and that's been PUDs that have been going on. You see development there. But for the Colin English property, the initial PUD was approved in 2012. Today, we have an application that is requesting an amendment to that existing PUD. It would increase the acreage of the PUD. It would update the general land use plan and vehicular circulation plan. As the additional areas added to that PUD, we need to include those implementing land use districts as well as the transportation circulation for that. It adds a few additional uses to the medium density residential and mixed use office commercial PUD zoning districts. So that list of allowable uses, that would be updated. And it would also remove some outdated language, primarily things like the VA hospitals reference, but now that that's constructed, it's no longer needed to reference that. So that's kind of what that is. As part of this process, notifications were sent out consistent with our policy. Notifications were sent out to all owners and tenants within the English PUD area, owners and tenants within 1,000 feet of the property, the entire boundary of that, so 1,000 feet out from that, as well as homeowners associations, neighborhood associations, and community associations that intersect that 1,000-foot radius. You can see on the screen the various neighborhood associations, community associations, and homeowners associations that were notified through this process. Prior to the public hearing with the Planning Commission, we'd only received 9 citizens' phone calls just requesting additional information. Following the Planning Commission public hearing, we've received numerous other calls and emails, written communication. We've responded to those, answered the questions. All of the written communication is included in the packet. Also, as was noted, the attachment with that was updated last night as of 5 o'clock. So that was the agenda mod that was mentioned at the very beginning of the meeting. Additionally, with some of the concerns from the community and hearing some of the feedback and a lot of questions about the process, we did hold 3 community meetings with the surrounding neighborhoods. That was on October 26th, January 13th, and then earlier this week on March 21st. Through this process, staff has identified and documented a lot of the concerns and questions from the community. That has been compiled along with the responses, and the city manager provided that to you, I believe, yesterday. Staff is prepared to go through that. If you would like, we can do that before or after any of the public speak on that, if you desire that for us to go through that. This is an image of the location, kind of helps visualize where we're talking about. It also includes the notification radius, that 1,000-foot notification radius. This is the map that shows the land use districts that would be a part of the amended PUD. And this is the vehicular circulation map. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to the Growth Management Department to talk about the right-of-way agreement and the concurrency agreement and the right-of-way donation.
Thank you, Artie, and thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. I'm Keith Burnside from the Growth Management Department, and I'd like to give you just a brief overview of a part of this agenda item that is in conjunction with the PUD. It is the right-of-way, it's the concurrency and right-of-way donation agreement. And I'm just going to step back to the vehicular circulation plan. And as you can see through the middle of the property, the white area, that is a right-of-way for a future Paul Russell Road extension to the south. The city has entered into agreements in the past with the English family to provide right-of-way for Blairstone Road, Orange Road, and northern sections of Paul Russell Road. And in conjunction with this PUD, staff negotiated with representatives of the English property to secure right-of-way for this future southern extension of Paul Russell Road. So this would extend Paul Russell, or provide the ability to extend Paul Russell Road from Blairstone all the way to Tram, and then there's a further connection south of Tram that would eventually take the roadway all the way to Capitol Circle. The part of this agreement that I'd like to tell you about is that the developer will build the first 2 lanes of this roadway extension as a major collector roadway. The agreement provides the ability for the city to earlier construct and to widen the roadway to a future 4-lane facility if the city determines that it's needed. But the city is under no obligation and has no time limit per the agreement to construct or expand the roadway. The concurrency and right-of-way agreement does provide for the transfer to the city of the right-of-way needed for the Paul Russell Road. And in exchange, it'll be, the English property will be provided $1.6 million, which is the appraised value of that right-of-way, $1.6 million in credit against traffic concurrency. So in lieu of a payment, the developer will draw upon a credit. This is similar to an existing agreement that we have for other portions of the Paul Russell roadway right-of-way. And then if that credit is not exhausted in 10 years, the city would pay English for any outstanding unused credit after the request by the English family. With the development proposed, we do anticipate that that credit would be utilized for concurrency obligations for this or other development in the area for which the developer may transfer that credit to. That's just a brief overview of the agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions if they come up, but I would like at this time to introduce to you Tom Osteen he's a representative of the developer, and I think he's going to provide you a brief overview of the PUD. Thank you.
Tom Osteen, 805 North Gadsden Street with Moore-Bass Consulting. I've got good news in that I don't have a PowerPoint presentation nor a lengthy speech to give you on representation of the project. I have represented the family for approximately 15 years on land use and planning issues and have a long history with them. As the previous speakers noted, there's an existing planned unit development that addressed all of the property north of Blairstone Road and north of, and this gets a little confusing, Paul Russell Road that exists today. The other roadway extension that Keith just spoke about is a future Paul Russell in a different location. So the zoning already is established, has been in place since 2012, and as already pointed out, really is teed up by the comp plan through the Southeast Sector Plan, which identified both the requirement that we go through a PUD in order to obtain zoning, and secondarily spoke to what the maximum intensities would be for the mixed uses that were expected to occur in the future when zoning was applied through this PUD process. So we've already taken those zoning categories from the comp plan. We've applied them, as I said, to the northern 290 some odd acres. As the requirement goes for us to establish zoning on the rest of the property, we have to go through this PUD process. And so we're bringing in the next acreage, which is about 490 acres, and what you see everything south of Blairstone all the way to Tram Road. That leaves a remaining kind of a white square there in the middle, 200 some odd acres there. That is where the family resides today. There are several family members, as well as one of their agricultural operations, which is a large sod farm that occupies the majority of that white square. Just as background, because it may or may not be known to everybody, the English family purchased the property in 1937. It, at that moment in time, was actually a tobacco farm and also was primarily pasture land. They converted the property to an agricultural enterprise, raising pine trees, and then eventually this sod farm over time, and moved to the property in 1950, and have resided there since in several generations. I don't want to go through a lot of the other details because they've really been already addressed by staff. I will say that we've prepared just some very basic responses to some of the citizen concerns that we've heard in participating with the number of Zoom calls and conversations that we've had with citizens. And in no particular order, and frankly, these are very common to any kind of rezoning request or any kind of large-scale land development project. Traffic, well, Keith has spoken to one of the main fixes, if you will, for traffic that would otherwise have to rely on just the existing traffic network, and that is the establishment of this new corridor that would connect Blairstone to Tram over a period of time as it's constructed by the developer or future developers. That's going to be measurable more specifically in terms of a concurrency impact when we know what those proposed uses are. Right now, the colors you're looking at describe zoning districts with a number of different possibilities that could occur within them. And so we don't know what concurrency impacts will be until we identify whether those are single-family subdivisions or multi-family apartment complexes, in some cases, some neighborhood commercial opportunity, and in some cases, particularly in the yellow areas to the north, office-oriented type uses. There's been a concern, not a huge one, but some concern about the presence of multifamily or affordable housing. I can only tell you that from everything I understand and everything I read and study, there's an acknowledged housing problem, not only in our community, but throughout the country. And that bringing more property in for the development of workforce housing or a housing that can be affordable under many different forms, whether it be single-family ownership or rental, is a positive, I think, for this community and something that this plan will help promote in the future. There's grave concern about environmental impacts, and you can take a look at what's reasonably colored green on the map above. And that identifies areas that are comprised of known wetlands, floodplains, and the buffers that would be attached to those that are required, not only by the comp plan, but then more specifically by the Land Development Code and zoning districts, et cetera. These are just the known areas that we know of today. We have prepared a natural features analysis, which is required in order to file our PUD. It's been approved by staff. Incorporates this kind of large-scale review of what is known on the property, but it also requires that we go back as individual parcels are developed and supply you with an update to that plan, which is ground surveyed information to nail down all of those environmental characteristics, the buffers that are required to protect them, the identification of any habitat that are found by biologists beyond what we know today. And in addition to that, a more detailed study of any archaeological presence on the property. We have employed an archaeologist to date. They have prepared a report. It is part of our approved natural features inventory. But again, it's acknowledged and understood that a more detailed study will accompany specific development as it occurs in the future. There's concern about stormwater in Tallahassee. That's always a normal concern. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding, or at least there was initially, in terms of how the property naturally drains. And if you take a look at that white square, everything to the north of it and everything generally north of Blairstone Road naturally drains to the north or to Orange Avenue. At a certain point, that splits off a little bit when you get to this new road corridor, and everything south of Blairstone Road drains toward Tram Road. So we really have two different directions that stormwater is going to be directed, all of which is only to tell you that some of those purple and pink areas, the difference between pink and purple being existing stormwater facilities in pink, proposed in purple, are going to have to meet very stringent both state and local standards for the capture and the treatment and the release of that stormwater. And I won't begin to go into all of the details. If you have questions about that, I know you've got staff here that can do a better job than I can in answering those questions. But stormwater is a natural concern, and it's one that's present on every kind of development project. We've got those kinds of procedures, processes, and standards in place to protect both the environment and adjacent neighbors and landowners from any kind of downstream flooding issues that might be present. Again, just very quickly, we're here tonight because we have to be. You've made us be a PUD. We don't mind doing that. We've already done it. We're following through with the commitment to bring the remainder of the property into that zoning classification over a phased period of time. And eventually, we foresee bringing the white component back in, and then we would be fully compliant with the expectation that the English property has been zoned through this PUD process. Whether that happens in my lifetime or not, I don't know. It's doubtful. I don't think the family has any plans to relinquish their homestead or their farming operation on that portion of it right now. But with that, I'll sit down, let you ask questions, and let us hear from the other citizens that may have comments, and I'm happy to answer anything you may have for me. Thank you very much.
Mr. City Manager?
That's all, sir. We've got public comment.
Okay. Did we have a presentation from staff, or I know we had information that, or was that the same information that Tom?
A lot of it was covered. There are particulars that I know weren't addressed. We can address them preemptively now if you would like. Two in particular dealing with the connectivity of greenways.
Let's do those after we've heard.
Yeah, I think that may work. And so we do have responses, and staff is available.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Our first speaker is Max Epstein, and our second speaker will be Sean McGlynn.
Max, I can hear you out there, so don't think I'm walking out on you.
I know, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I hope you might give me an extra 30 seconds. I'm pretty tired here. My name's Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. Just want to start off by saying 5 weeks. That's how long we have to make this plan better. This is when the Florida Forever applications are due. We're asking for a continuance until then, and ideally at least one public meeting between now. And we ask that the city take this lead. Some examples are Gill Waters, Lake Munson State Preserve, Timberland State Park, Fred George Greenway, and Lafayette Heritage Park. We want this development to happen. We've heard the owner got mad at us for attacking the family. This is absolutely not true. This is about the growth management and planning process to make sure it's correct. We learned from the realtor that the government is going to be bidding on these parcels. What does that mean? We don't know. Is that the city, county, state? This would be a perfect opportunity to provide a match to the Florida Forever funding. We've also learned that this PUD is going to grow, as just they said. It's going to include that center white section. Well, you're approving 11,000 units right now with no school on it. This school is required under the Southeast Sector Plan, and it may go, we learned this at a meeting that we had, it may go in that white square, but right now it's not planned. This is a requirement. This makes the application incomplete. There's never been a publicly advertised meeting for this entire PUD. There were a couple planning meetings, and we had one in January, as they stated, but that was only for the Hathaway. We were told that only 36 acres were going to come back at this meeting. Then they went back to the full PUD. I misspoke in our meeting with Diane and staff. Rickards is not over capacity, but the statistic to look at is the student-teacher ratio, which is 27-to-1, higher than the district average and in the bottom 30% of all high schools in Florida. Can they absorb another 50 or 100 students? Sure. 500, 800? This goes into negative 400 students for Rickards. In the negatives, it's going to cost $58 million a year just for the school system for this 11,000 acres. In addition, the conservation preservation areas of the parcel not connected via greenways as required. Well, it's not up there anymore, but this is required. This is easily accomplished by actually planning in that white square.
You're 2.5.
Above Rickards is the highest point to the east with the trees that will be clear-cut for a large stormwater facility. And speaking with the staff, it's only going to be built for a 25-year storm. That would be an excellent location for the city to acquire for a buffer and potential expansion of Rickards, and could help go back to this Florida Forever match. Moving forward, as it is right now, would not make the project as well planned as Southwood, Indian Head, Benton Hills, or in particular Willani, that have well-developed continuous greenway systems that preserves all the water features. Willani set aside 40% green space.
Mr. Max Epstein,
Yes.
if you could start to wrap up.
I am. I've got 4 points left.
No.
Oh.
You're beyond your 3 minutes. If you could start to...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I will. I'm so sorry. I thought that. Okay.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. Willani set aside 40% green space after public input and has a more developed stormwater master plan. That is the number to shoot for with grant opportunities. This allows the owner to also be compensated along with the realtors, so everyone's happy. Only 22.5%, 25% is open space, and it's dominated by stormwater facilities. These are not for people. These are for ducks. And you recently had... I promise.
If you could wrap up.
Yes, okay. Staff is, this is my last point, staff has acknowledged that their definition of active cars does not align with state standards. They admitted this on Monday. So if you move forward today, you know that you're using a natural features inventory that does not comply with state law.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker.
Sean McGlynn, followed by Robert Dale.
Sean McGlynn, 568 Beverly Court, just down the hill is where I live. Third generation in our family home. I was born here in Tallahassee. I'm a biologist. I'm not a developer, but I'm on the board of directors of the Florida Lake Management Society. I'm the board of directors of the Florida Springs Council, and I'm on the board of directors of the Florida Water Resources Monitoring Council. So I think I'm an expert in this field, and there's a lot of things. I work at McCullough Springs once a week monitoring the water there. We're doing all kinds of SAA studies, and we're seeing it improving, but it's not there yet. And this is a sensitive area in the McCullough Springs shed, and actually in the focus zone for the McCullough Springs. On the maps, we've kind of identified potentially 7 karst features on the property, and there's also a very magnificent ravine, which is a feature that's already preserved, but is enough of it's preserved. There's endangered species in the ravine. It's a steep head, it's got a spring. The part that goes south after Blair Storm, the stormwater, the runoff, all of that is in the karst plain. And the Cody Scarp runs right through the property, which is some of the most vulnerable aquifer in the entire spring shed. We moved the next era power line off of that scarp The spray field was kind of put on the scarp by mistake. That's why we have to spend so much money cleaning it up. That's a bad place, but it can be developed properly. Part of this can be bought and purchased. They've saved some things. As far as the comp plan goes, I don't think any development, or it says no development or zoning should be done until all the natural features are identified. And I don't feel that they have been. And it shouldn't be left to the developers to do it. It would cost probably the amount of money that's in 1 acre of the land to pay for all of the engineering studies and biological studies you need to define that and make a really good plan that would benefit Wakulla Springs and the people of the City of Tallahassee, and have the green spaces, according to the sector plan, they should be connected. They're not. Even the city center, there's quite a few of them all over the place. And that whole central parcel that Max mentioned is going to be developed eventually, not now, but that needs to be brought into the picture too. I think this could be a wonderful development and a heritage for the English family that will live forever here. But I think we need to look a little bit more closely at it and carefully and plan this a little more. It needs to be planned very well. It's as big as Southwood. It's as big as Falls Chase. This is probably the last big parcel in the city that is going to be developed. So thank you so much. And I hope that you put some more thought into this and planning, and that we get a wonderful development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn. Our next speaker, Mr. Cook.
Is Robert Dale. And then next will be Ramona Abernathy Payne.
Good evening, Mayor Daley, Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, and Commissioners. My name is Robert Dial. I reside at 2409 Oakdale Street, Tallahassee. I'm an emeritus professor of environmental planning at FSU and the coordinator of the Wakulla Springs State Park Wildlife Monitoring Program. I'm here to reiterate points I made in an email sent to you several days ago concerning the city's regulation of stormwater management under the proposed general land use plan for the English property PUD. And if it's appropriate, I'd like to put a hard copy of this in the record.
I'll take that from you when you finish your remarks.
Thank you, sir. The area in question, as we've seen on the maps, includes several closed basin sinkholes into which stormwater will flow, and 2 of those are large wet sinkholes. Nitrogen from fertilizer runoff, if it enters those sinkholes, will add to the burden of excessive nitrogen that continues to plague the Wakulla Spring and River ecosystem if the stormwater is not properly managed. Excessive nitrogen continues to feed the algae that have displaced much of the native aquatic grasses upon which the Wakulla ecosystem depends, and associated with that, several of the wildlife species that we monitor have declined over the past 9 years, despite the reduction in nitrogen loading that resulted from the $27 million improvements to the city's T.P. Smith water reclamation facility. We still have a serious nitrogen problem. As I detailed in my email, I believe the city's rules governing stormwater discharges to sinkholes are not applicable are not consistent with the applicable state regulations, and therefore will not assure even the minimum level of protection that those rules require. Therefore, if you do decide to go forward and approve the PUD concept plan this evening that is sought by Mr. English, I urge you to do it with 2 stipulations. The first would be to condition approval of the PUD amendment on compliance with the applicable Northwest Florida Water Management District's regulations governing stormwater management systems constructed within sensitive karst areas. And the second would be to direct staff to consult with the Water Management District to review the city's rules governing stormwater discharges to sinkholes and bring back to you, to the commission, any revisions needed to assure that those rules are based on accepted hydrogeologic principles and consistent with applicable state rules before they are applied to any future site plan reviews within the city's jurisdiction.
You have just a few seconds remaining.
I have 1 sentence. Thank you very much. We need to continue to do all we can to minimize new nitrogen discharges to the aquifer that feeds Wakulla Springs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ramona Abernathy Payne, and then Sonia De La Cruz.
Okay, Ms. Payne.
Ramona Abernathy Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive. Tonight, I'd like to thank each of the commissioners, every staff member, and the realtors who made time to meet with neighbors who have concerns about the English PUD. The issues we have discussed have brought improvements to the application, all to make a better development for our city. Tonight, you will hear, you've heard from some, several of those neighbors who have worked uncounted hours on this, all volunteer hours. The time has been given by people with great concerns for our city and our environment. I hope you will continue to listen to our concerns and suggestions for further improving the planned unit development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. De La Cruz.
And then the following speaker will be Nita Marlene Davis.
Good afternoon, or good evening. I'm Sonia De La Cruz, 1113 East Paul Russell Road, 32301. I'm here. One of the first things is to present you a petition that we have started online and in person. This is just the beginning. It's ongoing. I did have something prepared to say, but it's late and I'm kind of waning here. One of the things, the important things I want to say is this. I'm third generation on Paul Russell Road, East Paul Russell Road, living there. My grandson is fifth generation who's been raised on that road. And I'm telling you right now, I'm asking for this to be postponed, for us to have the opportunity to go to Forever, Florida. This is an integral part of our community on the south side. And one of the things that I did learn by going in person and getting these petitions signed by people at the Piggly Wiggly Shopping Center on the south side, they're like, this is great, this is what you're doing and stuff. They ignore us. I haven't seen a town hall meeting. I don't know anything about this, just like I don't. I live on 2 acres on there, so we're always out of that 1,000 feet radius of what's going on. We find out through other community resources what's going on, so we're always late coming in. Some of the other comments that people had said when I was doing the petition, if they said no, I noticed that the reason why they're saying no was they're disenfranchised. They said their opinion doesn't count and city doesn't listen to us and they're going to destroy our community. Literally, destroy our community here. They want us gone. And that's how I feel. It's like, what are we to do there? 11,000 apartment buildings down the road from my home? I'm asking the committee to please vote to postpone this PUD and to give us an opportunity for a town hall meeting and for it, instead of moving forward without all these answers questions, for us to stop, take a moment, and go forward with the reports, the evaluation, independent evaluations of the land, whether it's the archaeological items on the site, the environmental factors, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz.
Next is Nita Davis. And I have a form from Tom Osteen, but I believe you've already provided the remarks you need to provide, correct? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nita Marlene Davis. I live at 1111 East Paul Russell Road. I'm here tonight to speak to you on the human side, not the statistics side. Other people have done that, and they've done very well. My home was built 5 years after Colin English's house. Matter of fact, our property's bought from Mr. Paul Russell. And unlike what Mr. Bass said, that land that Mr. English owns was cobbled together. I know because I've gone through the deeds. I'm an archaeologist, not an archaeologist. I don't know what I am tonight. I'm so tired. But anyway, that land was cobbled together. And matter of fact, part of it was taken from Mr. Jim Lee. Evidently, he was a squatter, so Colin English took his land, his timber, plus his 2 houses. So this is just history, okay? And I only speak the truth. But I'm going to read what I have written, and I will swear by what I read. My home is there, and it's been there for a long time, since 1956. and please not take offense that I'm going to read this because I swear to it is the truth. Brad Parker stated his family had a long history since the late 1800s, which validated him in making right choices. My family has been here since 1826, so I have an overriding passion for this county. I have never been opposed to any development in my neighborhood. I have seen it go from a dirt road with cows roaming around to the present day multi-ethnic neighborhood representing Tallahassee, all of Tallahassee. I followed this project, and I want you to listen to this, since 2012 with the planning board. And this is when they did the zoning. I was there. I was the only person from the community there. And I heard the good old boy. And I heard the good old boy passes, okay? And I asked for those minutes, and I've told you this before, those minutes were redacted. And what went on in that planning commission between Colin English's attorney and that planning commission was despicable, or I wouldn't have asked for those minutes. Now, you're going on they're going on the 2012? Well, it started out corrupt, and it started out a good old boy pass. I'm 75 years old, and I've been in this county a long time, and I know what goes on. And I know how things are made, and I know, just like when he got up and said about, oh, this was this kind of property, and they all had it. No, that was cobbled together by many, many people and sellers over time, and not that long, and since the 1930s and 40s and mainly 50s.
You're at about 30 seconds.
Okay, anyway, I want to give you an example of Mr. Parker and Mr. English's interpretation of a wildlife corridor. This is from their words, Mr. Parker's words. It would be connected by sidewalks, and the green spaces would be added by big yards, fertilizers with nitrate that the city would teach homeowners to use responsibly. Okay. The project will affect the south side, and there has been no studies of its ramifications. Why do you keep pushing this project out of the south side? We voted you in to represent all of Tallahassee. History doesn't forget. We took the citizens of this city, took the whole board and the mayor to the Supreme Court of Florida, and they won. But it took them a year, and they finally got them to stop cutting Tallahassee's trees, not the mayor's trees and not special interest trees. We can do it again. 1956, well, I won't even get into that.
We need you to wrap up your comments, please.
Okay, just one last thing. I have a question. Why does the city say it will not affect the south side? I still don't know. I want to answer to why Blue Sink is degraded if we're doing such a fantastic job with stormwater and the runoff.
Could you wrap up your comments?
Okay, I'm going to wrap up with this, and you'll like this, okay? What side of history is this mayor and the board going to go down on? How will you score in preserving the least of us? The south side, the water, the wildlife, Wakulla Springs, and most of all, Old Joe. And how many of you have seen him, and how many of your kids and grandchildren will never be able to see them?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Parker with TLG Real Estate is here, but just to answer questions. And so we'll go to Stephanie Cecil.
Do we have any virtual speakers?
We do. We have 2 more in person, and then we have 5 virtual speakers.
Okay.
Hi, Stephanie Cecil, 1306 Tuccinini.
Okay.
I wanted to express my sincere gratitude for your time, the time of your staff, and the applicant's representative in answering our questions and helping to create a really extraordinary development. I would like to continue the discourse, so I ask for a continuance based on the following. One thing I would like to deviate from is I just wanted you guys to know that the archaeological and environmental assessment that they are talking about was only done, I believe, on the 36-acre of Hathaway, so I don't want you to be misled that they have looked at the whole. I'd like you to please direct staff to connect the designated open spaces with a greenway corridor. The current option to have a greenway kind of encircling the property is not in complete alignment with the comp plan or sector plan. Its size is more of a bike path and does not contribute to wildlife habitat, nor will it be accessible to the majority of the residents that would live in that area. Policy 10.1.4 states that the majority of the open spaces are required to be connected as well as with any protected areas. and that's very important to us. It states quite clearly that the mapping of greenways and open space corridors shall consider the location of preservation and conservation sites, which are, there's more than have yet to be determined. And we could compare Wilani's acquisition of 40% green space to this plan's 22% and wonder why. I'm currently concerned with the fact that the large majority of the 22% of the open space identified is also being proposed as the stormwater site, management sites. This will not allow for any human use whatsoever, and this is unacceptable to me. It's extremely disconcerting that the fact is that people of color, families with children, and low-income communities are most likely to be deprived of the benefits that nature provides. The United States has fewer forests, streams, wetlands, and other natural places near where Black, Latino, and Asian American people live. These disparities are particularly concerning because nature is not an amenity. It is not something to be torn out and landscaped. It is a necessary public health resource, and the Southside community deserves better. Additionally, please direct staff in submitting an application with the Florida Communities Trust to discuss acquisition of vulnerable environmental features in order to create a win-win situation between conservation requirements and monetary reimbursement for its protection.
You have about 15 seconds.
I would like to end by reading an excerpt from the comp plan's vision statement. The natural environment is one of many criteria with which, when combined, form the community's perceived quality of life. The natural environment is a major component in the quality of life equation for Leon County, and as such, it must be protected. Please give us an opportunity to continue to work together to make South Tallahassee's quality of life be what it deserves to be. Thank you.
You. Next speaker, Mr. Cook.
Next is Kirsten Litchford, then Mark Okasako.
Hey, Mitch Litchford.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kirsten Litchford, and I am at 1721 Silverwood Drive. I'd like to begin by addressing some of the points that were raised earlier. Morbass is proposing to widen a semi-residential road into a 4-lane thoroughfare, so please don't be tricked by them saying the city is going to save a whole lot of money on that. People that are currently living on Paul Russell Road are not looking for their semi-residential road to become a new thoroughfare or in any way to ask for more traffic on there. They also spoke of several things like plans for the type of developments that are planning to be built. It might be residential, it might look like this. All these things that are going to be shown to us in the future. I'd like to know when we will actually see some plans that will let us know what these areas are going to look like. Are these going to be neighborhoods? Are these going to be giant apartment complexes? We don't know, and it's not very fair to the people around the area to not have been told what these developments are actually going to be. Finally, please note that his statement at the end was that they are here because they have to be, not because they want community input or that they are looking to work with the community to make this the greatest space possible. Moving on, the city's stated vision for the 5-year plan is currently to build a creative capital city that supports a strong community with vibrant neighborhoods. If it is going to be a development complex with 1,100 new units, that's not going to be a vibrant neighborhood. That's going to be yet another mega apartment complex that's going to have noise complaints, that's going to produce a lot of congestion coming to and from. And these are not going to be units that are affordable to the average Tallahassee person. The vision goes on to say that we want to promote Tallahassee as an innovative economic and educational hub that serves diverse and passionate people. I think you're seeing a lot of those passionate people here tonight trying to protect the neighborhoods and residential areas that we value as part of this city. It also includes protecting our natural resources and preserving our unique character. And to that end, I ask that you live up to this vision today by voting to continue this item past the five-week mark. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Okasako, and this is the last speaker we have here in chambers, then we'll go to the WebEx participants.
Mark Okasako, 1689 Silverwood Drive. Mr. Mayor and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm asking the Commission to grant us a continuance for your April public hearing. I have 3 connected points to support my request. First, I would like to agree with the previous presenters about the greenways and the schools. We still have questions and possible inconsistencies between the comp plan and these items in the applicant's submittal. Our time to ask questions and comments and make suggestions to staff has been a bit limited. And this brings me to the second point, which there are 3 parties involved in this process. First is the city staff. They're very familiar with the process since that is part of their job. Second is the applicant, comprised of the landowner, developer, and realtor. While the landowner may not be familiar with the process, the developer and realtor usually are. The third group is the public, and most of them are not familiar with the process. So there's a learning curve to become familiar with the process, with the terminology, submittal documents, comp plan, et cetera. So the public is at a disadvantage in this process. For this PUD amendment, there were also some complications. It was continued 3 times. In February, the applicant said they would be reducing the size of the amendment to 36 acres. In March, the applicant said that it would be returning to the original amendment size of 494 acres. This ping-ponging between amendment sizes caused us to have to change how we would approach staff with our questions, comments, and suggestions. Also, staff told us that they would prefer not to meet with us until the final submission had been made by the applicant. We were then notified of the final submission and the fact that it was going to go back to the original amendment size of 494 acres on March 8th, which was 15 days before this public hearing, and only a few days before the agenda for the meeting would be finalized. For city staff and the applicant, that may have been enough time to prepare, but for us, it was not. We were able to meet with city staff, however, this was the day before yesterday. And I would like to thank the city staff and the realtor for meeting with us, but the meeting was too late for us to have any impact on the staff recommendations to the commissioners. So to summarize my second point, the process is weighted against the public. Not only does the public have a technical learning curve where they have to learn materials of the process, but they have a social learning curve as well, where they have to learn how to interact with staff, the applicant, and each other. Also, it is difficult for the public to react to changes made shortly before important deadlines, as it was for us, with a change back to the original amendment size made 2 weeks ago. I don't believe this was done on purpose, but I hope that you will provide us with some flexibility with a continuance, that we can properly develop our questions, comments, and suggestions for staff on the issues that the previous presenters have brought up. My third point is brief. A continuance will allow the applicant time to comply with the staff's 4 conditions, so that when this comes up for a vote in April, staff will not need to require conditions for approval. So to conclude, I ask that you vote for a continuance to the April meeting for this PUD amendment. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. At this point, we will move to our speakers connected via WebEx. We have 5 of those, assuming they are all still connected with us. The first is Brian Lupiani. I do see that.
Hello. Okay.
There we go.
I'm unmuted now, I think.
Yes, you are.
I just wanted to echo most of what's been said on this topic tonight, starting with appreciate the opportunity to speak, and that the fact that the staff and the realtor were willing to open to meeting with the citizens, and I think there's been some progress made. And of course, I too would urge you to continue this and not pass this tonight. I don't think, with all due respect to the owner, developer, realtor, this is not really quite ready for prime time. It's been mentioned by a number of people tonight that there's been no real natural resources inventory, and archaeological has been touched on too. I mean, there's a good chance there may be some more DeSoto era or even pre-contact era artifacts or sites in this large area. And, there's also the possibility of graveyards for enslaved people. There's just so much that can be in there, in addition to what we know is there, the sensitive environmental areas. And, this can be a real jewel for Tallahassee and for the Southside if it's done right. Instead of just being another moonscape-like canopy and destroying everything in sight and coming back again. And I'm not accusing them of wanting to do that, but this could be the way, this could be an example for how development should go. And we really want to help this be the best product it can be. So please continue it, and thank you again for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lupiani. Mr. Cook, our next speaker.
Next is Stephen Martin, and then Douglas Barr. So Stephen Martin is next.
Mr. Martin, let's try it again.
I do have my picture.
Okay,
to see my
we can hear
shirt.
you
It
this
might
time.
be a mirror reflection, but I'll get that off.
All right,
All
we
right.
hear you.
And I will as well echo what's been said by others and strongly recommend that you better be safe than sorry. Take a pause now and continue this so you can learn more, not just about the land, but about what the neighbors, the people who've come in here tonight are willing to do. I mean, I think that's a good sign. They are willing to work with you. I mean, this is a large PUD, about 500 acres, like another one that I've been involved with. And you can expect the unexpected, not fully aware of all of the factors yet. Additional reason to continue it. For example, we talked about this at their meeting last month with the stormwater management, and there's no master plan. The program surface is closed, and they can look at one at a time. But beneath the surface, it's different. All of this overrides the Florida aquifer, and we need to get beneath the surface before we get going with this. We need to develop a more stringent master stormwater plan. Trickle-down effect is often talked about. Yeah, I think it's almost certain there will be adverse trickle-down environmental effect from the stormwater. I'm not sure there's going to be much of the other kind of trickle-down beneficial economic. This is a heavily wooded area in part. And about trees, one of you said in the past that you think there should be a criterion for removal of trees, not just arbitrarily remove them. You pointed out you're the inheritor of a patriarch oak in your yard, and that you understand what people mean about their trees, and that we need to remain tree friendly. Another one of you has pointed out before rights of indigenous population, those already on the land as well as those near it. Well, you've inherited a responsibility on this commission to pay attention to the interests of those indigenous creatures and those patriarch oaks and other trees on that land. Before reaching a decision, I recommend each of you get out and experience that land and the indigenous life I'm talking about. Do it with open ears, eyes, and minds. See, hear, and think what you haven't about before and seen and heard. We met with Mr. Parker as we met and appreciate that. During the meeting, he noted that Mr. English doesn't want to see anything from this development. I can empathize with Mr. English because neither would I. Hopefully, he and Mr. Parker will show some empathy towards those who live around this and will be impacted by it, and understand that they too may not want to see any of it. Let's show them the respect that you expect as owner of the land.
Hello.
Yeah.
Mr. Martin?
I'm here.
You're beyond 3 minutes. Thank you for
all right.
your comments.
Okay.
All right.
Our next speaker is Douglas Barr, and then Grant Gelhart.
Mr. Barr, are you there? Mr. Barr?
Mayor Pro Tem, I see the name on the screen, but we're obviously not hearing.
Okay, let's go with Mr. Gerhart, and then we'll come back to Mr. Barr.
Grant Gelhart, you may begin.
Ms. Gilhart?
Okay, there. I'm muted. Okay, thank you. I'd like to share something with you if I can figure out how to share. Okay.
Mr. Gilhart?
Let's share this one here.
Would you first of all give us your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, yes, for the record. Sorry. My name is Grant Gellhart. I live at 1906 Giulianini. And I'd like to talk about the open space greenway policy in the comp plan. The open space greenway policy talks about the southeast sector plan, and it talks about containing a pool of open space greenways that will connect, I can't read it because they're up there, okay, within a corridor system, okay. So what we're talking about is a greenway open space that's connected, that connects the conservation areas, the open space areas into a greenway corridor. This is actually straight out of the comp plan. It further talks about it being a mapped open space greenway. So that's something I think is absolutely critical for this project. With that said, I'm very excited about this project. I think it's time for the southeast sector and the south side to have some great development. And this project could be great development. I like the neighborhood village concepts. That way, it's a sustainable community where you can walk to the grocery store, you can walk to restaurants, you can walk to little shops. And with dense apartment complexes around there or housing development, the neighborhood concept, the village is great. One thing that is missing from this plan is open space, parks, and greenways. Southwood has great open space greenways and parks. I like to go down there and walk around. Walani is going to be developed that way with great open space connection and parks. So this site should be like or better than Southwood or Walani. So I am asking the commission to include a policy, another criteria to be met.
30 seconds remaining.
Excuse me?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. This always happens here. I am suggesting that something like this be developed. The line in blue is what my recommendation would be for a open space greenway wildlife connecting corridor that connects all the green space throughout the subdivision. And I think this is absolutely necessary. And I'm asking the commission to either adopt this map or send staff back to work with the developer to adopt a map similar to this or something that connects all the green space. And I believe that that should be a approval if this is forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let's try Douglas Barr again. See if we get a connection this time. Douglas Barr.
Mr. Barr, are you there? Mr. Barr?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. If you'd give us your name and address.
Okay,
for the
thank
record.
you. Mr. Chairman, I apologize for that. My fingers couldn't hardly hit the mute button to turn it off.
Right.
Again, my name is Doug Barr. I live at 3751 Swallowtail Trace here in Tallahassee.
Okay.
By way of just a little bit of background, I worked for the Water Management District, Northwest Florida Water Management District for 35 years. In the last 20 years, I was the executive director. I'm retired now, and from time to time, if a project interests me, and this one does, then I come on board to take a look at it from my perspective as a hydrologist, groundwater hydrologist, and groundwater modeler, and to help out as best I can. And that was the case with this one. And the only thing I would really like to speak on tonight is the sinkhole and the lack of a stormwater plan. Those are two items that I think are particularly troublesome, at least to me, because we don't know exactly where the stormwater is going to be going, and I've heard that it may be going to some of the depressions on the property or to an adjacent City of Tallahassee stormwater facility. I don't know whether any of those depressions are remnant sinkholes or not, but it certainly occurs to me that they could be. And until that determination is made, I think it's premature to go forward with this. It's probably better to just get a continuance until some of these technical issues, and there's a number of them that are outstanding, are better resolved for the benefit of the commission and for the public. In regard to the using some of the sinkhole or a sinkhole possibly for stormwater, no determination has been made as to whether those actually are sinkholes or not, or exactly what the subsurface looks like down to the top of what's called the Florida aquifer, which is the limestone aquifer that's source of water for much of Leon County, including the City of Tallahassee. So that determination can be made, though, using some geophysical techniques that are widely available from consultants to determine just exactly where these depressions are, whether they're going penetrating all the way to the Floridan or not. And again, that to me is a rather serious deficiency in that you don't know exactly how these the stormwater is going to be moving around along with the associated contaminants, how they're going to be moving either vertically or horizontally. And so it's that kind of technical issue that hasn't been resolved yet that I think is probably the primary reason for a continuance, at least in my view. And I'll stop there. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for taking the time to hear us.
All right, Mr. Barr, thank you. Thank you for participating.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have one last name, Tracy Priest, who connected virtually. Although I don't see the name at the moment, we'll see if Tracy Priest is still connected. Yes, there we go.
I'm here.
Hello, Tracy.
Hey, can you see me?
Yes, ma'am. If you'd give us your name and address, or for the record, please, you have 3 minutes to give us your message.
My name is Tracy Priest. I'm at 1747 Brookside Boulevard, Blairstone Forest. And Blairstone Forest, as you should know, is a little neighborhood on the corner of Orange and Blairstone on the east side. And we are prone to flooding. And I'm glad that everybody is talking about that because our yards are very wet today from these rains. And runoff comes from K, comes from the golf course, comes from Indian Head, and they all merge behind my house. And the floods, when the brook crests, it comes under my house. And I don't think there's not enough studying been done. The commissioners don't have all the information that they need. And so I am asking, please do not vote tonight on this PUD because the developer has had 3 continuances and the citizens need this because you do not have all the information. I haven't even seen all the information. And please do not allow this to go any further until you get all the corrected plans that were corrected at the last city's meeting. They asked the developer for completed plans. And hopefully you have those. I haven't seen them. When those are all done in full and can be reviewed by you, the city and citizens would be much more informative. And I agree with everybody here tonight who I was trying to write down some names and commissioners, there's a lot of unfinished business. So you just can't vote on this tonight because you're not getting the information. Anyway, that's the only way that proper decisions can be made, and that this will impact Tallahassee now and the future. And the prior meeting discussion that we were listening to earlier on Miccosukee and Blairstone, that's all going to happen here. If it's not, if the decisions are not carried out properly, you're going to have the same issue when you have these apartments where they got their traffic problems. And yes, please hold off on the voting tonight because you don't have all the information.
You're at 3 minutes.
I'm good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, the only thing we had left on speakers was Brad Parker, who had earlier said here for questions, I think was hoping to have his opportunity to speak and did not speak earlier. And we have no other speakers.
Did you want to speak, Brad? All right. And then I'll come to you.
Brad Parker, 3520 Thomasville Road, Suite 200 in Tallahassee. TLG Real Estate represents Mr. English. Jack Buford's my partner. He also represents Mr. English. Just wanted to clean up some of the comments that we've heard tonight. There is a greenway attachment as part of our conditions, and Mr. English has accepted all the conditions that staff has asked us to. He's excited about the greenway. If you see the way it comes down the property around and goes around the lake, it'll be a wonderful amenity to not just the English family, but everybody in that area when it's ever built. The other green areas that we're talking about will be bifurcated by the road that the city wants built north-south. When we attempted to come in for the process, and one of the things that's been delays is we wanted to build a subdivision like in Ox Bottom where you had houses on every road and you didn't have a main thoroughfare, it was just an internal development, but code won't let that. We have to have and extend that collector road by code that dead ends into our property. I'd ask staff to address the stormwater questions. A lot of the feedback and the talks that we've had some really great conversations with the surrounding neighbors. Stephanie Cecil, thank you for everything you've put together. You've really helped us get information out and clear up some things that people are worried about. But the majority of what you hear is stormwater, natural features, the Indian artifacts and all that. We're not there yet. This is zoning. This is just literally zoning. It lays the map out of what a future developer will be able to come in and propose to do, but all that's funded and taken care of in steps 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're on step 1. 2 years into step 1, $250,000 Mr. English has spent with experts to get this far. So, it's not like this has all happened in the last 5 or 6 weeks. We've worked continuously with staff for a couple years now. Staff has whipped our proposal into shape so that it meets and forced us to meet all of your standards. We will continue to meet all your standards, stormwaters and otherwise. There's many checks and balances along the way that will, I think, solve the majority of the issues that. If you don't want development, I can't help you with that. But if you want a nice development that's done right to the city codes, that's what we rely on staff to enforce as we go forward. We will not be the developer, Mr. English will not be the developer, but we hope that as we go through the process that we will continue to get more information, more studies will be done that will help assist these people to understand that we want to do this the right way. A couple other minor comments on that. Let's see.
You have about 15 seconds.
Yep. Again, we have one contract in place, which is the Hathaway family. We can't continue this anymore. We've been continuing for multiple months to finalize the road and everything else. We're at a point where we got to have a vote. We feel like, staff has addressed all the issues and it's time to vote on this and see where we're going. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
No other
Last speaker?
That was the last one.
Mr. Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Parker said what I was going to get clarification on because I met with the group on Monday, and thanks to Artie and to Karen. And I left the understanding that this is zoning. This is not where we do all of the things that have been asked for. That happens in a subsequent step. Is that correct, Artie and Karen? Can y'all come up and just enlighten us, enlighten the public to what that process is? Because it was enlightening to me to understand where we are and where we're going.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. We have completed, there's been a preliminary natural features inventory for the full site where some features have been identified and protected at a high level, but before any development proposals come in, they will have to do site-specific natural features inventories where everything will be looked at again in much more detail.
Okay.
And I have Keith Burnside here with Growth Management if you have any specific questions about the features from the preliminary review and the site-specific review that's been done for the Hathaway piece.
Okay, and I've heard that the concerns regarding the connected greenways, that's been agreed upon, correct?
I'll let Artie address.
Okay. You're already like a tag team.
Good evening, Commissioners. Yes, the connected greenways actually address a couple different ways. One of the primary ways is the adopted Greenways Master Plan specifically calls out the Southwest Sector Greenway. In the master plan, in the Greenways Master Plan, it does say that this trail project implements policy 10.1.4 in the land use element. So this is what is intended to accomplish that policy that is adopted. And actually, there it is.
Okay.
So that is one way. That is one of the conditions that is included in the materials, that this be part of the PUD. That's been agreed to. The other ways that are the greenways would be connected, and I'll welcome Growth Management to chime in on this if there's anything to add. But as the conservation and preservation areas are mapped, we did the initial mapping of it based on kind of what we know with the desktop analysis and all that. As they do the specific natural features inventories, anything else additional that would be mapped could also be connected if it's adjacent and based on the location of that. But that's all based on kind of the next steps when they do the actual site-specific natural features inventory. And then as site plans come in, there may be opportunities to set aside additional open space that provides that connectivity kind of based on that policy. But primarily, it'll be the greenway.
So a vote tonight does not prevent, I know one speaker talked about the Florida Forever, being able to, Florida Forever application. A vote tonight does not prevent that work from going on, does it?
That's correct. It would not prevent that work from going on. If necessary, we could do another modification to the PUD. Most likely, it would be a minor modification and not take this entire process. If we need to allow additional green space and greenway beyond what the thresholds are. But this vote would not preclude any of that from happening.
Okay, so I'm looking at the agenda item, and back in December, well, even 2012, the English PUD was approved. I think I may have been on the Planning Commission when that occurred. In December 9th, 2020, it was adopted by the City Commission to annex in 494 acres. September 13, 2021, the DRC reviewed the proposed English property and amended and voted 5-0 to approve it with conditions. September 23, 2021, subsequent to the DRC meeting, the applicant's agent sent staff an email requesting a revision in regards to the new neighborhood village center in districts. October 5th, 2021, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to find proposed ordinance consistent with the comp plan. October 13, 2021, the City Commission introduced this ordinance. I think I might have been on the City Commission by then. November 10, 2021, 5-0 to continue. No, December 8, 2021, 5-0 to continue. February 16, 2022, 5-0 to continue. So I'm just trying to wrap my mind around why would we want to continue when the developer, staff, and all have met with our neighbors and our good friends and tried to address all of these issues, when tonight all we're doing is voting on the zoning. All this other work can continue to still happen in the subsequent phases. I just wanted to confirm that and make sure that the public here understood that.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'm tired, just like I'm sure everyone else is that's here. I guess that I don't, I guess how I feel is I've reviewed the material. I've taken in, the information. I don't want to delay this any more than it has been delayed, and I'm certainly excited, like everyone else is, for this development. But I'm concerned by some of the questions that were raised, and the continuances were, as far as I understand, mutually agreed upon by the city and the developer. There were things that were being worked out, and it was not just on our end that we were requesting the continuances. So I understand that there are processes and steps that go beyond this, but there are also certain things that can be addressed if there's more time. I do want to thank the English family, the developers, the realtor, Tom Morbass, for meeting with the residents. I've heard some about those conversations that sound very constructive. And when I hear from some of the speakers who are people who are experts in their field and who have concerns, I don't see, this is a question to y'all. Are you telling me that all of this is going to fall through if it's continued one more time? So is that a yes, all of it's going to fall through? Okay, and what's the soonest contract deadline?
Can you answer that at the microphone?
The things that they're asking to continue for are steps 2, 3, and 4. We're at zoning. It's the same thing staff just said. We're at the zoning level, so.
I understand.
Yeah, and so.
The condition of approval, compliance with the applicable south, facility.
Oh, yep.
So then I'd be happy to make a motion including some of those conditions.
We've accepted the conditions that have been put in front of us so far. I don't.
So
are you talking about adding new additional conditionings? Or are you talking about the ones that the Greenway and all that?
Well, if I may, for
I'm
instance.
sorry, I'm not following you.
Well, your point is that everything that's been raised tonight is going to be addressed eventually. And
it won't be addressed in the next 30 days. We don't have a buyer for the rest of the property. And until we have a buyer or developer, none of this will go any farther forward. But as we did with the Hathaway property, they've done their NFI, they've been through the entire process with staff, and I think, did they have a conditional approval? Hathaway? All right, so they've done that homework. So you can see the homework they've done through staff with the full NFI and everything. I can't, Mr. English is not a developer. He was just getting zoning so that he can sell his property. So we can't do any more of that homework until we have a buyer down the road. It's taken us, we did the first PD in 2012 and we're 10 years in, and what do we have, 3, 4, the 4 on the 4th project? So, it's not like that everything's just gonna happen overnight. They're sitting at Wilani location. This is time we're competing with Southwood that has, thousands of homes on the way. So, this is a property that we're positioning for future development. But I don't have a buyer, I don't have a contract for a massive development to come in right now.
Thank you.
I'm happy to hear, if you had another condition, I'm happy to, like I said, keep talking and think about it. But if would it help to read the conditions we are agreeing to is make sure that that's got everything covered for you? I want to make sure I got your question answered.
I read the conditions. I just, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A question on, if you don't mind, on the Hathaway property, because I know we went from the larger PUD, and then there was the talk of just doing the 36 acres, and now we're back. Can you just elaborate on how we got there?
So when we were told that we had to build a road through the property, and they asked for a donation of the right-of-way. We've been working on that for almost 2 years. We were running into a deadline with our contract, so we had to say, what do we do if we can't work out the road? And they said, well, you can drop back to just the Hathaway if you want to and just do that. And said, well, we looked at that for a little while and said, well, what happens if we do that? Do we have to go back through the entire process for the rest of it? And the answer was yes. And we're like, no, thank you. You know, we're 2 years into it now. And so subsequent to that, we were finally able to work out the right-of-way agreement and the additional conditions and everything. And now apparently we're in full compliance with everything. So that's what the delays were, to get all our ducks in a row, make sure that we were in compliance and we had staff support before we didn't want to bring something up here that didn't have staff support.
Okay. And on the larger portion, I recognize where you're going with the smaller portion, but we've heard citizens comment of intent to try to see if there can be funding to purchase additional land for green space. Is that an opportunity?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up again. I don't know if I answered that very well. That's absolutely an opportunity. Stephanie, I've had multiple phone calls about that. I don't have a buyer for it up until the point that somebody came in and said, here's a contract. We'll continue talking to anybody they want to bring into that would talk about buying greenways.
Okay.
There's no reason not to,
Okay, thank you, sir. And then a staff question.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager, can we speak to the stormwater concerns that were raised, particularly the sinkholes and state regulations for Northwest Florida management regulations on sensitive karst areas?
Yes, sir. Keith Burnshead from Growth Management. I'm the detail guy, and I realize at 10:30 that I'm not the most popular guy, so feel free to tell me when you hear enough. But regarding that issue of the differences in standards between Northwest Florida Water Management District and the city, we actually have higher water treatment standards than does the Water Management District. The Water Management District does have some definitional differences, but an important point is that a permit is required by both entities. So essentially, the applicant, when they get to the development stage, will have to meet the requirements of both the Water Management, both of the state Water Management District and the city.
So the condition that was asked for to meet those regulations will have to be met?
Yeah, yes, sir, that's part of the process.
Okay. As far as additional concerns of being in the Wacola Springs shed, and what impacts do we anticipate for Wacola Springs or surrounding bodies?
I think we have some other staff that's probably more attuned to the impacts to the springs. But generally, before they come up, and this may answer your question, but there's been questions about or concerns about stormwater discharging to sinkholes. In order to discharge, one, we haven't done any stormwater. We haven't. This PUD does not approve any stormwater plan. The applicant has proposed some treatment ponds that would send water after treatment to wetland areas that we have. That's actually a good thing because we want to ensure that the wetlands remain recharged as they naturally are today and not have their water completely cut off. We would not allow so much water to be placed in a wetland or a depression that would change the hydrology of the wetland, of whatever the feature is. Essentially, we wouldn't allow them to put so much water that it would change it from a wetland, which is a preservation feature by our code, to an open water body.
Thank you. It's 10:39, so I won't ask too many more questions. Thank you, sir. I thank you for those updates. I think that alleviates some concerns. I think the major, I think everybody's on the same page of trying to get the best development that they can out of this area. It's within the city, our urban area, so honestly, I think it should have been prioritized ahead of Wilani if we're really following good planning principles. But we have heard the concerns of how we can best use the green space, protect natural features as well as wildlife in the area. And it sounds like there's at least agreement to negotiate in good faith to see if there's a possibility to find funding for that. So is that fair to say? Okay. Then I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. My questions were answered during the briefing. Of course, we all share some of the concerns that were brought up in regards to water quality, quantity, green space, wildlife protection, traffic patterns. But keeping in mind that tonight is simply the first step in zoning, I support it, and I trust that the process as we move forward, we will continue to work as a community to address all these issues so that we have a future development that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it seems to me that there has been, if not a breakdown in communication, maybe some miscommunication somewhere, because during the course of this hearing, many of the issues have been addressed, but it didn't sound like maybe that was communicated to the residents who had to be here at, 10:30 at night to ask those same questions, and yet we had answers to the questions that they asked. So I don't know where the communication breakdown has occurred, but obviously there is still an opportunity and a willingness that as we move forward to address issues as they are brought to the attention of staff and the English family and their representatives. So I would be comfortable personally moving forward with approving this PUD with the condition that there continue to be communication and maybe some town hall meetings as has been asked for, so that everyone who, and all of us are concerned about how this development occurs, but certainly to have everybody have the opportunity to give their input, to ask questions, and to get the kind of information that we've gotten here tonight, that I think if we had done this, we might not have been here till 10:45 this evening, had that happened before tonight. And so I would certainly not just hope, but demand almost that as we continue to go forward, that there continue to be that open dialogue and conversation with the community to make sure that they understand what has been addressed, and those things maybe that have not been addressed to this point, that they can be addressed if possible. I can't imagine that being an unreasonable request to make as we go forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, on point.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
There have been, I know I met with the group with Artie and Karen. Then Artie and Karen and the biologists and other folks met with the same group that I met with. So I don't know where the breakdown in communication occurred, or there's just, I think there's an issue with understanding the steps in the process. And what Artie and Karen did when we met was they broke it down as to how these things occur, what the process is. And I think that's something that we need to communicate with the community.
Yes.
What this process is, so that there's not a panic that when we make a vote that somebody's going to go out and start building.
Right.
Because it does take a while for it to get there. So I think that's where the breakdown in communication may be, in that we need to educate on the process more and know what happens in these different phases. So having said that, I would move for option number 1.
Okay. There's a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox for option number 1. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I think the mayor seconded it.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Any further discussion or questions? Commissioner Matlow.
Just one comment. I'm not sure this is the issue that kept us here this late. In response to your comment. I don't want to assign blame to me.
Right, now you're right. You're right. I agree. All right. I'll take that one, Commissioner Matlow. All right. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right. So that was our last. Now, one thing I didn't do, commissioners, is we didn't talk about issues from the commissioners. So now, if you just have a burning desire.
Did you call for any unagenda items? You're supposed to do that.
Yeah, I was going to come back to that as well.
I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. Are there any speakers for unagendaed items?
Mayor, we have
I
two.
would come back.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have 2 speakers.
We have 2 for unagendaed items.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Tiffany Hill,
Tiffany, okay.
and she'll be followed by Eunice Johnson Shepherd.
All righty. Tiffany, I'm sorry you had to wait so long to be heard, but thank you for hanging in there with us.
That's okay.
Give us your name and address for the record.
All right. My name is Tiffany Hill. I live at 1401 Lola Drive here in Tallahassee on the south side. The reason why I'm here today is to just let you all know that from the relocation experience with the Tallahassee Housing Authority, it has really brought to my attention that there is not enough housing for persons with disabilities. So you know that $20 million y'all gave to FSU, part of that, was because they needed ADA upgrades and everything. So in the community, like when they're giving people vouchers and all this kind of stuff, people are having a hard time. There's still a large group of people that still live in Orange Avenue. One personal experience with my father is that he's there waiting on them to complete a project so that he can move, because that house was not ADA standard. And then come to find out that the house that they actually got him, had slotted for him, was one of the scattered units, which they did not mention, before. But the scattered unit is considered public housing. However, that particular scattered unit housing is located in the HOA. So they have to get approval from the HOA to make the adjustments on the outside, for the disability, for his disability. So, and it's concerning because there are other people in the community that are disabled. There's a lady in the 4-bedroom house. She's the caretaker not only for her dad, but for 2 young kids. Okay. And it is, they gave her a voucher, but where she's gonna find if they don't have the money? So I'm kind of glad that y'all gave them that extra money so that they can close, but it concerns me that why didn't they include that in that first round of money, that big pot that they got? It seemed to me that should have been put to the side, because you got to close. You already knew that. But with piss poor planning and not being, open with everybody and having people to try to trust the process, that's why you have people over there right now are suffering. The same lady I talked about with the disabled father and 2 kids, she has one plug socket that works in the kitchen. She brought it up to the management, and they say, oh, we're not doing anything. We're not correcting any maintenance problems. They barely want to cut the grass. But you still are obligated to treat these people because you failed to find them housing. And you failed to look at that. You have people over there that get $753 of disability income. However, you give them a voucher. Do the calculations, 30% of 753, where are they gonna live, especially if they need that accommodation? So I think that the next time that someone come and ask for money, that especially the housing authority, there needs to be some provision that they bring back some of the public housing, at least for persons with disabilities.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was looking around the room for Abena. I guess she's gone home, but she would certainly be the person. Mr. City Manager, could we have Abena reach out to Tiffany to discuss that issue? And it's a very valid issue and concern, Tiffany, and we appreciate you bringing it to our attention, and certainly tell your dad I said hello. He's been a long and good friend of mine. So, but yeah, it's a very valid issue, and we'll have staff reach out to you.
Okay.
And maybe try to coordinate.
Ms. Hill, just to make sure we've got your contact information, if you'll speak to Mr. Doolin in the back.
Okay, I sure will.
Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Eunice has left, so just to let you know, she was going to speak on the same issue as well.
All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you
so much. All right. Anybody with a burning desire to share anything?
Yeah, my car.
Might be.
I want to share my car.
You might be taking
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor,
if I could just say one more time on a personal note, you did a great job tonight, and I certainly appreciate you filling in as our fearless leader, and thank the commission. Tonight went much longer than I think we all thought, and y'all were great.
Yeah.
Well, it was good to have you participating from the clouds above. So we'll travel safe, and we'll see you at the next meeting when you get back to town.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I'm not going to get into the issue tonight, but Mr. City Manager, can we get an update or to discuss the Northwood Center progress on planning at the next meeting and the police station progress and all of that?
Yes, sir. That's actually scheduled.
Okay, great.
Just to share with everybody, next Tuesday, there's a community meeting. We're going to take input again. That'll be the second iteration. And then the plan was to bring back an update to the city commission following that.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Is that it? All right. Well, with nothing else to come before the commission, we stand adjourned.